Good morning, everybody. I'd like to invite Pastor Lonnie Biggs of Calvary Chapel to give the invocation. Stand if you'd like. Thank you.
Good morning. God bless you guys. My alarm's going off that's telling me that I'm supposed to do prayer today, so what would I do without my phone? It's a good phone, isn't it?
No, I don't like it.
Oh, Father, you are so good to us. We thank you so much for your grace and your mercy and the blessing and benefit of being able to have a wisdom that goes beyond the issues that this poor, misguided world attempts to cling to for direction. We thank you that we read in the Bible that this is the day that you have made. We thank you that we read in the Bible that your mercies are new to us every day. We thank you, Father, that you tell us to be anxious for nothing, but instead to bring our requests to you, our supplications to you with thanksgiving. And in doing so, you provide us a peace that goes beyond our understanding. It's just there. We recognize that you are a loving God. We recognize that you have the best in mind for your people. Father, we invoke you this day as this invocational prayer would be used to lift up our community to you, Lord God. We lift up this little town of Pahrump, and we don't want to just specifically focus on our little community. We lift up Nye County to you. Father, we lift up those people that are in positions of leadership. We lift up the police departments, the fire departments, the first responders, Lord God, the teachers in the schools, the principals in the schools, Lord God, that there would be a sense of focus that would transcend the confusion that seems to be prevailing today, that our purpose, our reason for taking up space on this planet would be to encourage one another as long as it's called today, to be able to utilize the gifts, the abilities, the strengths that you as the Almighty God desire your people to have to bring order and unity and peace, love, hope, confidence to a dazed and confused world, Lord God. We thank you for your faithfulness. I lift up these commissioners to you, Lord God. I pray that there would be unity among them. I pray that this would be the most amazing picture of synergy that would take place, where they would be working together to bring about the very best for our community. And it could start here in Pahrump, extend to Nye County, that we would be an example to this state, and this state, Father, would be an example to this country, and this country once again would be able to be an example to the world. We recognize the futility of attempting these efforts without invoking you as the creator of the universe that we get to call Father. We ask these things with joy in our hearts, great anticipation in our lives, thankful that we can live in these times and be able to bring cares and concerns to you with prayer. And as you've told us, there's a peace in doing so because we know we've taken it to the highest court. We ask these things, Father, with joy in our hearts, confidence in our lives, in the amazing name of our Lord, our Savior, Jesus Christ, the author and the finisher of our faith. Amen.
Amen.
God bless you guys. Have a great meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor Lonnie Biggs, for carving time out today. It's 10:03, April 18, 2023. We're going to open the joint meeting of the Nye County Board of Commissioners, Nye County Board of Highway Commissioners, Nye County Licensing and Liquor Board, Nye County Board of Health, as the governing body of the unincorporated town of Pahrump, as the governing body of the unincorporated towns of Beatty, Gabbs, Manhattan, and as the Board of Trustees for the Pahrump Pool District. And with that, Assistant County Manager Lorena, would you lead us in the pledge, please?
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Number 2, please, County Manager.
Item 2, general public comment, up to 3-minute time limit per person. Action will not be taken on the matters considered during this period until specifically included on an agenda as an action item.
Hello, Mike. Can you spell your last name? And is this an agenda item or something else, please? Oh, thank you, sir.
Make sure the mic is on.
Is that better? Little, Michael. Frank, I sure appreciate the return phone call. I would never have imagined I would be here this day, as 2 weeks ago I presented to y'all that there were some concerns with the Justice of the Peace, Michelle Fiore. I don't believe by any means that anyone appointed her maliciously for self-serving purposes.
I'm sorry, sir. Hold 1 second, please.
Yes.
I just want to remind you, I believe you have an open case in that court.
Yeah, I'm providing, I have
Gotcha.
I have an open case, and what I've done was, according to state law, I filed an statute, NRS 1.235, which means you can recuse the judge if there's bias or prejudice, and the state law requires that to happen. So what I'm saying here today doesn't have anything to do with the case. I'm not bringing up the facts of the case. What I'm saying is the judge is in her own handwriting, a party admission, has violated and agrees to violate state law, the law that requires her to comply with the law. She has, in her own handwriting and her signature, has unilaterally decided to set aside state law. This is the person that you all appointed. And now she says she doesn't have to follow the law. So the statute says that the way she's interpreting it, that law applies to all judges except Michelle Fiore. And so I brought all of you a copy of it. 3 different times, she represents herself as the court making a decision in violation of state law, and then she renders the decision that she chooses. That's absolutely contrary to law itself. So y'all appointed her. We can't get rid of her by a recall because it's appointed. Now, she did copy the district attorney, and the district attorney, according to the rules, if there's a violation by a judge, the district attorney is bound by the rules to notify the State Judicial Commission. So all of these, you'll notice, are highlighted. It's very simple. It's easy to read. She's a judge. She has to follow the law.
I did stop your time.
Okay.
Because I see that the mic is open for both myself and another commissioner here. We want to remind you that you have a case, and I'm not sure that you want to discuss the case in public.
No, I'm not discussing the case.
Because that could not bode well for you in your future, because there's
would-
records.
We're not discussing a case. It's a traffic violation, just so you know. That's not a case. It's a traffic violation. You can call it a case. It's considered a case. But that's not the subject of the case.
Excuse me, commissioners.
Yes.
Please restart his time and continue, Mr. Little, with what you have to say. Thank you.
So what I've done, because it's not my intention to sue the county, but Michelle Fiore is not leaving me any options. I sent a federal lawsuit in 1983, a copy to the Nye County Justice Court to say, listen, if you keep violating my constitutional rights, I'm going to be forced to file a federal suit. So I sent them a copy of the federal suit I prepared. They immediately sent it. Now, I didn't file it in the federal courts. It was basically a shot over the bow to say, listen, you got to clean up your mess over here in the courthouse. What do, they ship it off to Las Vegas. It was never file stamped. So the taxpayers now are on the hook to pay for attorneys in Las Vegas to review a legal document that was never filed and recorded. It was simply to give notice to the court that I'm prepared to move forward in federal lawsuits and in state lawsuits if I have to. We need to clean this thing up, and Michelle Fiore is not cleaning this up. And when you read this document, this is the person that you elected. She's clearly stating she is not going to follow state law. She is above state law. She's not, and that's what she says here. Now, I've included all these packages for you. There's 5 of you, and each of you get a package. And the district attorney, I'm curious to see what the district attorney's going to do, because she copied him, and he has requirements by law also that if the judge is acting incorrectly, that he has to report it to the commission, and that's the appropriate. So I come here seeking a process, a civil process to grieve for what you all did. You appointed someone who made a party admission sheet.
Thank you, Mr. Little.
Where do you want me to leave these?
You can turn them over here to Ms. Janey. Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Nicole Walters, NicholeWalters. I am with No Opinion News. I do my own research. It's funded by only me. I do all the editing and everything for it. It can be found at www.joshwho.com/channel/No Opinion News. The Pahrump Holiday Task Force Easter event was amazing. We had way more people than we thought we were going to have come out. We ran out of water, chips, eggs for the kids. It was a great event to see all the people in the community come out. And it wasn't just from our community. We had people from Armagosa, Beatty. I'm glad that everybody in Nye County was able to see this and come join us for the event. All right, now next item. Project Veritas will be coming out with a video tomorrow asking, how young is too young? I'm sure it has to do with children as young as 8 years old getting transgender surgery. At what age is too young? We have people saying toddlers are sexual and know that they want to transition. Someone that cannot even take care of themselves is able to make this kind of life-changing decision. The UN also says pedophilia is okay, it's a human right. But we here in the U.S., we don't want that. I mean, we need to stop sexualizing the children. We as citizens have had enough with agendas. No, you will not silence us or take our weapons that we have to protect us and our family. If anything, more people should carry around here. People will not steal from here if they see people carrying. I mean, you got how many big cities are losing all their stores because theft every day? You know, I've seen videos of people walking around, there's nothing on the shelves because people have done stole it all. I mean, if once they lose the places there, where do you think they'll be coming next? I mean, we have, you know, we're not that far from California. You know, if we allow people to steal and get away with it, they're going to think it's okay. And we don't want that here. We want people to be punished for their actions if it's something that's not right. That's same for, you know, pedophiles. I'm ready to bring back hangings because the children are the most important here. The children are the ones that we are here to protect. I mean, it's not the bad people that, you know, give up their guns. They're the ones that keep acquiring more guns. When we take guns away from the good people, the law-abiding people, that's when we have the bad people that overrun. And they're not going to stop, and they're going to keep still, you know, getting guns illegally. We need to make it so that way we are able to protect our families and our future. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you, Ms. Walters. Sam, is there anybody on the phone? Public comment, please.
Yes, Chair. The caller is unmuted. Please speak and spell your name for the record.
Erica Gerling, Gerling. Good morning, Commissioners. Just want to let you know I'm here in beautiful Beatty with the wind blowing a million miles an hour. If you have any questions for us during the meeting. Have a great meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gerling. And I'll also like to remind the callers that all of you are muted at this time. Otherwise, everybody in the audience, including us, would hear all of your background noise coming through. So you are all muted. If you wish to speak, you press *9, and then you'll be put in the queue, and Manager Tackett would be able to acknowledge that, recognize, and then unmute you, and therefore afford you the opportunity for public comment. Just as a reminder, thank you. Ms. Mounts here in Pahrump, please.
D. Mount, Mounts, and I'm here for my group Citizens Against Nye County Solar Farms Project. I have 5 copies for the commissioners. I'm turning in a part petition of people that do not want solar farms here in Pahrump. Attached are copies of signatures obtained from residents and part-time residents of Pahrump acquired between February and April 2023. These signatures signify the opposition to solar farms, either proposed or under construction adjacent Nye and Clark County line in Pahrump Valley. The main opposition to the solar farms includes proximity within 5 miles of Pahrump, excess use of water from the Aquifer 162, and fencing off and closure of public lands in Pahrump Valley in excess of 20,000 acres. So I'll give it to Janie before I leave. The other thing, too, is we have a rally, a solar farm rally, planned on May 6th at 372 and 160. Starts at 10. We're going to do it for 2 hours. We have all the signs for everybody to be holding up and take home. They were donated to us. And you can just park in the Nugget. And if you would, please add all my comments to the minutes, please. I think I still have some time, right? Okay. So I have a radio show, D-Mount Show. I opened up a bottle of craziness on Sunday, and so if you missed it, I have a re-airing on Wednesday night at 6 at godfather.media. We talked about abortion. We talked about fentanyl and our kids being shoved in our candies and stuff to hurt kids. We talked about the priesthood, the gay priesthood, the gay nunhood, everything that was is coming to our town no matter what we do. So I wanted to invite everybody to listen to the Wednesday show at 6 p.m. on godfather.media. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mounts. Go ahead, Ms. Lane. Thank you.
I'm Priscilla Lane, Lane. I belong to the Friends of the Wild Horses and Burros. But first I want to make a comment. Here I just said to tell you that you made a big mistake by passing that resolution on the coyote contest for killing coyotes in our city, our county. My son, who lives in Montana, him and his girlfriend both told me they had one of these coyote contests in Montana at Hamilton. They did it just this last year or so, and now they're complaining because now they're being overrun by rodents and rabbits. So it's liable to come around and bite you in the butt for doing this, because you said yourself, Mr. Jabbour, that they would be killing the coyotes no matter if they have a resolution or not. But now the resolution is going to give them more authority to go around and kill them no matter. I want to mention, too, that the Wild Horse Fire Brigade just released 18 wild horses into the wild 5 months ago. They were working with the facilities to take on these 18 horses, and they're all free and running free and wild again. This is with William Simpson of the Wild Horse Fire Brigade. If anybody wants to research him, he is really busy and he's right on the nose of trying to save our horses. We have a meeting coming up for the Friends of the Wild on April 29th at 11 a.m. at the Desert Green Clubhouse off of Wilson. Please come and join us. Give us your ideas and your solutions to help maybe save our horses from going to slaughter or standing in a facility full of nothing but dirt. And I don't know if everybody's keeping an eye on things on the Chinese. They just bought the Smithfield Foods, 460 farms for $407 billion. And they also bought the AMC Entertainment for $2.6 billion. Our country's going fast, guys, if we don't start coming together and stop fighting amongst ourselves. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Any public comment on the phone, please, Sam?
Yes, Chair. The caller is unmuted. Please speak and spell your name for the record.
Yes, good morning. Amy Nelson, Nelson, and that's a good entrance to my comments on today's program. GCON, Grassroots Conservatives of Nevada, was started by Matt Sadler a couple of months ago, and he has another meeting coming up on the 24th at 6 p.m. at his location, the A Hope Bail Bonds on 160, just in front of Home Depot. And we invite everybody to come there. It's for all conservatives. And like she said, we need to get together and figure out ways to get the right people elected and go forward with a group that can back these individuals. And they have a conservatives women's tea on the May 7th at the Artesia Clubhouse at 6601 Fox Avenue at 2 p.m. And we need to get people going to these different events to build up our party. And that reminds me, Eric Murphy was elected as the chair of the NCRCC, the Nye County Republican Central Committee, and he did a good job on the first meeting. And so people need to get behind him and start getting involved, having people come to the meetings so we can get some good effort to put behind our elected officials. And I hope this morning's meeting goes fast and is good. Good luck to you guys. And I'll talk to you on different items. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nelson. Go ahead, ma'am, here in Pahrump.
My name is Raluca Brandon, RALUCABRANDON. I'm the Director of Operation and employed by Synergy Plus. I come before this board to respond to the misrepresentation that took place at the February 22nd Commissioners' meeting pertaining to janitorial services. Commissioners, you represented that in the meeting that several employees expressed their displeasure with our company performance because the carpets were not cleaned. The contract calls for the carpets to be cleaned once a year, and yes, they were well overdue. The renewed contract would have moved the carpets cleaning forward. Ms. Corinne Smith made comments that the restrooms were not clean, not her offices attended to. This issue had been addressed by our company, Honey Strozzi and Miss Allen Staines. In the toilet porcelain, they're not coming out. It was also determined by Ms. Strozzi, Ms. Allen, that her claims of poor performance were not warranted. Interesting that she wrote 3 weeks later and represented that what a wonderful job we were doing. Mr. Wagner, Director of Planning, made representation that his building was not being vacuumed, not the restroom cleaned. He never made a complaint to our company, not Mr. Allen, until the day before the meeting. Mr. Bout walked over to his building and inspected his offices. Our employees and Mr. Bout spoke with two of his office employees who represented that the carpets were being vacuumed twice a week and the restroom were maintained. Mr. Bout documented their statements. They also inspected the finance offices and they were very clean. An outside party named Amy Nelson called into the meeting and represented that the restrooms were disgusting. A woman stood up named Pat and discredited her testimony by stating that the restrooms were well maintained. I hope this is helpful to you before you slander our company. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else on the phone, please, Sam?
Yes, Chair. The caller is unmuted. Please speak and spell your name for the record.
Demar Dahl, D-E-M-A-R, last name Dahl, D-A-H-L. I'm a term limited out commissioner from Elko County, and we have put together a proposed legislation to direct the Secretary of the Interior to convey certain federal lands to Elko County and other willing counties of Nevada to ensure continued access, growth, and other purposes. The bill that was sent to you, the copy of it, included a resolution that had the history behind this bill. It started out lastly with AB 227, legislation passed by our legislature here in Nevada that created a task force made up of one commissioner from every county. We met for a year every month and determined that the public land, federal public land, should be transferred to the counties. And then that bill was passed by our legislature in SJR 1. It was signed by the governor, and Congressman Amadei took it to Congress as 1484. We had 3 hearings on it. And then the politics changed, and we got a new bill in Nevada, SJR 12, that rescinded SJR 1. So then the consensus was that the counties wanted and needed the land, and the state necessarily did not. So then this bill that has been given to you, that you have a copy of there, and I hope you've all had a chance to read it. And along with it is the resolution that explains, like I said, the history on it. And what it does is it would transfer, when it becomes law, transfer land that counties nominate, land that they need in order to grow, and in some instances, for instance, here in Elko County, we have needed land that for decades that we have not been able to acquire. Some we have finally, but what this bill would do, it would make it the land available for the counties, the lands that they need. I hope that you can support it. If you have any questions that you want answered, I'm going to go ahead and give you my phone.
Commissioner Dell. Commissioner Dell, thank you very much, sir. I'll ask you to call admin, and they will distribute your contact information.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for taking the time.
Mr. Bout here in Pahrump,
Thank
please.
you.
Hello? Yeah, hi, my name is Harry Bout, last name B-A-U-T. Mr. Jabbour, I was invited to the February meeting for the award of the janitorial contract that had been procured. As the chairman of the Nye County Commissioners, I would expect you to conduct yourself in a professional manner. At that meeting, you waged a personal attack on me, my company, and my employees. Commissioner Cox and Commissioner Blundo contacted me last year and pleaded with me to help them since there was no takers for the county to clean their janitorial needs. I reluctantly agreed with the understanding that we be assigned a senior employee to report for that work. William Allen was that person. The contract that Synergy was operating under was approved by you. Clearly, Mr. Jabbour, if you had bothered to read the contract, you would have known that your slanderous statements on my company's performance was not part of the contract. The filth that you represented you were sitting in was construction debris, which was not in the terms of our contract. Furthermore, you sent out an RFP for a bid for the janitorial services. The requested proposal had no criteria or standards on the largest cost outlay of labor other than the same scope of work that had been issued to the outside contractors well over a decade. Yet you sat in that meeting blaming my company for performance. Your contracting officer has had repeated inappropriate discussions with the other contractors, breaching the very basics of procurement acumen. Mr. Jabbour, this constitutes gross negligence, dereliction of duty, and ethics violations. Moreover, you have placed the county in a $250,000 legal liability with your behavior and the behavior of your employees. I find it interesting that the day after the meeting, I terminated the contract and gave it 8-day notice. Your standby company was provided my names and the phone information so they could be employed. If the performance was so egregious, why seek them out? You currently have my former manager, Donna Rogers, working on the county property with this new company. My other employees had no desire to work with this type of behavior. All 5 commissioners met with William Allen, who represented to you and wanted to maintain our contractual relationship. He was fine with our performance, and he told you so. Not one of you complained of any performance issues to him. Mr. Jabbour, you asked me in that meeting, how can I sit here today and accept all the money that the county was paying me? I ask you, how do you sit here today and collect the salary and the benefits that you do? I'm really disappointed in you guys. I helped you guys when you needed it most. I should have been treated with more respect than what you gave me. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Bout. Anybody else on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Go ahead, sir, here in Pahrump.
Stanley Schaefer, Ley, Schaffer. Well, what I've been hearing this morning, I don't know what I got is very important. But I had the occasion to be in Mountain Falls last couple of weeks. Man, there's a lot of grass over there. We're watering grass, and I don't know why. I know some of these developments have been in here a long time, but what's happening with the new? How many square foot of grass are they allowed to plant? A tree's better than grass. Yeah, grass looks pretty, holds down temperature some, but a tree does both. So I don't know if there's a group available or discussions going on about the water issue and the population. This county will never support, or this town, this water basin will never support 100,000 people. So I think we ought to start looking ahead and focus on what we're going to do. Because at some point, there's wells that were drilled years ago are going to go dry. They're going to have to re-drill. So I think maybe if you could form a study group involving a couple of commissioners and some local people and look at options. But we can't do what happened in Vegas. They're paying people to tear grass out. And I don't think we can afford to pay somebody to tear the grass out. All you can do is shut the water off and let it dry up and then paint it green. Or else put AstroTurf in to begin with. So I think that's something we got to look forward to. We got to look at it now. Yeah, we're having a good year now. There's even snow still on the mountain, and it's April. But when was the last time that happened? I've been here over 20 years, and over the last 5 or 6 years, snow hasn't been there past the end of March. So I think we better get focused on looking forward so that we can have something in the works to control how much the population is, how much growth we're having. And I mention growth because if you limit the number of houses built a year, you can control how much water is used. And then also...
Thank you, Mr. Schaefer.
Sorry.
Thank you, sir.
But Boulder City went to a limited growth, and they're doing just fine.
Go ahead, sir, here in Pahrump.
Good morning, John Pollock, P-A-W-L-A-K. I was here about a month ago promoting Earth Day, our festival in town here. Well, the month is up. This Saturday is April 22nd, which is the actual day of Earth Day. So our Earth Day Arbor Day Festival will be held this year at the Bob Roode Community Center at Petrick Park, and along with that is Field A, and it's at, if folks don't know where that is, that's Basin Avenue and Highway 160. It'll occur between 10 a.m. and 3 p.m., and you'll have seen these ads in the local Pahrump Valley Times, and it'll tell you exactly some of the people that will be promoting different environmental issues, educational issues on the federal, state, county, and local levels. We'll be having giveaways, free Arbor Day tree giveaways. We'll have shrubbery given away. We have these 3 cute little blenders that are portable that we'll be giving those away. A GoSun portable solar oven will be given away. We know that they can go up to 500 degrees. And also, we have one leftover bidet from last year that we'll be giving away. So we hope you can make it there, and you're always welcome. And we've gone indoors at the community center, and so we'll be there, hell or high water, and minus a tornado. Nothing will keep us from having it this year. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pollock. Ms. LaPonte, please.
Kayla Point, last name Lapointe. Here for a couple of reasons. You know, if you see me, you're usually going to hear about solar farms or education. So just to clear it up, it's education today. I want to make sure each of you know that Night Cotillion is this Saturday, the 22nd, at J.G. Johnson, and we're graduating 29 beautiful fourth graders that hopefully will be your future employees and leaders in this community. So it's a really, really unique project this year. That's one announcement. And the second one is I'm proud to announce that the board that worked so very diligently to put together Pahrump Valley Academy, which was going to be a charter school here, is again in action, and a charter will be submitted to the Nevada Charter Authority so that kids that live in Pahrump and surrounding areas can have more of an option than Nye County School District in homeschooling. So we do have one private school here in town, and so we have 3 options, but this is a big county and we need more options for kids. This is more of a college prep academy, so high on academics and that kind of thing. So just wanted to let you know that's functioning, that's working. We have pretty much the same board members, except a couple have moved to Las Vegas, so those will be replaced, but that's in action. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Waters, please.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Tom Waters, W-A-T-E-R-S, and I'd like to give you something to think about. Just want you to think about this. It's something I was talking about with a friend of mine. Her name is Alice Lubers. You may know her. She's a retired Army Lieutenant Colonel nurse, and she and I were talking about the Pahrump Fairgrounds, something that you guys have talked about, and you're looking at building a community center there. Well, one of the things that we mentioned was the fact that there's a person that has done a lot for Pahrump and Nye County, and maybe pick a name for that community center and make it the Ron Frazier Community Center. And for those that don't know Ron Frazier, he created the Pahrump Life magazine. And for those in the audience, Pahrump Life magazine, Ron and Marion Frazier has done a lot for our community. I think everybody knows them. They have put a lot in the magazine. One of the things in the magazine is our Veterans Are Heroes, a section that I handle when I look at different veterans and getting their stories. And the last story that we wrote before Ron passed away was his story, because it was under our Veterans Are Heroes, but Ron was never in the military. He tried to, but because of a medical condition, he was not allowed to go into the military. But he supported veterans in every area. And for that, that's one of the reasons that I work with Pahrump Life magazine. And even the new owners of the Pahrump Life magazine have also encouraged this. This name for the new community center at the fairgrounds should be Ron Frazier Community Center. It's something you'll hear more and more about, because I'm going to talk about this at every meeting I go to, and I go to a lot of meetings. But again, Ron Frazier Community Center. People in the audience, people that are watching, please spread the word that we'd like it named Ron Frazier Community Center. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, Colonel. Is there anybody on the phone, please? Public comment, Sam.
No, Chair.
No? Ms. Southworth, please.
Good morning. It's community outreach time.
Please, I know your name.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Diane Southworth, Southworth.
Thank you.
I just wanted to let you know that last month in March, 9,600 people were helped with food banks. So it's going up, something we need to be aware of. Also, Pathways High School is having an event on April 26th from 4 to 7, and the Nye Community Coalition is sponsoring it. They're going to have a trailer there that has a teenage room that shows parents where kids hide their drugs and things that they shouldn't have. Kids can go, parents can go. From what I understand, they'll separate them. They'll go through different events, and then they'll meet up and have a discussion group. So I think it'd be very interesting and very worthwhile. Every middle school and high school student should be going, and their parents should be going too. We have applied suicide prevention skills training Wednesday the 26th and 27th from 8 to 5 at the Night Communities Coalition. Leanne Luna is the person to contact. You can reach her at the coalition or at her through the website. We also have a free adult mental health first aid training on May 5th from 8 to 5, which is something that is necessary also, and it would help with a lot of people here. We also have the ability to do NICON training for anybody who's interested, and you can contact the coalition for that. National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, Thursday, the 27th from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m., and it's at Duckwaters Shawnee Health Clinic in Duckwater. So that will be something that can be used up there. We are also having a Positive Prevention Plus sex education course that is for people between the ages of 13 and 24. If they're under 18, they must have parental permission. So it's a one-day course. It doesn't give me a date on that. So, and then we have, I think that's it. I think we've done enough. But anybody interested, please check their events. They have a lot of things going on, and it's a well worth and beautiful place to work. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Southworth. Sam, is there anybody on the phone for public comment?
Yes, Chair. The caller is unmuted. Please speak and spell your name for the record.
Yes, hello. My name is Laura Larson, Larsen. I just want to bring everybody's attention that the Nye County Republican Central Committee is having a red tie event on May 20th at 5:30. At the Nugget, I please ask that anybody's interested in attending, that they go to the Republican office to purchase their tickets, or they can go on Eventbrite to purchase their tickets. $75 a person is including food. They're going to do a silent auction in addition to other events that and a raffle and dessert dash and a lot of different things that to support our community. Also, another thing, I just want to inform everyone to please start buying silver and gold too, because we just had another, the PNC Bank is closing 47 more branches in 15 states to protect your investments. So please look at local places here in town regarding the fact to purchase silver and gold. There also is another thing that happened today. This morning, FAA issued nationwide ground stop for Southwest airline flights. They're saying it's due to equipment. Don't know what's going on, but everybody needs to prepare for the worst and hope for the best. I ask everyone just to prepare for what possibly might be coming. Don't know what it is, but it's better off being prepared than not. And racing to the stores to buy food. I suggest everyone to get plenty of water, food, make sure you got all your medicines, make sure you have everything for your dogs. Everyone be prepared. God bless you guys. Have a blessed meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Larson. Ms. Lane, you've already been up for public comment. You're allowed one public comment. Ma'am, you've already had your public comment. I cannot allow it. At the end of the meeting, or if you have something to... Thank you. Was the microphone on? Thank you. Go ahead, sir. Here in Pahrump.
Jason Grooms, Grooms. I reside at 1620 Chucker Street. I was last up here December 6th, so just wanted to do a recap on some things that I was told then that you guys were going to have a meeting on December 7th. I talked to Talisha Penn Hat Factory Home Center, seeing that there was a letter sent out on that meeting, what transpired. I just want to have the record show that I never received a letter. I don't know if a meeting happened. So I'm sure if there was a meeting, you would have record of that letter. So if I could, I'd like to have that. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grooms. You can contact admin after the meeting. They'll see what we can get for you, if anything exists. Go ahead, Mr. Lackey, here in Pahrump, please.
Darrell Lackey, Lackey. Well, at breakfast this morning, I ran into someone that I'd helped her with her RV, and I said, "Oh, everything good?" And she goes, "Well, yeah, except for, well, I got to move. I got reported." I said, "Reported? What do you mean?" "Oh, well, you can't be on a residential property with an RV." Even though that's how some people that's how they pay their taxes, is to rent a space on their property. But I guess that's illegal now, and so where that came along. So, we're talking about that we need to limit the population here, from some of the other conversations here because of the water and whatnot. A lot of people's wells are going dry and they got to drill new ones. Some people are in the well drilling business, so, I guess that's beneficial for some of y'all. But anyway, for the people, it's like riffraff built this town, and now the riffraff's being replaced by the people coming in with the fat money. They sold their house in another state, so now they're coming here for the advantages of here. So that's okay, but with the riffraff and the money, there's not enough. So I guess we got to chase out the riffraff. Well, that's a good way to do it, not let people afford to live somewhere. If they can't afford to rent a spot in somebody's yard, because that's like secure, So now everybody's got to live in a park of some sort if they're going to live in an RV. Now there's some fancy parks up at the Wine Ridge, for example. That's some fancy people up there at the Wine Ridge. That's some fancy living up there for RV people, And then we got some not so fancy living up there on Homeless Hill. I don't know if y'all drive by there once in a while and look at that, but I do. I sure do. And I go to all the parks. I know the difference between the fancy RVers and the people who think that an RV is the answer. Well, you've never had an RV if you think that's the answer. But being chased out of, somebody's yard, now they got to go into a park where now their stuff's going to, if they leave it out, it'll probably get picked up and stolen. So it doesn't really do anybody any good, and people can't afford. So now the people that rented out a space so they could pay their taxes on their property and their electric bill, now they don't have that income coming in anymore. So now they got to sell out and go somewhere else. I guess it's all turnover. It's a shame. The self-centeredness that allows this sort of thing to happen, it's a shame.
Thank you. Is there anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Oh. Hearing and seeing no public comment in Tonopah, Pahrump, and on the phone, I will close public comment at this time. Move on to number 3, please.
Item 3, Commissioner Manager comments. This item limited to announcements or topics and issues proposed for future workshops and agendas.
Commissioner Cox, do you have anything this morning?
Not yet, thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Boskovich, do you have anything today?
So yesterday, I had the opportunity to drive with code compliance, ride around with them. I've made it a point that I'm going to ride with each department every quarter, just so we can keep an idea of what they deal with and how they deal with it, and how we can help them be better, or how they can help us be better. So one of the places we visited yesterday was directly behind the Nugget. And that is where 6 years ago I used to ride my ATV. It is absolutely, it looks like a landfill. There are homeless camp after homeless camp after homeless camp, dumping their urine and feces all over the ground. Some of them are kind enough to keep it in buckets. We need some sort of ordinance to address this issue. And I'm hoping staff can help with that and figure that out for me, or at least help me figure it out. Please. Other than that, thanks all for being here.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Carbone, do you have anything today, sir?
Yes, I do, and I'm going to wait until the Director of Planning comes up and I'll discuss it.
Commissioner Strickland?
Yeah, I do. You commissioners have heard and you've received your emails from the Elko County Past Commissioner, Mr. Dahl. Be aware that Ms. Wickman and myself are working on that because we have our own land spill, as you all are aware, and I'm not sure how it affects our land spill, so we're not sure how to proceed. We've got some more research to do on that. In regards to Ms. Schaffer and the Mountain Falls and the water issue, I'd always want to direct you to the Water District Governing Board because there's answers there. That's effluent that's being used on those within Mountain Falls. That's like the treated water after it's been used. And so you need to be aware that that is a good thing because we need to reintroduce it to the environment in a good way. And finally, you know, you've got Earth Day. Well, you also have a poker run in Beatty. Side-by-sides, Jeeps, good things to go play with. The breakfast is at 8. The ride starts at 10. I hope I'll see you all out there. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. Did you want me to call Director up?
It would be nice. He's going to do a comment anyway.
Okay, and then you can jump in. Director Wagner, please. And there's no drum roll this morning yet.
Director Wagner, W-A-G-G-O-N-E-R.
We just want to make sure.
Just record that, please, because I'm going to have a lot of FaceTime with you guys today.
Especially today. Yes, you will. Yeah.
So I just wanted to respond to the public commenter and the supposed letter that they're under the impression that they were going to receive. The only letters received were the notices of violation. I did communicate our discussion to Talisha at Factory Home Center, and the property has still not been brought into compliance. It hasn't been rectified at all. So just to save admin the labor of trying to find this document that doesn't exist, we've got it all of our findings and everything are in our code compliance file, and that has all been provided to Factory Home Center, and the notices of violation did go to the address where the violations are. So whether or not somebody checks their mail, I don't know, but I just want to assure you that it has all been communicated. So.
Thank you, Director.
Director, can you give me the time frame the last time we looked at impact fees?
Yeah, back when they were adopted in 2006.
2006. And we haven't visited those since then, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I know I did try to do that, but I guess as part of management comment and also new topics and agenda items, maybe we can put something together to reevaluate our impact fees?
Yeah, I think that's an excellent idea because obviously there's been a lot of inflation since 2006. So.
And I know that if we look at those impact fees, they really cover nothing.
That's correct. Today they don't do a whole lot to really do what they were intended to do.
Correct. So it's going to be an action item for us. So I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Director.
You bet.
Before you step away, Director, thank you. Is that all you had, Commissioner? Thank you for now. Thank you. So it was mentioned RVs parking on a residential area, and I think the gentleman that came and spoke during public comment, as you said, there were some violations. They haven't been brought up to code. And there was also, in my understanding, there's also been an issue of people parking on county right-of-way and on the easement. Is that right?
That is correct.
And of course, they've received directly, because how do you find their mailing address? They've received directly a violation?
If they're in the right-of-way in front of a property that has a property owner, then the property owner would get that. But if it's just in the right-of-way, then, you know, we just go address them directly or have the sheriff's department do it if it's been abandoned or whatever, which we run across a lot.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Something else that was mentioned at the very beginning of the meeting. The public speaker was here before us 2 meetings ago. And almost immediately, I requested a copy of the video, court video, and I watched the video. And there was nothing inappropriate on behalf of the judge that was presiding over that particular case. Okay? Unfortunately, that gentleman is not here anymore. I will turn it over. Go ahead, Director Bowling.
Thomas Bowling, B-O-L-L-I-N-G. I just want to introduce the new Assistant Director of Public Works, Bogat.
Good morning, Bo.
Yeah. Bogat, G-O-T-T. Previously worked for the road department here at Nye County for 10 years. Been a member of the community for 26 years. And I just want to say I like the direction that Mr. Bowling has the department moving. And, I look forward to helping him out and you guys out in any way that I can. And sorry, public speaking is not my best attribute, but, I look forward to being here and helping everybody out.
Now that you said that, I know that Mr. Bowling is going to probably make you come up here more often, just to
I get that feeling.
You'll be challenged.
Yeah,
look at
that's
that.
okay. I'm looking forward to it.
Good.
Welcome aboard.
Thank you, Bo. Bo, as he mentioned, did work for us here at Nye County for many years, and he left. The position was posted, and I just want you all to know that year and a half ago, Tom, you've been director now for about a year and a half? A year. I'm rushing you. And I asked the pertinent question. Tom, are you going to be able to handle this position by yourself as the director? Because at the time, he was the assistant director. And the answer was yes. And I said, so would you rather, with your budget, bring on 2 or 3 more people to put in the field out on the road as a workforce to help you accomplish the many goals that we have throughout Nye County versus an assistant? And at the time, the answer was yes. But we saw how the moving parts rapid throughout the county, the budget, and we do not try to burn anybody out, and you're doing a great job. And I'm glad that you went through the process, and your decision was to hire Bogat and get him back here to Nye County. So you have a lot of work ahead of you in the field and in the office and for the county and for the people, because there's a lot of issues going on, and sometimes we think it's slower than it needs to be, and it's really not. It's got to go through the process, and perfect case in point is Basin and Blag. You're doing a great job in keeping the traffic, keeping people well informed for their safety in going around, et cetera, and so they're not frustrated, they're not late for work, et cetera. So that's right here in our backyard. So thank you, Bo, welcome, and thank you again, Director.
Thank you.
We have Miss Stephanie Elliott.
Good morning, Commissioners. Stephanie Elliott, E-L-L-I-O-T-T. Just wanted to share a fantastic experience that I was privileged enough to attend. On Friday last week, April 17th, Nye Communities Coalition had their Brownfields Training graduation ceremony. There were 18 participants that graduated this last Friday. And just as a reminder for the public, this is a Nye County sponsored grant that's available through the EPA, and we subgranted this training opportunity to the Nye Communities Coalition. Just really proud of the group of people. They definitely have their sights held high. It ranged in lots of different ages, and you could just really see the proud moment that the family members had. So it was quite a privilege to be able to be there and represent Nye County. And also just a little plug for them. They now are accepting applications for the final and third cohort for Brownfields training. So this is a really great opportunity, and I would recommend anybody in the public that's interested to reach out to Nye Communities Coalition and speak with Ed Kelly for the next training. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other managers, directors wishing to speak? Public comment at this, well, not public comment, it's your manager comment. Okay, hearing none, let's close Commissioner comments and move on to number 4, please.
Item 4 is approval of the agenda. Today, we'd ask that you remove item number 5 from page 1, and then jumping all the way to page 4, please remove item 35. So page number 1, item 5, and on page number 4, item 35.
Thank you, Manager. Number 6, please.
Item 6, 10 a.m. timed item, presentation of certificates and/or plaques to 9 employees honored for their years of service.
Oh, boy.
I can use this one.
Is it there? We'll make you wireless. Oh, no way.
Test 1, 2.
Very good.
So we have 5 years, Jose Aguilar Andrade, and he's with Public Works.
All right.
That's yours. Thank you, Jose. Next, we have Matthew Brown, 5 years, and he's with Pahrump Fire Department. He's cheating. He's in uniform.
He is in uniform. Congratulations and thank you.
It was okay to move. Thank you, Matthew. It was okay to move over one spot, Arnold. Next, we have Catherine Lawrence, 5 years from the assessor's office. Thank you, Catherine. Next, we have Anton Mendez from Nye County Sheriff's Office, 5 years. Is he here? No. Psych. Psych, he tricked us. Stephen Reiser. Stephen Reiser, IT. 5 years, yes. Okay. Thank you. Catherine White, 5 years. She's with Health and Human Services. Thank you, Catherine. Oh my gosh, she's not in uniform.
You're right.
She's not in uniform. We have 10-year plaque now at this time for Commissioner Donna Cox. Yes, congratulations. She's here. Yeah. Lynette Atkinson with Public Works. 10 years. Congratulations. Thank you, Lynette. So all of the people today that are here are special, and we thank them and congratulate them for their time. When Commissioner Carbone reminded me of who is going to be presented a 40-year plaque for service, I said, 4 10s? And he said, no, that's their schedule. It's not just 40 years. It's 40 years of coming to work at Nye County. I just got to know him a few years ago. Recently, he had to go out on personal time and came right back. Came right back to work to help pick up the slack because we were at a disadvantage here, especially in Pahrump, through the justice court system. And he came back. We're happy he's back. And I'm happy and I'm honored to be able to congratulate Judge Gus Sullivan for 40 years of character service.
If I can say something real quick, the whole 40 years, I did 26 years with law enforcement and then as a judge, and I want to say that Nye County was good to me. Every employee that works for Nye County, I think you ought to be privileged that you're working here. They're a great organization. The commissioners are great to work with, and I'm happy to still be here. So thank you very much.
You just keep on.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge. All right, thank you, folks. Yes.
Apparently they went for a comfort break. One of our commissioners did. Looks like she has her pin on the back of hers.
Yeah, we gotta find out who this is.
Yeah, maybe.
We had a pin stuck on the front and one on the back.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah, so we'll figure out who it was.
I don't get it.
So somebody lost it.
Mhm.
So you want to do the litigation?
Yeah, but I don't know if they knew they were gonna get one. And they
Right now?
realized they're missing one. Yeah, one of the gentlemen has.
Unless you have a plan.
Number 7, please.
Item 7, 10 a.m. timed item for possible action, discussion and deliberation regarding the monthly statement of county treasurer pursuant to NRS 354.280, including receipts, balances and funds, money on deposit, outstanding checks, and cash on hand.
Good morning, Raylan Powers, POWERS.
Yeah, we hear you, Ms. Powers. Everybody's flipping over to their pages. Stand by.
Thank you. I apologize for not being there in person. I am nursing a sick pup, and she's actually here with me in the office at work today.
Well, we hope she gets better soon.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Go ahead, Treasurer, if you'd like to start off and open up.
Yes, absolutely. Again, Raylan Powers, POWERS. I just wanted to take a minute to remind everybody that our reports from the Treasurer's Office are not financial accounting reports. We do not address accruals. We do not address budgets. We actually address apples to apples. If $50 is deposited into our bank account, we want to make sure that that same $50 is recorded in our checkbook. Eden, our accounting software, is our checkbook. And you could actually look at our treasurer's report as our check register. So the month that we have presented today is for February, February 28th, 2023. And we've got the bank reconciliation and treasurer's report for you guys to view and review.
I don't have any questions, Chair.
Okay. Commissioners, any questions for the treasurer?
Raylan, I'm happy to see that, from January to February is significant changes. I really appreciate seeing some of these number changes, especially on your, the actual consolidated report. It really looks good. I'm glad to see that that's coming about.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Cox, did you have anything for the treasurer?
Not at this time, thank you.
Okay. Let me open this up for public comment, please. Do we have anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
No. Any public comment wishing to speak on item number 7, the treasurer's report? No. Hearing and seeing no public.
Chair. Sorry, a hand just raised. Do you want to take that?
Now I hear her. Stand by, please, Treasurer.
The caller is unmuted. Please speak and spell your name for the record.
Yes, this is Tim Bohannon, Bohannon. I'd like to thank the treasurer for getting all the content cleaned up. I know there looks like a little bit ado on the Eden, but here we are a year later, and now we're looking at a reconciliation for the month end February. Good timing, good report. There's a couple negative items on the report, including that would be up to finance to make sure that gets under control. In the state of Nevada, account number 74711 shows a significant balance deficits, or not balance deficit, balance deficit year to date, and that's something that I'm probably going to ask more clarity on, but that's not the venue or the decorum of this comment, but I do want to get more information on that if I could. Thank you.
If I could offer up an explanation on the state of Nevada's account right now, if that would be acceptable.
Yes, go ahead, Treasurer.
Thank you. We had some legislation changes where the state set up a state education fund for real property taxes and personal property taxes. Rather than submit those revenues directly to our school district, we're now required to submit those revenues to the state, and the state is allocating funds to all of the school districts within the state of Nevada. It's merely just a journal entry that needs to occur in order to set the funds correctly as we are working with finance to get those new funds created so that we can address those revenue transfers out of the correct fund.
Thank you. I do still have public comment open. Sam, is there anybody else on the phone, please?
No, Chair.
No. Okay. Hearing and seeing no public comment here in Pahrump, Tonopah, and on the phone, I will close public comment. Any further questions for the treasurer from the commission? No. Thank you very much, Treasurer Raylan Powers. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Number 8, please.
Item 8, 10 a.m. for possible action. Discussion and deliberation regarding 1, presentation by Kathy McKenna with Nevada Outreach Training Organization regarding program status, outcome results, a budget status report, and future goals pursuant to the Nye County ARPA Recovery Plan and Policy, Public Health Assistance Grant, and 2, approve, amend, and approve or reject an advance payment request in the amount of $200,000.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Has it been a busy quarter? Whoo, dog. I never would have guessed in a...
Please identify yourself. Spell
Kathy
your last
McKenna,
name. Thank
McKenna. Apologize.
Thank you.
Never did I ever think we would give out $100,000 in a month for 3 months. I'll just be honest with you. I never imagined it. But it's wonderful. We've helped over 200 individuals to not get evicted from their home or not have their utilities shut off, which is fabulous. They're still coming through the door. Most of them have been just one round. We haven't seen a lot of people having to come in for second and third, so that's very encouraging. We also, through the intake process, which we discussed a quarter ago, that we try to help the person as a whole. So some of them we have done budgeting classes with to kind of help them with their situation, which truthfully has helped a lot. But it's still ongoing. But one of the things that we're finding is we think that the money's falling a little bit short of what we really could do to help. We have a lot of seniors right now that are struggling. They might need a window air conditioner because those broke. Somebody has come in and said, hey, I can't pay for my prescription drugs. The copay's too high. Vehicle registration. I don't have enough money to where I can actually pay for the vehicle registration and get to work. And the last thing we need them out there doing is driving without their vehicle registered or insurance. We've seen medical equipment, somebody not being able to purchase medical equipment. So what I'm really looking to the commission is to see if maybe we can expand this to be able to help the community as a whole. No, it doesn't mean we're going to replace somebody's $15,000 heat pump. But we do find that there's emergent needs that they have. The other thing that we're requesting is looking for an advance. As all the commissioners, I'm sure, are aware of, this is a reimbursable grant. So the client comes in, we figure out what we need to do to help that client, the money that needs to be expended. We write the check, we give it to the utility, or it gets mailed to the mortgage company or rent company. The check gets cashed, and then we will file a report at the end of the month. And I will tell you, your grant staff is fabulous. They have been wonderful to work with. They process the report, and we get a check usually a week later, if not 2 weeks. The problem is we're a good size organization, but not good size enough to be able to withstand $100,000 to $120,000 while we wait for the reimbursement. So what we're looking for is for an advance, and that would allow us to have that money every month. Then we would pay a percentage of it back to the fund when they go to reimburse our money. So when we get to the end of the month, or into the December, we should be even Steven, kind of as we figured out. We would like 200,000 because we feel with the amount of money that we're going through, and as it declines, that we'll need that. I'm concerned that if we ask for 100, it'll get us through maybe halfway, and we would have to come back in and ask for it again, which can be done. It's not a problem. But I think Stephanie will be able to tell you that we've had conversations, and we both agree that this really would be the best way to be able to handle it. So with that, does anybody have any questions for me?
Any questions, Commissioner?
Chair, I'd prefer to hear from Stephanie before I field questions.
Okay.
Would that be okay?
I will. I was going to scoot over for you.
Good morning, Commissioner. Stephanie Elliott, ELLIOTT, the Contract and Grants Manager. And we have Kathy McKenna here today, who was already approved for just over $1.1 million, which encompassed both the homeless tranche of funds for public assistance, as well as the rent, mortgage, and utility public assistance. So we ended up having a presentation back in December, and it was approved by the board to combine those two amounts and provide the one lump sum over to the No to Abuse, as well as Nevada Outreach Training Organization. So far, they have actually helped our community by dispensing $279,000. And this is just starting reporting in January. So it's definitely been a worthwhile program that is helping, and I can definitely support the fact about the numbers. I was looking at those today. I was thinking there was at least 200 people, individual people that you've helped so far. For the numbers' sake, 203,000 of that has actually gone towards actual housing help. And this is both rent as well as mortgage. And so far, we've had just about 65,000 has helped individuals with utilities. So there's definitely a need here in the community. And for personnel costs, it's just under $11,000. So for the total of the funds that are being expended, the grants team, I definitely have to kick my hat off to grants administrator Jessica McCutcheon, as well as financial assistant Stephanie Erga. They have piles of paperwork to go through to try and look at the expenditures and accommodate what we can as quickly as we can to help the organization. In the agenda item itself, I had done some calculations. We had done the math. With the amount that's still available, there's $902,000 available in the grant. Ms. McKenna would like to withdraw $200,000 of that upfront. So that would leave an additional $700,000 available for the program. So that means that Ms. McKenna is going to continue to submit monthly reimbursement requests, but based on the math, she wouldn't get 100% reimbursed. So for the $200,000, it's about 28%. So if she submits a request for $100,000, we're actually going to qualify $28,000 of that towards the $200,000 that you're providing up front. And then the remainder of the $72,000 would be eligible for current reimbursement request. So by the time she hits that $702,000 that's still available, she will have already qualified the $200,000 that we're providing up front.
I think I almost understood that, and I'm not bad with numbers. Can you form that statement in another way? You're saying that do it again, please.
Absolutely. So Ms. McKenna is requesting grant money that we've already allocated. So again, she would like a reimbursement or a withdrawal up front of $200,000 without any backup. So right now, all of our programs are reimbursement basis only. They have to provide the applicable backup for us to give them anything. Ms. McKenna has been doing that. Every other day, we're getting backup to support expenditures.
Can I stop you right there?
Yes, ma'am.
So are you saying of the allocated funds that have already been received by Nevada Outreach, you can account for 100% of what we've done, or you're telling us we can only account for 28% of what we've allocated to this point?
What we've allocated to this point, as you can see, again, in partially in the backup, there was a little bit of an exception that had been made. And right now, we're still trying to qualify just $20,000. So of the 279,000, there's 20,000 that we need a secondary form of backup on, and we have paid that out.
Perfect, thank
The
you.
28% is what she will need to qualify to kind of pay down.
Front load.
That's right.
That's
right.
So we went from the 30, we had, I think when we talked to you, she was 35,000 behind, now she's only 20.
That's correct.
So that means we're starting to catch up. And again, this is outlay that she's putting out of her own pocket, and she's trying to catch up. That's part of the other problem, too. So I know that that's an issue.
Question, please. You mentioned that you assist the homeless.
Yes.
Could you tell us some of what you do for the homeless, please, here in Nye County?
Absolutely. So we, quarterly, we have a community wraparound event where we get with other community partners. We give out food, we give out blankets in the wintertime, water, hygiene products. We also provide laundry service once a week for them so they can come and get their clothes washed. We also provide travel vouchers for if they need to go somewhere like a doctor that they can't get to, either by walking or by bike. We do provide shower vouchers for them as well so that they can take showers. So anything that, and we also put them on the homeless queue. So as you're aware, we do the registration for the homeless in Nye County. Health and Human Services also is another location. And so we try to get those that are interested in having housing to get them in the queue to get them off the street.
Okay, thank you. And with this advance, Stephanie, who will be ultimately administering? Is she, so you have both sides. Your team will still be monitoring, overseeing the advance. You'll be presenting the backup, et cetera.
Yes.
Yep, absolutely.
So it's a little more labor intensive than just surrendering the grant and then you coming back and complying.
Right. She'll just, when she goes to reimburse me, if I send in 100,000, she'll say, hey, we approved all 100,000. We're going to pay you the 72, and we're going to put 28,000 down on your 200,000 note. Because the problem is all of our grants are reimbursable grants. So we're already on, and we operate under about 20 grants right now. So all of those grants we have to do, which we don't have a problem with our standard grants. The $1 million was a big uptick, and so we don't have that flow for that.
Operating capital.
Exactly.
Cash flow.
I thought it was $1.1 million.
It's $1,182,291 to be exact.
Thank you for the
Just so you know.
clarification.
I keep very close track of that money.
And thank you for everything that you do with the outreach program and other programs you're involved in.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions for
So I've
Ms.
got one, I've
Elliott?
got another.
Or-
So at our current rate, looking like every quarter, we're spending about serving about $200,000. So we'll basically run out of funds without our outreach if they keep up the current rate about January 2024 is what we're looking at with the 700,000 that remains.
If not sooner.
If not sooner, awareness will come, right? Exactly.
Well, we're seeing more and more people come in, and also if we're allowed to slightly expand it so that we can help people that have other issues. I'll have an elderly lady that might get $783 a month in Social Security. Her house may be paid off, so we don't pay for her house, but she can't drive to the doctor in Vegas because her tires are bald. Things of that nature.
Yep, understood. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Ms. McKenna or Ms. Elliott?
Sure. So what happens if we don't do this for you?
They just won't get their tires replaced.
I just want people.
It has no benefit for Nevada Outreach. So that's one thing that I want everyone to understand. It doesn't benefit. It benefits the people behind me and the people that are watching. It's the community that actually is going to be suffering if we're not able to help them. And that's why I would like to expand it a bit so that we can get people back on their feet. Not everybody has an issue with rent and utilities. They have issues with other things.
I'd just like to make sure people understand, if we don't do certain things don't happen. But again, it's also at the end of all this money that's there, that'll be the end of it. So the next step is what do we do from there?
That's why we're trying to get people through budgeting classes to be able to help them see where they can change their lives to be able to afford those things that are unexpected or out of pocket. It is difficult when you are in the lower income bracket. It's just a matter of fact, but it's one of those things that hopefully we can help them to help themselves for in the future.
You've probably heard people that come during public comment and say things that, none of us are helping, the homeless and trying to get things accomplished and help them out. It seems like there is things happening and there is people being saved.
Absolutely. We do a lot with the homeless to try to help their situation a little bit better.
I just want to make sure we get that out there. Thank you.
And also, Kathy, can you explain to the commissioners if they do not approve the upfront advance, what that would do to the program?
Most likely I would stop. Just be honest with you. I can't rob Peter to pay Paul. I have 20 other grants that I have to be able to support, which I don't have an issue supporting those, but our grants, to give you an idea, in total is about $1 million. So I have the cash flow to be able to do the operating expenses for the 20 grants that I have that are $1 million. I just don't have the cash flow for this additional $1 million.
That's what I asked early in the beginning of the meeting. You're running out of money.
Yes.
That's the problem.
Gentle pressure. Thank you. Commissioner Cox has something.
Yes, I just have a question about how do you get your clients to come? Do you advertise this specifically to the homeless somehow in the paper or on TV, or how do you get the word out there, word of mouth from each other?
Yes.
Because I never see.
And all the above. So when we did the homeless, count at the end of January.
Mm-hmm.
And so when we were visiting them, we let them all know that we had that grant funding out there. So come into the office, let's see what we can do to help you out. A lot of the homeless already come to our office because many receive benefits, and those that receive benefits, you have to have an address to be able to receive that. We are that address. So we allow them to use our address to have their mail delivered. So they usually will come in at least once a month to be able to see us and say, hey, do I have any mail? Can I pick up a new pair of shoes? So we deal with them one-on-one that way. We also deal with a lot of the community members so that they can pass it along. So Nye Communities Coalition is one that we deal with very closely. We make sure we announce it in the meetings that, yes, we have these fundings, as well as we meet. We have a provider meeting with Health and Human Services and ICC and others, and we work in cooperation with each other.
Okay, so I never see anything advertised.
KPVM did a wonderful interview in, I believe, Deanna could probably tell you, but I believe it was January. And trust me, we've had a lot of positive response from it. I've received several calls. In fact, I received a new grantor from it. So I've been very appreciative. I've also spoke in front of other different community groups, like the veterans meetings. They know about the ARPA money. So the biggest thing we try to do is just tell everyone. I'm not sure why you haven't heard, but at least you know, and hopefully you're passing that information along to your constituents as well.
Well, for one thing, I don't have time to watch TV. So I read a lot. So I read the newspaper, and I've never seen anything in there. I've never seen anything just.
They did a great article on the Nye ARPA funds. A great article.
Yeah.
To tell them to come to Nevada Outreach to be able to get that.
But that's kind of a one-time thing. Maybe you could connect with the newspaper and get them to donate and put, some kind of just a free thing that says, to the homeless, this is what you can do and where you can go. Because we have new people coming in all the time too. Some people leave, some people pass away, but it doesn't seem like any of them are leaving. We just keep getting more to replace them. So a lot of them don't speak to each other. They don't have a lot of communication because they tend to have a kind of fear of each other. And so they don't have a way to communicate. For instance, they live pretty far apart. They go to their place, they come home. They go to the park, they come home. If something could be posted in a few of those places, or and maybe get the newspaper to allow you a small space somewhere that just addresses the homeless, so they see homeless, and then it's going to catch their attention. Yep. A lot of them don't have TVs. They don't have communication with phones. That's basically all I wanted to do, was try to get the word out there.
Sure.
Better than what it is now, because I keep hearing we don't do anything for the homeless. So let's do as much as we can. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I actually really love that idea, Commissioner Cox. If you were to speak with somebody at the local newspaper, they call it briefs or in brief.
Right.
And they typically just need a little blurb about what you're doing. Yep. And I'm sure that they can get that.
I'll give Robin a call.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all I have.
Thank you, Commissioners. At this time, I'd like to open it up for public comment, unless you have something else to add.
Nothing else here.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment on the phone, please, Sam, for number 8?
Yes, Chair. The caller is unmuted. Please speak and spell your name for the record.
Yes, Amy Nelson, Nelson. I think it's a fabulous program. Kathy McKenna has been a real champion in this valley and in Nye County for not just children, but for everybody. And I really support what she's doing, and I hope the commissioners help them out. They really need it to help the other people. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nelson. Go ahead, Ms. Hollis.
Mary Ann Hollis, Hollis. Once again, the public, such as myself, only have the backup material to look at before we prepare a statement. And speaking for myself, I do additional research beyond that, make a few calls so that my facts are straight. Then we come to a meeting and we hear the presentation, and there's a few more different facts tossed out, and you have like half a second to think about changing what you might have said. What I heard was a request for a front of $200,000. But then I also heard that there's a request for additional funds, and I didn't hear any amount attached to that, but the additional funds for the other things, car repairs. I'm sorry, Debra Strickland, can you, I don't understand why you're shaking your head at me.
I didn't hear that. I heard that's not on the agenda item. I stopped your time, Ms. Hollis.
Thank you.
So you would know that the agenda item is as presented, and there's no additional funds. The original grant was the 1.1 and change, and our backup shows how it's been used so far, but there's no request for additional funds. We didn't give her 1.1. We gave her, she's only being reimbursed every single time she puts in to the grants administrator. So now she's saying that's not operable. She can't do it that way. If she could have $200,000 in advance so she can get ahead of it as she is allocating funds. Correct, commissioners? Yep.
So I understand.
Basically, that is the process.
Thank you. Thank you. And I apologize for taking your time. I'll start.
That's okay. Thank you. So again, me, the public, looks at the backup material, and the second paragraph under the second question addresses this additional funds. So I guess that's not up for discussion today. The additional funds is just the $200,000 forwarding amount. Is that okay? Yeah, you can't answer me. I know. I'm sorry.
No, Ms. Hollis, that is true.
Thank you. I'm not used to the back and forth, so you're throwing me off a little here. So in this backup material, it states $300,000 over the first 3 months. So with my simple math, the $702,000 left would only cover the next 6 months at this rate of spending. So what will happen for the last 3 months of this grant? It can't sustain itself with my simple math, and it's simple math. I've only ever heard the commission deny a grant one time, and that was because someone up there said, how many people have you really serviced? What was your success story? And the answer to that was 0. So that grant was denied. And we hear that there's about 200 people helped so far with this. And that's great. I won't dismiss that achievement. But they've admitted to underestimating the actual amount they would be actually distributing. And they admit needing help to modify their cash flow in and out, and, quote, they are still short on cash flow, and that's been made public now. So my biggest piece of comment would have been about the additional funds. So if that's not going to be discussed, then I will end it here. But I don't see how this can sustain itself. And there's been a question, will you be back? And I have to guess that they will be.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hollis. Is there anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
Yes, Chair, the caller is unmuted. Please speak and spell your name for the record.
Hi, this is Tim Bohannon, Bohannon. I had a couple comments and a rhetorical question on this. I see that we're reaching 213 people, and that's in item 1, which is a commendable number. A rhetorical question to think for future presentation, making the assumption that you will be presenting in the future, is that a general cost per person, and what's typical from this standpoint? I think the speaker made some very eloquent comments of the importance of the program. This program is very important. It's something we should absolutely consider, but I'd like to see it from the standpoint of also not only here, but also in the future. You know, what do we need to do from a sustainability standpoint? What's common, and do we want to adopt that as a community? Is this something we want to go forward with? Do we like it? And I think the answer is probably going to be yes, or at least it is for me at this point. But very strong comments, I thought, very good feedback as far as the importance of this program, and I'd like to see it pass. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Heron Pahrump, please.
Good morning. My name is Victoria Polson. It's always misspelled. Poulsen. I have a couple of questions. Well, I have one comment. And it was interesting about the elderly woman who perhaps has a home that's paid for, but she only gets $790 a month in Social Security. And that sounds pretty bleak. But if her home is paid for and she gets roughly $800 a month, she is living below the poverty level. She qualifies for Medicaid, SNAP, and just about every federal subsidy. A set of tires on an average car that an elderly woman drives is probably going to be an older sedan. She can probably get a whole set of tires for just under $400 at any one of the tire centers in town. That's about 1/2 of 1 month of Social Security. An elderly woman probably doesn't have a lot of expenditures. She can handle buying the tires. It sounds horrible, but it happens. Technically, it doesn't look like it because it's on the inside, but I'm disabled. The pandemic did hit a lot of people hard. This is a community of elderly and retired people, and I'm hearing a lot of, the pandemic hit everybody so hard. We didn't have jobs to lose. Most of us aren't working. This is a retirement town, and I hear over and over again about how, we don't want growth. We came here to retire. We came here to enjoy a low cost of living, a simple lifestyle. And every attempt to grow this town is rejected on those arguments. Why are so many people coming here without jobs, without homes, and expecting to be taken care of? We took care of our children. We took care of our families. A lot of us are taking care of our parents. If we object to spending more and more on social programs that this town wasn't built to accommodate, we're labeled as villains. We're not villains. We're trying to be fiscally responsible. That's why we are retired. That's why we are living within our means. That's why we came here, because we left communities where it was too expensive to retire to. The money has already been allocated. That's not the issue. My issue is anybody auditing this program? Is anybody seeing that this really is a community chest for people who really are being slammed? And yes, there are people who are being hit with horrible illnesses. Maybe they do need medical equipment that Medicaid won't cover or can't cover the entire cost of. It does happen. A community chest is one thing, but are we becoming a dumping ground? Are we becoming a place where everybody is coming to because the word is out? Oh, there's a program. They'll give you anything. They'll feed you. They'll house you. They'll give you clothing. They'll do this. They'll do that. I'm asking if this program is being audited, and I'm asking how much of this is really going towards the community that came here to retire, have been living here for years. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bolson. Is there anybody else on the phone, please? Sam?
No, Chair.
No. Mr. Lackey, please, here in Pahrump.
Darrell Lackey, Lackey. You know, I fix things. It's what I do. And what I see is something, it's not fixing anything here. You know, to enable people, there's certain people that will go whenever there's something free and hey, they're giving it away, you might as well go get it. And that's the attitude. If they're giving it away, might as well go get it. And some people do that and some people don't. Most of the people in this room aren't benefited from that program. I don't think so. I'm talking about behind me. Now, for 5 years, you know, I've been pushing my program. It's a work program where people come and earn. It's a merit system for people to come and do things that don't exist now. Solar tracking the sun, to learn how to build and to build solar trackers. When you track the sun, you get 20 times the power out of it. But anyway, that's just one of the things. There's some few other tricks up my sleeve of things that don't exist that people need. I fix RVs. I do a lot of things. I've been in all the building trades. I fix things. I've invented a type of building that is very low overhead, very highly insulated with rain collection and it doesn't rain here. Okay, it doesn't matter. Why throw the water away that lands on your roof? Anyway, that's beside the point. The point is, let's do something that solves the problem. I mean, year after year, it's just going to be the grant money going to giving people that come in and ask for it, to, you know, what their problem is that week and this and that. And a lot of people, that's what they do. They say, oh, well, who's giving away what? You know, I know a lot of people, they go in multiple food handouts and all that stuff, and they don't need it. They don't use it.
Is there anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Okay. Hearing and seeing no public comment in Pahrump, Tonopah, and on the phone, I will close public comment. Any further discussion from the commission?
I just want to say one thing. This is ARPA money. It was given to us by the federal government. It's our job to just get this money out, and it's being done well. Yes, it's being looked at. Our grants administration staff verifies all this for reimbursement. Done and done. So we're doing the best we can. We're getting money out there. Nye County Coalition, we're doing the job that we were handed to do. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Go ahead, Ms. Elliott.
Just wanted to address a couple of the concerns that folks had. You know, part of this being, well, is this just a one-time grant? Yes, it is. These funds, like Commissioner Strickland had mentioned, were because of the pandemic. These funds will cease when they're done, and we have to have them spent prior to 2026. Does this fix the problem? Unfortunately, no, it doesn't. However, there are several organizations, including Nye County Health and Human Services, that have very similar programs. Nevada Outreach Training Organization has been a proven partner within Nye County to help people of low income or homeless. And I also wanted to mention that in our actual policy for the ARPA program, it does state that the potential grantee must do an intake review. So unfortunately, you can't just walk up to Kathy McKenna and put your hand out. She is going to require quite a bit of information prior to you being able to be a recipient of these grant funds. As far as the audit is concerned, it's an extensive process to be able to quantify all of the payments being paid to Valley Electric. There are numerous landlords here in town. There are several mortgage companies that we're paying. Some of those payments range as little $15 or $16 all the way up to $4,500 or $5,000 for 3 months past due rent. So there is a lot of discrepancy. There isn't just a blanket $1,000 per person. It's literally, we're looking at the invoices, the receipts, the canceled checks to be able to make sure that these funds are going to Nye County and where they're needed. The additional funds. Ms. McKenna is not asking for any additional funding. She's asking for an advancement of the initial amount that was allocated, and she's asking for the $200,000. There was something mentioned in her presentation that maybe need to be considered, and I don't know if this is the appropriate time or if we bring that back, but she had asked if we could expand her services. Currently, she's helping people with home payments such as mortgage and rent, as well as utility payments. She's got a little bit allocated for travel as well as personnel costs. She would like to increase the program to be able to provide other sorts of household or personal necessities, if you will. So again, I don't know if that's part of what we can amend in today or if that's even something that the board is considering.
No, we would not be able to consider that today. Thank you.
Sure.
That being said, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Second. Second.
Okay, I have a first and a second on the floor. Any further discussion from the commissioners? Okay, I'd like to call for the vote, please.
Aye.
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 Where's aye?
Thank you very much.
Passes 5-0. Thank you, congratulations. Go and do good things. Number 9, please.
Item 9, 10 a.m. timed item for possible action, public hearing, discussion, and deliberation on AP-23-1, an appeal of the Pahrump Regional Planning Commission's denial of the following application. WV-23-2, waiver from Nye County Code 17.04.730D4 to waive the requirement of asphalt drive aisles, and 17.04.320H1, a waiver to allow chain link fencing with non-mesh privacy slats in lieu of block wall on properties located at 2840, 2880, and 2790 North Nevada Highway 160, Pahrump, Nevada. Assessor's parcel numbers listed as in your agenda. Robert A. Little, property owner, applicant.
Do we have Mr. Little here? Thank you. Please identify yourself, spell your last names.
Okay. Robert Little, Little.
And sir, will you be speaking?
I may be also Bill Cookston with Civil Wise,
Thank you.
Cookston.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Little.
Yeah, I'm just asking that the Nye County Board of Commissioners approve my appeal. What I'm seeking to do is I have a property just on the north side of the Dollar General on Highway 160, and my original plan was to put in Connex storage containers. I've spoke to several of the commissioners. Some of them are saying that they're pretty unsightly and they don't want them along the highway. So the solution I was proposing is to put up a privacy chain link, a privacy slatted fence that would conceal them so people wouldn't have to see them when they drove by. So I can rent those out. But the reason for my waiver is to request on the drive aisles in lieu of the asphalt to use type 2 compacted gravel. And if you guys are inclined to vote no on my request to substitute the compacted gravel in lieu of the asphalt, if you're inclined to vote no on that more because you don't like the containers, I would like for you to still consider voting yes on allowing the waiver. If I was to, I'd preferably like to put in Connex containers, but if not, I'd like to maybe look at putting buildings in, and instead, like a traditional storage facility. But honestly, I'd like to do Connex containers because I can get them in there quicker, and like I said, I would conceal them so nobody would have to look at them when they drove by, because I know they're not the most prettiest things to look at.
Mr. Little?
Yeah.
Chair, I apologize. I got distracted by trying to find Director Wagner, and we read the item, and I did not do a disclosure, and I apologize, but I did make Mr. Little aware when we talked this morning. I'd like to disclose that I own Lakeside Storage, which is also a storage facility here on Homestead, and we had a nice discussion this morning, but I apologize for not making that disclosure as soon as the item was read.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other disclosures? Okay. Please go ahead, Mr. Cookson.
Yeah, I'd like to add, just to make sure that you know, Mr. Little is also wanting to withdraw the waiver for the privacy slats in lieu of the block wall on the back. He is going to put in the block wall on the back. Is that correct?
Correct. Along the property line that abuts the residential zone. It's currently vacant, but, I'm willing to put in a 6-foot wall there and an 8-foot, 7 to 8 foot fence on the other 3 sides to conceal them, to conceal the containers. If I can do that, I know there was an issue at the fireworks store. They're wanting them to get the containers, get them out of put them inside of a warehouse. So if that's where the county's going, I would like to at least get have the option to put in the compacted gravel if I'm willing to do buildings in lieu of the containers.
So just to add to that a little bit, one of the reasons why he's wanting to put in the gravel versus the asphalt or chip seal is that obviously it's cheaper to put in. We feel that having the gravel in there is better for the absorption of some water, a little bit less runoff when we do get the rain. And if it's properly maintained, you still don't add the dust. And overall, it helps keep the buildings or connexes cooler because you don't have as much heat reflecting off of the black asphalt.
May I ask the DA, it sounds like our agenda item is changing rapidly as we sit here, if I'm not incorrect. And so, per our discussion this morning, Mr. Little, I asked if you wouldn't withdraw this item and come back to us with your new ideas. Because now you've asked to withdraw the non-mesh privacy slats and keep the waiver for the asphalt drive. And so, in fact, in our backup, and you've also said that you would not do trans containers, you'd look at doing buildings. And so we're all over the board, if I may say so, commissioners, and I would really appreciate if this drawing rendering is great, but it's not reflective of what changes you have already indicated right now in this meeting that you'd like to make. And may I state that there is more enough room for more storage facilities. And we had that discussion, so let's make sure we understand that I encourage you to do a storage facility, but discourage, once again, the trans containers, if I may.
Okay, may I, commissioners? Director Wagner, there's an appeal due to the RPC vote. They have 30 days from that point to appeal, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so this is time of the essence.
I see.
And I'm not disagreeing with Commissioner Strickland that Mr. Little's all over the board with different options. If we do this, he'll do this. If we do that, he'll do that, et cetera. That's not what's on the agenda. So I'm not sure that we have that flexibility to
Chair, if I might.
Mr. DA.
He has filed his appeal, and I do agree that the problem is that the way this is written, you really can't entertain any amendments to it. However, if you simply continue this to another meeting, he has timely filed his appeal, so therefore it's not a procedural issue for you to go ahead and consider any additional things that he may want to present.
Mr. DA? If they continued this item, could it be agendized differently?
Absolutely.
They
Yeah.
can, okay.
Yeah, we could correct whatever needed to be corrected in the new agenda item. But it would still be, the fact that the appeal was filed, we're going back, referencing back in time to the time when the appeal was originally filed.
Correct, he'll still give us the appeal as it's written, and he have the options that would be in that appeals to say, this is what we could do.
Correct,
Which is hopefully what we would get. Appreciate that.
So why couldn't we just do that today?
We can't rewrite the item.
Yeah, but you're saying you're going to write it the same way, and you're just going to add changes to it.
Correct, which you can't do the way this is written.
So you want the changes in writing?
The appeal itself is simply more that they want to appeal what the RPC has done. The content of how you change it really doesn't affect the appeal that's been filed.
It would need to be agendized to where you can either
Modify.
overturn, amend, or deny, either way.
So we don't have the privilege of amending it today?
Not the way it's written.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, isn't the way it was applied for, so he would just have to redo his application. Of course, we'll credit his fees and stuff, so.
Okay.
But one of the things I did want to bring up, if you don't mind, the asphalting of the drive aisles isn't just a dust control issue. I mean, it is a requirement for dust control, but it's also a requirement for fire. That there's got to be all-weather surface in the facility. And then on top of that, and I'll confirm, but my understanding is there's no intentions of installing water of any kind, any wells or anything on this property, which is also a requirement for fire protection. So,
Could I address that with a question while I have him here? If that's the case, this would be a commercial zoning, and I believe all commercial they do have to put in water tanks that are required.
if there's not fire flow available through a hydrant, yes.
Yes, so does he have water lines down there, or is he going to go on a well?
It would require a well.
So he has to do the water tanks regardless.
Yeah, you won't get building permits.
So that takes care of the water issue, doesn't it? I mean,
would.
we can't require him to put in on the street water.
No, I don't even believe it's in the, I could be wrong, it could be in the service territory, but I don't believe there's water available.
Right, the closest water to there is Mesquite.
So the tanks should meet the requirement. There would be fire, he would have fire.
If he was to install a well and put the tanks in, yeah. But, and you're right, I'm just saying, development wouldn't happen without a water source and fire protection. It would never get approved to even be developed.
So he's required to put the well in. Does he realize that? Does he realize he has to put the well in?
Probably does now. Okay. We haven't got that far.
Sorry about that. I'm a little ahead of the game here. Okay, thank you.
You bet.
Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you, Director. So, Mr. Little, before I open it up for public comment, and we'd like to hear from you, the applicant, what your intentions, what would you like to do at this point? Would you like us to continue today, or would you like us to have you reevaluate and step back?
If we continue it, are we able to come back here? Does it push it back to the RPC?
Comes back to us here at the Commission.
I would recommend that we continue it to another meeting and be able to get more information for them.
Yeah, let's go ahead and continue it and get some more information, and hopefully we'll get an approval. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Little. At this time, I'd like to open it up for public comment. It is a public hearing, and then I'll look for a motion. Yep. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Jim here in Pahrump.
Eddie Jim, J-I-M, last name. Yeah, if this guy wants Connex buildings, so you should be able to put them in there. They're a little safer than the buildings. I know, I've been burglarized a few times with these buildings. I think Connex is much safer. You have the theft, ability there too, though, but I think they're a little more safer. So fight this guy over this. Connex is, I think it's a little ridiculous because I think they're much safer than these buildings. Because these buildings, they just go on the roof, start screwing the screws off and get in, or on the side, and that's how they get in. Connexes don't have a lot of screws in them to take the panel off, so that's my experience with them. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
Yes, Chair. The caller is unmuted. Please speak and spell your name for the record.
Yes, hello. My name is Laura Larson, Larsen. Regarding the fact of putting Connexes out on the freeway, when people are coming into our town, they don't want to see, just having Connexes over on the side. I think it would be better to have a building there. in addition to having the concrete there, because of the fact that you have more stability regarding the fact of that, also it'll create more revenue for the assessor's office regarding the fact of our concrete that we are all taxed on. I think it would look nicer and with a brick wall in addition to everything else. But I think that that was another reason why the planning division denied his approval, because of the fact of the when you're driving into town on 160, they don't want to see all that connexes, and neither does anybody else that comes in here. I own property regarding the fact of having connexes on them, and yeah, I do get, you know, you need the support underneath if you're going to have storage facility, you know, you're going to use them as storage facility. Just wanted to throw that out there. Thank you very much. Have a blessed day.
Thank you, Ms. Larson. Anybody else on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Okay. Hearing and seeing no public comment in Pahrump, Tonopah on the phone, I will close public comment and entertain a motion, please.
I'd like to make a motion to continue this to the next, I'm trying to think, when the next 30 days, what do we have for a calendar?
May 16th.
May 16th, thank you.
Second.
10 a.m. Pahrump.
Oh, I thought you were through. Second.
So I have a motion and a second on the floor.
May I state one more thing?
Yes, of course.
We have, as you know, and maybe the public needs to be reminded, we have a sunset clause with the fireworks people that they have to move their Connex boxes, so they will not be able to be seen on the highway. They're building warehouses. And so herein lies our dilemma for having a Connex box storage facility on the highway. You can't allow one and not another, so we're looking at the overall picture. So the public might be aware. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other discussion before I call for the vote?
Just a comment. We have, I believe, already set precedents in that matter, except for the fact that the ones on the highway now aren't fenced. That might be a consideration. And it's not exactly in the center of town. So we have to kind of consider that when the time comes.
Okay, I'd like to call for the vote, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Where's aye?
Everybody's aye.
Continuing, item number 9, May 16th at 10 a.m. Thank you. I'd like to call for a 7-minute comfort break, please.
And 7 minutes.
Because Ron said 7 minutes. He said.
See, there's.
Right, let's get this right.
12:14.
They don't like it. It's too much of their time.
Who doesn't like it?
Fire department. The guys
Fire
that came.
department doesn't like doing the paramedic stuff? Is that what you're
No,
saying?
the fire department doesn't want to do interfacilities transfers. Interfacility transfers is where they get their funds.
Where they just go from here to the hospital?
No, from the hospital to Vegas. That's interfacilities transfers. Those are transfers from the hospital to Vegas, okay? And they don't like doing it. But that is where they get their money to pay for the fire department. Get rid of that.
It's okay.
Where's the fire department getting their money to
Maybe we
pay
do
for their?
need a contract.
That's my point. That's right.
They're not doing it, they're not doing
Yes.
a complete job.
That's right.
Well, I've got, now they're informed, that's.
Number 10, please.
Item 10, 10 o'clock timed item for possible action. Public hearing, discussion, and deliberation on A, ZCMP-23-2. Public hearing, discussion, and deliberation on an application for a minor master plan amendment of approximately 2.17 acres from rural density residential RDR to rural development area RDA. And B, ZCMP-23-3. Public hearing, discussion, and deliberation on an application for a zone change to change 2.17 acres from neighborhood commercial NC to neighborhood commercial manufacturing CM for property located at 3620 West Bell Vista Avenue, Pahrump, Nevada. Assessors parcel number 028-24533. Top Notch Carrier LLC property owner, Valerie Martel, applicant agent.
Director Wagner?
Good afternoon now. Director Wagner, W-A-G-G-O-N-E-R. Pretty straightforward application. I don't know, I'm sure most of you are familiar with this. This applicant has a trucking business on the opposite side of the street from these parcels, and they're wishing to turn these parcels into a storage yard. It was heard by the RPC just this last Wednesday, and they did recommend approval for the zone change and master plan amendment. So I'm just here for any questions.
Unanimously, Director?
Unanimously.
Yes.
And Chair, when you get ready, I'll make a motion when we have.
And I will also let you know that the applicant is in the audience if you guys had any questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Martell, and thank you, Director. Commissioners, did you have any questions for Director or Ms. Martell? No? Okay, let me open it up for public comment, please. Is there any public comment on the phone?
No, Chair.
No? Hearing and seeing no public comment here in Pahrump and in Tonopah and on the phone, I will close public comment.
Okay, I'll make a motion then, since we don't have any other comments. Make a motion to approve ZCMP zone change 23.2 or -2 and also -3. That's A and B.
Second.
So I have a motion and a second on the floor. Is there any further discussion from the commission? And I'd like to call for the vote, please.
Aye.
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 Carbone, aye. Just in your district.
Thank you. Number 10, A and B passes 5-0. Thank you. Number 11, please.
Item 11, 10 a.m. timed item for possible action. Discussion and deliberation to approve LD-22-30, a tentative commercial subdivision map. The application is to allow a commercial subdivision on approximately 5.84 acres, zone neighborhood commercial, located at 6958 South Fox Avenue, Pahrump, Nevada. Assessors parcel number 045-17167. Triple H Investments LLC owner, Tanny Engineering Corporation agent applicant.
Excuse me, Manager, one moment, Director, please. Mr. DA, would it be appropriate at this time to open number 12 as well?
It's the actually opposite side of the road.
You could open both at the same time, yes.
Thank you. Number 12, please, Manager Sutton.
Item 12, 10 a.m. for possible action, discussion and deliberation to approve LD-22-31, a tentative commercial subdivision map. The application is to allow a commercial subdivision on approximately 7.20 acres of property zoned neighborhood commercial located at 5060 East Kellogg Road, Pahrump, Nevada. Assessors parcel number 043-60230, Triple H Investments LLC owner, Tanny Engineering Corp. Agent applicant.
Thank you very much. Director Wagner, please.
Director Wagner, Waggoner. So these were previously approved tentative maps. They had actually came forward to you I can't remember exactly when.
2018, I believe.
And it was discovered at that point, they had came forward with the final map, and it was discovered at that point that their tentative map had just expired. So the item wasn't heard by this board, so this is just them going back through the procedures to continue on with their planned development. So.
Okay.
And the applicant's here in the audience.
Thank you.
If you have questions.
Does the applicant wish to speak? No. Okay. Any discussion from the commissioners? No. Public comment, please. Let's open public comment. Anybody on the phone, please?
No, Chair.
No. No public comment here in Pahrump, Tonopah, and on the phone. I will close public comment.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve LD 2230 and 31.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on the floor for items number 11 and 12. If there's no further discussion, I'd like to call for the vote, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Carbone, aye.
Deborah's aye.
Boskovich, aye.
Agendized items number 11 and 12 pass 5-0.
Lunch?
Thank you. No, let me move to number 14, please.
Excellent.
Item 14 for possible action, discussion and deliberation to adopt, amend and adopt, or reject Town of Pahrump Resolution Number 2023-02, a resolution dissolving the Pahrump Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee.
Good afternoon.
Morning, Commissioners.
Please, we know who you are, Jimmy, but...
Oh, sorry. Jimmy Martinez, Martinez. We put this forward to disband the Park and Rec Board because of actually not functioning correctly, not really doing anything in that sense. So staff and myself and Courtney have been taking over doing the field allocation movie in the park and answering any questions and getting stuff, items out in the field for field allocations and everything. So moving forward with all contracts.
So what you're telling me is you're doing everything that the Parks and Recs group was supposed to do, but you're doing all those activities anyway?
Yes.
Okay.
Chair, if I may.
Yes, Sam, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Thank you. Samantha Tackett for the record. As indicated in the resolution attached, the Parks and Rec Advisory Committee was developed to serve a purpose, which was to act in an advisory capacity to the governing body, and also to develop a 5-year plan. In addition to what Mr. Martinez mentioned, the committee has not done either of those things as far as we know since their inception, which could have been in the mid to late 90s.
But I can tell you, early in the years, they were doing some things. I mean, they were progressing, but it just got to the point where they're not doing it any longer. And it's been many years. I know that Commissioner Cox has been their liaison for many years, and she can tell you that there's things were not really progressing. So with that.
Plus, Jimmy Martinez, you have additional staff now, so it makes it easier for you to be able to do those functions and just streamline it, frankly.
Correct.
And Commissioners,
Before
if I
you
may.
speak, what was your name again?
Courtney Kenny, Kenney, the Administrative Secretary for Building and Grounds. So I just want to reiterate that, like what Jimmy had stated and Sam as well, so staff has been performing the duties for field allocations and movies in the park, myself, as well as Jimmy. We do attend the Park and Rec committees, and I also want to make sure that it's known that there has been multiple times where OML has been broken during their meetings. I know that there's been, myself, even the liaison, even you as well, Commissioner Carbone, that has tried to keep them on track and everything with attending their meetings. But yes, all of field allocations, movies in the park, those have been done by staff for quite a while, and moving forward, if they are dissolved, that will continue with town staff, as it always has been done that way. Field allocations will still happen. there will still be a meeting that is held for the public, where the public will be notified of field allocations, where all of the organizations can still come and attend like we've always done. It's just Town of Pahrump staff will hold that meeting, probably in the community center. Movies in the Park will still happen. We have already been the ones that gets the contract for Movies in the Park. There has been, discussion during Park and Rec meetings where they discuss certain movies that are picked. But beyond that, the actual function, getting the contract, being there for staff hours at the, movie, all of that is done by staff. So all of the kind of back end of everything will still continue for Movies in the Park as well, which is why, written policies and procedures have been created to also reflect that as well.
Thank you. So my question is, it's an advisory board of what, 5?
So total members, they do have 7, but right now they are pretty low on members.
Oh, okay. And have they, during events, have they come to help and assist?
No, sir.
And they have, obviously, bylaws for their advisory board that they're supposed to follow. And I'm not going to assume they knew that they were supposed to put together a 5-year plan, but if they're not even coming out and volunteering and helping you with these events, I'm not sure what their function was. I know what their function is, what it's supposed to be, but I don't know what their function was. Commissioners?
Yes, I just would like to point out that having advisory boards cost us money whether they're paid or not. It's extra money. You're going to be doing this out of your general wage, hours that you're already paid. Because staff has to put out agendas, they have to meet requirements that the board puts upon them. And so this is kind of just taking out the middleman. What I'd like you to do is work with us directly if this gets approved. Keep us updated on things that they didn't really keep any of us updated on because they didn't even send a person here to the meetings to update us when they actually were agendized to do so, and no one showed up. So we've even had maybe a couple of them overstep their bounds, and so as much as I like people to be involved, they need to be involved or not. And you're already getting a wage, and so we're not taking on any added expense by doing this. We're actually saving money. But I would like to have you actually bring some of these things to the board and at least make a report on them like they were supposed to do. So that we are kept abreast of what's happening, and if you need help with anything, come and ask us, because we do have some people that probably be glad to help you volunteer to come and do them. It's just something that they never asked for. They just made it comments and left it at that. So I don't know if there's things that you may come across in the future where you actually need our approval for them, but we're here, and we would appreciate you letting us know and keeping track of what's happening. I think it's very important to some people. And if any major decisions that include some kind of laws, you might want to run past the DA's office and get approval from them. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you. Let me open it up for public comment before we move on. Is there any public comment on the phone, please, for number 14?
No, Chair.
No. Okay, hearing and seeing no public comment here in Pahrump, Tonopah, and on the phone, I will close public comment. Any further discussion?
Chair, I'd like to make a motion.
Please, Commissioner.
Make a motion to adopt Resolution 2302, resolution dissolving the Pahrump Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second on the floor. If there's no further discussion, I'd like to call for the vote, please.
Aye.
Carbone, aye.
Where's aye? Number 14 passes 5-0. Number 13, please, Manager.
Item 13, presentation by Pahrump Valley Fire and Rescue Services Fire Chief Scott Lewis regarding condition of the department.
3 minutes.
Did you say 3 minutes?
Yeah, the DA and I were bantering, so yes, he allotted me 3 minutes for this discussion. I will try and hold to that. I hear stomachs growling in the audience and up in the dais.
Well, we could call it a presentation and you'd get 10 minutes.
Okay, no problem. We will do that.
We'll give you the choice, I guess.
So for the record, my name is Scott Lewis, Lewis. I'm the fire chief in the town of Pahrump. And I think it was a good opportunity to have a discussion with the BOCC regarding recent events. Lots of challenges abound out there still. Pahrump Fire Rescue has come a long way over the last 20 years. And when I first arrived here, there was 7 people working 24-hour shifts, with 4 of them committed to interfacility transfers. Actually, not even interfacility transfers, from their houses to Las Vegas-based hospitals. And there were 3 people allotted to handle all 911 calls, which included medical events, fires, whatever, traffic accidents. And they were all operating out of one fire station. And I had the recent opportunity to have a really good conversation with the gentleman in the audience. His name is John O'Brien. He's been here a long time. And he was in charge of fleet maintenance back then. And John went through a lot of Band-Aids. It wasn't for him personally, it was to keep the apparatus running. There were numerous hand-me-down pieces of equipment that came from Clark County, Las Vegas. They were definitely at the end of their lifespan, and they were our first out pieces. That's what we were operating with. Our response times were deplorable, our staffing models were poor at best, and we were forecasted to have gone into bankruptcy within about 12 months. It was a very interesting dilemma to be in. We knew what we needed to do, but it was a matter of setting that pathway on how we were going to do it. So here we are today. And I will tell you that this department is in no way a resemblance of what it was in 2002. There are challenges. This is an overstressed department. It's not suitably funded. And I think those are some of the areas of opportunity that we need to have during this discussion today. I hear the voices, but you need to know as I move forward through this presentation to understand that union members are involved in every single aspect of what we do, from not just responses, but from hiring processes, promotional processes, for going through and writing medical protocols. They write the protocols. I review them, I approve them, the medical director approves them, it goes to the state for approval. We do this in a collaborative team fashion. This is not a one-man show in any way. So as we work through this, I need you to know, I think that one of our biggest challenges right now is we have an identity crisis. And you may think, well, what is that exactly? The identity crisis is an unbalanced comparison to our organization to closely located urban centers. We are not an urban environment. We don't have the same risks or hazards. That's our reality. But a lot of our employees work there. They have friends there. They have what I would consider probably some of the best service levels over there, but they also have the same challenges. They have the same challenges with staffing, from acquiring equipment and supplies. The supply chain problem is real. It impacts us each and every day. So when we draw these comparisons, we also have to understand what are our risks. We don't have rail systems. We don't have bridges. We don't have tunnels. We don't have high-rises. We don't have high-level hazardous material. We don't have commercial airports. We don't have refineries. We are a rural community, and thus we need to embrace who we are so we can understand where we need to be. And where we need to be is the absolute best rural/suburban community fire department in the country. I don't want to follow what the neighbors across the hill are doing. I'm uninterested in looking like them or responding the same way they do. I want to create the very best program that we can, that they follow us, and not the other way around. And during pieces of my presentation today, you will see that they have embraced some of the things that we have been doing for nearly a decade. They're now becoming their norms, including refurbishing ambulances and apparatus, because they too have recognized there's cost savings, there's service life extensions, and it's just good practice. One of the key areas I'm going to begin with today are 2 pieces. Number one, I want to reinforce the union representation and involvement in each of these processes, and everything else is going to be a thank you to you. Now, that may sound a little self-serving for this presentation, but it's not. What I mean by that is each and everything that we're about to discuss has been in this public forum, in front of this BOCC or a possible previous town board, in front of this very audience, in front of these audience members, and they have all proved everything that we've accomplished together as a team. And it's been vast. We were the leaders of the COVID movement as far as how we were getting vaccinations into our staff, how we were vaccinating our community. There's numerous things that we're going to be addressing. But the very first thing I want to talk about is staffing. Staffing has been an issue since the very day I arrived here. It continues to be because we are often poached of some of our best members. The communities on the other side of the hill definitely appreciate what we do, how they're trained, and they seek that type of guidance because they can put them their turnkey. They can place them right in the positions over there. So that is not new to this organization. It's certainly not new now. And we are not alone. There is a national shortage of firefighter paramedics and trained fire personnel in different areas. I recently sent you an article suggesting that, including a very large department on the other side of the hill who is trying desperately to find members and try to create ways of gathering those types of skills for their departments. And we were part of the consortium for it for years. But many of the other small departments like Mesquite, Boulder City are experiencing the exact same things we are as it is across the country. So what do? So attracting good applicants has been a challenge. We've been trying to bolster our volunteer program so we can hire within. We had successfully done so in a recent hiring process. We've also have embraced the ability to think smarter with our hiring and not simply throw money. We don't have the ability to throw tens of thousands of dollars for sign-on bonuses and for increasing the monies that go to our personnel. So it forces us to do other things. Those other things aren't necessarily operationally sound because that's part of the overstressing of our organization, but they become necessary for us to do so. So when we talk about our staffing, we have increased our staffing levels over the past 20 years. They've been in small incremental, except for the last 3 years. In 2020, we hired 6 additional personnel, and in 2022, we allotted 6 additional. It's been challenging as we come out of COVID and this national shortage to fill those positions, but those positions are there, and they're funded, and they were approved by you. And it's very important for our audience to understand that they come without a tax increase. They were funded by PSST. And as you know, PSST has an inherent problem built into it with the sunset. So we had to be simply very prudent on how we do our hiring, when we hire, and whether or not we can sustain, because the last thing we ever want to do is have layoffs. We have come through some very tough times in this organization with staffing. We came through the Great Recession, the pandemic, and here we are yet today, and we're still adding staff, but we have to do it smart. We simply just don't have the money to add the number of staff we need. Do we need staffing? Absolutely. But there's a counter to that. The staffing also needed to be placed in appropriate facilities. We didn't have that. In 2002, operating out of one facility, the other facilities were in deplorable conditions, sitting idle. There was apparatus stored in some of them, but there was no response out of them. Since then, we have operated and placed staff in 3 separate locations, with a 4th soon to be coming. And the recent PSST was supposed to supply staff for that facility. But those facilities were with limitations. So we've been diligently working to create a broader base of facilities that will accommodate additional staff as we move forward, with appropriate apparatus to respond in, so we can meet and be commensurate with the community's expectations of who we are and what we do. It's a process. We talked about funding. We talked about impact fees just a little while ago. Those impact fees are essential to us, and yet it's one of the lowest revenue drawing sources that we have. So when we look at how we're going to increase staffing and create the facilities and all those things necessary, it takes a long period of time for us to save enough money to place those facilities into a usable condition that we can add additional staff. That's why we just did Station 4. That facility now will be able to be an expansion station that will accommodate additional staff over periods of time. The same thing with Station 3 with our new apparatus bay project that Buildings and Ground has been diligently working on and preparing for. The materials are now in. Now we're going into the planning, finishing the planning stage. We're moving forward, and we will be able to additionally place additional personnel in that south station as we come up with hiring monies. We've long recognized that the west end of the valley needed additional fire response. We've completed that. We're just about there. Supply chain shortages held us up, and a legal action stalled us for an extended period of time, and we worked our way through it. Buildings and Grounds has done an exceptional job working on that project. The Station 3 project will also give us additional resources for response on the south end of the valley, which we all recognize is a rapidly growing area. So we are addressing it. Funding and revenue sources are key to us. It changes, it's a game changer. And potentially it'll also change our operational considerations, which we know that we could do better at. And we can go into that. Please just don't take my words. Anything I say today with don't misconstrue them as anything to do with negotiations, please. And I'm not going to finger point, and I'm not going to place blame, because we all know that's not a cornerstone to good, how do I want to say that nice thing? To relationship building. So let's go into some of our apparatus. Ambulances. We need new ambulances. Our ambulances are used frequently, they're used hard, they put a lot of miles on them, and we have placed orders for new ambulances. We have been waiting 2 years for one of our new ambulances, and it's still not on the line. The chassis is not in for that to be accomplished. The yard, the manufacturer's yard where those ambulances are made, are near bare, because they simply can't continue with the projects without the chassis. We have 2 new chassis that have arrived over in Henderson that are ours, that are going to be converted to ambulances by taking the existing boxes off our ambulances here and rechassied, but we're in a long line. The chassis have been there since November, and we are still in line just to have those remounts done. We have received a new fire engine in 218-219. We have placed an order for another new engine, and it's going to be a 3-year project. 1 year was just getting it into the pipeline, 2 years waiting for the process, and a third of the 3 years will be the construction. This is insane. This is not normal for the fire industry ever, but we're all in this together. Pahrump is not isolated in this. It's any fire department across the country. We have 2 Type 5 brush trucks. Same thing, the bodies are built, but we don't have chassis for them. They're being manufactured over in Henderson, closely located. We simply don't have the chassis to complete the projects. We took delivery of a Type 3 brush truck, which is used by Pahrump Fire Rescue through negotiations with the NDF. So clearly, we have taken great strides. We have rebuilt 2 of the original fire trucks that were ever designed by Pahrump Fire Rescue staff, ever. And that was in 2004. They have already reached a point where they had to be refurbished, and they have been refurbished. And they still service our fleet and our community well. Our BERV project, which was a rehab/mobile emergency response vehicle, was a 2-year project, waiting in line to get the chassis and, again, to have the work done on it. We have upgraded our extrication capabilities with our Heavy Rescue 1. That Heavy Rescue is just a phenomenal piece of equipment that not only serves the community of Pahrump, but goes to all of our neighbors to help with motor vehicle accidents and other areas where people are physically trapped. And that was purchased used, and that is the only reason that we have that truck in service, is because we went an alternate route. Our newest 75-foot Quint ladder truck, same thing. We saved a ton of money. It's low hours, low miles, and it will serve this community for a long time. But we purchased it used. The used market now is dried up. Yeah, because everyone is doing the same thing we are. When we talk about other issues regarding apparatus and specifically repair, our repairs are completed by a group. So we have our Nye County maintenance facility, does our normal routine maintenance, and those guys do a great job for us. They bend over backwards to keep our fleet in service. Tires, batteries, lights, all those routine maintenance items. And they too are experiencing the shortages by some of the parts that take weeks to receive. We do have a reserve fleet. Our ambulances need to be replaced. If you haven't heard those words, just know that they are. And we are moving forward with a budget plan that will place 2 more new. That sounds great, but if we don't address the supply chain issues and can't get the chassis, we're no better off. So we have to maintain these reserve ambulances to the highest standards. What new equipment? You may remember most of this stuff. You, as a board, approved it, again, in front of this audience. New power gurneys with auto load systems, CARES funding. Power gurney Striker X restraint kits, CARES funding. New Striker medical chairs, CARES funding. New suction units, an automated chest compression machine for each of the frontline ambulances that do automatic chest compressions, so it frees up the staff to do other tasks during cardiac arrest. LifePak defibrillator cardiac monitors, CARES funding. New King Vision intubation camera systems, CARES funding. COVID protection equipment, CARES funding. New 800 megahertz radios. Our radio guy is in the audience. He's in the back of the room. He will tell you that we have the best radios that we can purchase for each and every staff member on duty. Whether it's the EMS radios or the fire radios, they are second to none. We are on the same system and have better radios than our neighbors across the hill because they have more limited capabilities in our radios than we do. Our new EMS Toughbook computers, our new EMS billing software, the controlled bleeding kits for active assailants. We have ballistic vests for our personnel in the event that we have an active assailant incident that occurs here. We do our very best to be best prepared. Additional COVID specific for EMS. We have purchased UV curb and cart lighting that kills all viruses. They were purchased for the respective ambulances. There are large machines that are in each of the fire stations for deconning. There are personal smaller ones that they decon smaller items. New protective administrative chairs, the backpacks, laryngoscopes that are actually camera systems for airway management. And I am not going to forget, Commissioner, the one you've probably been waiting for. We are the only agency in the state that we are currently aware of that has been approved and with the new EMS protocol to do humidified high flow oxygen that has already been used on several occasions with great success. I have to say it again, we are the only ground transportation that utilizes this type of system within the state. We are the test study for it. Commissioner Carbone was instrumental in that process, as were our union members in determining how we were going to use it, the training required, and going over the necessary equipment. On the fire side, again, referencing Mr. Adams in the back, the multi-band 800 radios. We're under Spillman CAD and new software. There's thermal imaging cameras for every seating position on every apparatus. We had 2 when I first arrived here, which were the size of a small computer. Everyone now goes into a hazardous environment, has the ability to have the thermal imaging camera potentially save their lives or save the lives of someone who may be trapped in a smoke-filled environment. Our SCBA with new RIT packs, prying tools, extrication tools, including E-Series tools, which are electric, battery-powered. You may think, why? So we have the best of both worlds. We have the hydraulic, which are strong. We have the E, so that we don't need to tether the lines when we have our one-vehicle rollovers with the vehicles coming to rest with people entrapped well off the roadways or down into drainage ditches. We can simply take the tools to complete the assignment without having to lug the entire assembly. Our new heavy high-risk lifting jacks. They can lift semi-trucks for our 95 incidents or our back road accidents that have occurred in Amargosa, Beatty, 95, and 160. I talked about our protective armor, our gas detectors, our telescoping LED scene lights, our new nozzles, our project that we've talked about over and over again, our new task force foam trailers that we're working on so that we can have better coverage on highway-related incidents on the 95. IT is also helping us with IM responding communication response software so we can better talk to each other in the event of an emergency for dictating things like all hands and calling resources back to assist. Also, it helps us with our vehicle tracking systems. Our new firehouse software, or actually our existing firehouse software is now no longer supported. So we are working diligently on the new ESO program that we will be able to integrate with our EMS side of the house and other entities throughout the county who are already on the ESO program. Blitzfire, portable high-flow water monitors are on all the new engines, or all of the engines. And that allows us to have the portability to deliver high gallonage water in a very short period of time. New detectors, flammable liquid detection devices, rad detectors, new overpack containers, decon material, support material, all those different things to support our hazardous material operations. I'm winding down, Commissioners. Stations. Station 1 is limited in space. My office is more like a closet these days because we have outgrown the space. But we still, through buildings and ground, and I hope Jimmy's still in the audience. Yes. His team came in and took a deplorable section of the 350 building and made it into just an absolutely gorgeous day room for the staff. We have expanded the weight and wellness and fitness area. They did a complete new bathroom facility. We made inside storage so we don't have to keep our better apparatus stored outside in the sun during the summer months. And we are continuing that project to create better space availability on the south end. Also, the Station 3 project that I spoke of, the old apparatus building is going to be converted to usable storage so we can start managing our storage requirements better. Backup generators. We are working that closely with my time guardian to my right. Our backup generators is a very important project to us to make sure that we're available 24 hours with no hiccups in the event that we do have a power outage. Our new electronic display boards are on order, and Jimmy will tell you that we just received notice that we would have to wait till November if we didn't do a change order on the lights. Same thing. So Jimmy has done that, and now the project is set to be completed around August. But again, another supply chain issue. We are working diligently with Mr. Bowling on the new emergency exit signs at Station 1 for apparatus feeding out to the 160. It's one of our biggest challenges. Our traffic is growing, and with all those different traffic considerations, including a pedestrian motor vehicle accident that occurred outside of Station 1 yesterday, we want to have management of our apparatus safely egressing for not only us but the motoring public to safely move out onto the highway and respond to the calls. The COVID-19 safety items purchased for each of the station. We have installed surveillance cameras, again with the assistance from IT, at each of the fire stations to ensure our safety and security. We have installed, or in process of installing, a second air cascade system at Station 4. The cascade system was what refills our air bottles that we wear into fires. Currently, we have one system. If that goes down for maintenance or repair work, we are left without, and we require on other machines. We have a redundant system now, and it will be installed at Station 4. One of the biggest projects that we've always had to work on is how do we clean our turnout gear after a serious incident? Each of our facilities is located with a well and septic. We could not simply place the material or dirty or soiled clothing into washing machines or extractors and then have that wastewater go into septic. Can't do it. When I became an emergency management director, DEM is on a sewer. It was one of the very first projects to ensure our personnel safety, to make sure that we purchased extractors, not just for Pahrump, but also for Tonopah, and you recently approved a one for Beatty, so that all the firefighters have easy access to clean their gear at any point, day or night, when they have been in a fire where they possibly could have contamination of their gear. We are working closely on bleeding control stations in each of our fire stations. I've talked to Roy Nelson, and I suggested that might be a good program for the entire county. Recently, a captain and I held a meeting with Roy Nelson, and I suggested that maybe there'd be an opportunity for him to respond to some of our calls so that we could get a different perspective on the safety aspects so that we could address any potential issues. And I wish he were here now. He responded that very same day. We didn't know it was going to happen, but there was a structure fire. I immediately telephoned because I wanted to see if it fit. Let's try it on. He responded. He acted independent of us, kind of followed us around a little bit, wrote his own report, and it was a glowing report. And I can't thank him enough, not from the perspective of a glowing report, but for the fact that he came out, he did that, and then followed it up almost immediately with a full formal report, and I have a copy for each of you here. That's the kind of thing that I'm looking for. If there's area of opportunity, we're going to hit it head on, we're going to do it as a team, and if there's changes that need to be made, we're going to do them. But we're going to do it as a team, and we're going to do it safely. So, commissioners, what can you do to help me? I need your help. I need your help with creating a different funding source for this organization. The current way that we're doing it doesn't work. I know why it was done long before I arrived here. It had its merit, but it's not the appropriate way to do it. Relying on fee for service and not knowing what those fees are going to be, knowing what our expenses are, just brings us up and wakes us up in the middle of the night. It makes us have to do things operationally that doesn't necessarily always make sense, but we have to do it to sustain ourselves because we never want this organization to collapse because of financial reasons, and that's where we need to make the change. It is probably one of the greatest opportunities I could ask of you to please help me do this once and for all and address the other issues. Let's continue with the PSST. Let's address impact fees, and let's get it done. And therefore, that gives us the ability then to address staffing issues, operational issues, equipment, acquisitions. All those things come into alignment after that. But I need your help. And commissioners, just in closing, I would be remiss if I didn't extend my sincerest gratitude not only to you and to everyone seated to my side here, the audience, but our department heads, because we can't do it without them. They are, come over, fix things day and night, make sure that we can operate safely. And of course, the staff, that's the reason we're here. The resilience is only due to the staff's resilience. And the staff is there for you. You are in receipt of the facts, commissioners. And with that, I conclude my report to you.
Thank you, Chief. We hear often in the corporate world, hey, we're not saving babies, we're not saving lives, but you are. You and your team, both teams are saving lives.
Commissioner, the things that our guys respond to on a regular basis without theater or drama is amazing. And the atrocities, the DA knows because, ultimately they go up the pike. But they really do see an awful lot, and they are overstressed. We're all overstressed, to be quite honest with you. But our commitment is to continue doing that. We just need to make it better and do it differently.
Chief, I remember you mentioned 20 years ago. I remember you 20 years ago. You responded to almost every call. Whenever I was driving on the road in my area, doing errands, and I said, wow, this guy either has no life or he's just so dedicated that he's on every call. And it's unbelievable. And that's not the intent, is to stress you or your team.
I think to a certain degree it's a little bit of a character flaw. because I do put this organization, this community and staff in front of other important things. But that's what we do.
And that's what, we thank you very much for that, Chief. Let me ask commissioners if they have any questions for you, please.
I don't really have a question, but I'm a strong believer in development paying for itself. So I think the impact fee I think we're all in agreement on that. So it's a good place to start.
Commissioners?
And we need to start immediately with that. That needs to be agendized and launched. Let's not waste any more time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have a question and a few comments. Many years ago, when we had a town board, you came in front of them and you asked that you could be reimbursed from insurance companies when you go to fires. How has that worked out for you?
Not as much as we would have liked, because they're usually cut off by a dollar cap on those fires. And the majority of the fires we actually have, Commissioner, are non-insured properties, a lot of manufactured dwellings. Mm-hmm. And as a result of that, they just don't have insurance for us to seek that. When we have the large, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but when we have the larger commercial, not that frequent, but when we have them, where we have the wood frame structures, then we have those opportunities.
I only asked that because I was curious all these years as to how much was actually coming in. You know, was it good? Was it bad? Because I know there's a lot of people out there that really can't afford the insurance, and they just lose everything, and so that doesn't really work out well for us. But I do agree with you. I think you've done a very good job of using the money you've had. Putting it where it belongs. I'm really kind of shocked that we've bought so much. You know, I mean, as far as I didn't, and probably a lot of people didn't even realize how much equipment it takes to actually do your job. It's way above and beyond what we can imagine, at least on a level we're at, because we don't deal with what you deal with. And these jobs, just like our jobs, you know, I know you guys get paid for your 8 hours a day or 10 hours, whatever you do, but it is a 24-hour-a-day job. I mean, I know for a fact that you get woke up in the middle of the night to go to all kinds of different things, and we do that too, that we don't charge the public for. That's a lot of it's out of the kindness of our heart, and other times it's a necessity in order to back each other up. But I want to thank all your firemen and even the police officers for what they do, because we know they're reliable. We know they're going to come, hopefully, when we have a crisis. And we never know when we're going to get struck with that. So a lot of people don't give you credit for those hours that you actually donate and volunteer for, because they say we're not a volunteer fire department anymore. Well, true, but not true. We do volunteer, and you volunteer. Basically, just a few things, but I want people to know that according to all the social media out there that I've been reading, that somebody's burning America down. It's just unreal, the fires that have been happening lately across the United States. Big amounts every day that are affecting our food supply, our animal supplies, building supplies, you name it. And hopefully we won't have one of those here, but if we do, we need to be equipped for it. Not much we can do about it afterwards if we're not. So I can support, you know, whatever you can come up with, as long as it doesn't put too big of a burden upon the people themselves. You know, if we can get it from wherever we can get it from, grants, impact fees, whatever. Because I want to explain that the impact fees are what they pay, the new people coming in pay when they build a house or a business. It's not going to fall on the backs of the people that have already paid that, because they built houses 5 years ago or 6 years ago. They already paid. So I think we're here for you. We need the people to be here for you. And that's about all I have to say. Thank you for doing your job and doing it well.
Thank you.
We all get complaints about the jobs we do, and we all know what we face, and we all know what's true and not true. So thank you very much, and thank all your employees.
Will do. Thank you.
Commissioner?
I know this is probably going to be unpopular, what I'm about to say, but there's also processes that we can use. It's called a taxing district. I mean, people may not like that. It's not a big burden because it's not really a big number. And when you do a taxing district, it can always be a small number, but at least it drives in, enough cash to do things. There's also, got to thank you for doing multiple jobs. You're not just doing the chief job, but also the EMS manager, which also adds a little bit of stress to you because there is a lot of things that EMS has to get involved in. And we appreciate those things that you do for us. You and I have been together for quite a few years, and we've worked together on a lot of items. My next question is do we need somebody to help you? Do you need an assistant chief? Do you need somebody to be, to help you out? What do you need for you?
I need more people on the street.
So
it's almost a common thread with what we talked about with the public works director earlier. I think at some point, yes, but I really need those people on the street because that's our communities. That's what they need. It's nice to have additional administration, and I have a really good support staff with both Patrick and Jennifer. I rely on them so much, and they just do an outstanding job. Rod, I don't have to worry about logistics on the DEM side. He takes care of that stuff. But I really need more people in ambulances, on fire apparatus to make sure that the community's safe. That's really what I need.
Just want to make sure we get.
I think there's a point that'll
the
come.
Question, we want to make sure we get that question.
I think it's a valid question, and it's something that the county manager and I have, quite frankly, discussed on a regular basis. But I still feel that I'm capable enough to still go out and do those tasks and still be with the responders, even if I have to grab a hand line. I don't have a problem with that. I still love that.
So as you know, I know you know this. As you grow the people, it means you're going to have your captains and lieutenants. You're going to have to change that as well, because obviously it's no different than the military. You got to have, each one of those particular stops for each people to do things. You got your crew, you got your lieutenant, then you got your captain, and then he's got several crews underneath his belt.
Right. That's where we need that funding to support those pieces.
Yes. So it helps to understand all the layers so you know how it plays out. So thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioners? Okay. Thank you very much, Chief,
Thank
for
you.
everything.
Enjoy your lunch.
If the ogre will let us go to lunch.
That right there is community support.
Let's do 15, please.
Item 15 for possible action, discussion and deliberation regarding Town of Pahrump Proclamation Number P 2023-01, a proclamation recognizing May 1st, 2023 as Pahrump Youth Law Awareness Day in the Town of Pahrump.
Kaylee?
Thank you.
There we go. Sorry about that. My name is Kaylee O'Donnell, KAYLEE_DONNELL for the record. I am here today on behalf of Project Real. I want to sincerely give gratitude to the commissioners and the chair for taking time to deliberate on this proclamation. I thank the County Commission and the Administrative Manager, Samantha Tackett, particularly for her help in this matter. Project Real is a publicly funded, nonpartisan civics education nonprofit. We empower students with the knowledge of the law so they can achieve successful lives and make society safer for all. We requested this proclamation as a tool to help us serve students and young families throughout Nye County by helping them learn about the work we're here to do. In Southern Nye, our team has already served about 800 students in Pahrump last fall, and we look forward to returning next month. It's not just Pahrump, though, which is why I just want to offer a quick thank you to the Nye County Truancy Officer, Robert Martinez. He's helped bring some of our behavior interventions and youth empowering experiences to Tonopah and other communities in Nye County. We're a small team of 3 in Las Vegas, and we have 1 intern in Reno, but we're committed to working statewide. We train teachers remotely and visit classrooms digitally as well as in person, and everything we do is free. Still, it is actions like this and the community rallying behind work to teach students their rights and responsibilities under the law that's opened doors for us to make Nevada safer for all. All of that being said, we hope and look forward to all of you seeing the impact we're having in Nye County in the coming months and to further serve more youth in the communities that you lead. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. O'Donnell. Commissioners, do you have any questions for Ms. O'Donnell?
No, I think sounds like they're doing a great job.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. I will need to open this up for public comment, so don't go too far away, please.
Okay.
Thank you. Any public comment on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
I'm glad I said don't go too far away because there's no public comment.
They're all eating lunch.
I'll close public comment at this time. Hearing and seeing none in Pahrump, Tonopah, and on the phone. Looking for a motion.
Commissioners, I'd like to make a motion to approve the
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second on the floor. If there's no further discussion, I'd like to call for the vote, please.
Aye.
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 Aye. 15 passes 5-0. Congratulations, and thank you for doing what you do. Number 16, please.
Item 16, for possible action, discussion and deliberation regarding a request to waive park use fees for Petrack Park for 4 days for the nonprofit Wild West Extravaganza in the amount of $500.
When do you want the motion?
Now.
I'd like to make a motion to waive the park use fee in the amount of $500 for the Wild West Extravaganza.
I second that.
comment.
Okay. Need public comment, please. Any public comment on the phone?
No, Chair.
No.
Just
Hearing and seeing no public comment in Pahrump, Tonopah, and on the phone, I will close public comment.
Just a little comment, the person who requested this, Sharon Worley, happens to be at the hospital. She had some surgery done, so we'd like to wish her well.
And this is not something new. We've been doing this and waiving this for years because it is great for the community.
It's a community deal.
Yes, it's a
Yep.
historical thing, and everybody should go. You'll really enjoy it. You'll be glad you did. Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification, Commissioners. That's coming up. Okay, if there's no further discussion, let me call for the vote. Yes, Mr. DA.
Aye.
Let me call for the vote, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Ronnie, aye.
Or is aye? Number 16
Yes, sir.
passes 5-0.
Yes, sir.
What if we could go back to 15 very quickly?
15, yes.
I just happen to,
I need to reopen it,
sorry,
Mr. DA. Please.
Item 15, for possible action, discussion and deliberation regarding Town of Pahrump Proclamation Number P2023-01, a proclamation recognizing May 1st, 2023 as Pahrump Youth Law Awareness Day in the Town of Pahrump.
I'll modify my motion.
I just had I noticed a typo in here that I was saying with.
Yeah, there is a couple of typos, yes.
One that talks about our city, asphalt-capable adults. I think that needs to be changed to our town.
If I'm not mistaken, the county manager already knows about those items, so, yeah, during our review, we caught those.
Okay.
Thank you.
I just want to make sure that that was.
Right. Appreciate it.
I did have an amended motion.
Amended second.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Do I need to recall the vote?
Aye.
Carbone, aye.
Aye.
Or is aye?
Excuse me, Chair. This is Kelly in Tonopah. I did not hear an amended motion. I just heard Frank would amend it, but I don't know what he amended it to.
Amended that we would take care of the items that were misspelled.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Kelly. Yes. Thank you, Kelly in Tonopah.
See her sitting up there.
Okay.
Nice to see her.
Okay. Consent agenda items, please.
Consent agenda items. These are items that staff recommends for approval. The board reserves the right to remove any consent agenda item to the regular segment of the agenda should issues arise that need to be addressed. Discussion of any item from consent agenda items that needs review before a decision is made. This is for items 17 through 27.
Motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion to approve. I need to open up any public comment on consent agenda items, please. Anybody on the phone for consent agenda items?
No, Chair.
Hearing and seeing no public comment for consent agenda items, I will call for the vote, please.
Aye.
Where's aye? Consent agenda items 17 through 27 passes 5-0. And now I will call for lunch. No, Commissioner Cox will protest if I do 52 minutes.
We deserve 90 minutes.
Oh, my gosh. Are you okay with 2:30?
Oh, gee, that's a hard decision to make. Yeah.
Are you okay with 2:40? Let's be back at 2:40, please.
Yeah, that'll work.
Microphones, please. Thank you.
I wonder why.
Number 28, please, Manager.
Item 28 for possible action, discussion and deliberation to adopt, amend and adopt, or reject the Nye County Plan for the Provision of Indigent Defense Services.
Thank you,
Assistant
Mr.
County Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Annually, the Board of County Commissioners are to approve our plan. There are no changes from last year. And I do, just for the record, want to advise you that our program costs will stay the same this year, which is I believe it's $955,000 that I will report to the state on May 1st. Yes.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Lorena?
She does a great job with this program and has been doing it for a long time.
I'm happy the costs stay the same.
It is, and the way that the state formula is written into law, anything above our program cost, I submit for reimbursement. Last year, we received $145,000, and I anticipate that to be higher the next year.
Correct. And again, thank you for a great package. Hopefully we'll, and you told me we'll get the email finally fixed and we'll have a real email.
Okay, thank you. Let me open it up for public comment at this time. Anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Thank you. Hearing and seeing no public comment here.
Motion to adopt.
Here in Pahrump and Tonopah, and on the phone, I'll close public.
Okay.
Commissioner Strickland? Okay. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Further discussion? I'll call for the vote, please. That's okay.
Aye.
Aye.
Jabbour's aye.
Carbone, aye. Note that we have an absence.
4-0, 1 absent.
Right.
Okay. Number 29, please, Manager.
Item 29 for possible action, discussion and deliberation to approve, amend and approve, or reject a letter of intent to purchase or exchange, or a combination thereof, one property described as a 5-acre portion of 171 North Floyd Drive, Pahrump, Nevada, assessor's parcel number to be determined, consisting of 5-acre light industrial zone for the potential purpose of animal shelter expansion needs.
Chair, I need to make a disclosure that I'm a licensed real estate broker but have no pecuniary interest in this. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Strickland. Any other disclosures?
I have no disclosures at this time. My wife doesn't work at the shelter, so.
Thank you.
Well, this item was brought forward. I've been working very diligently with Assistant County Manager, and the DA has gotten this done for us, and we're tickled that we can do our exchanges, and understanding that we have properties laying out there that Nye County really can't use, but there are properties that we'd like to acquire, so this is one of 2 items that you'll see today. Chair, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Need discussion?
Ditto. Ditto. We agree, this is something we want to do for a long time.
Okay. Let me open, Commissioner Cox, we're on number 29, please.
Property swap.
Let me open this up for public comment, please. Anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Okay. Mr. Lackey here in Pahrump, please.
Darrell Lackey, Lackey. Yeah, if Nye County owned the property, it could be another potential location to help solve the problem of homelessness and poverty. My idea is where anybody that came into the program would actually sign off like a zip line or something, so they wouldn't have any recourse to come after the county or myself or anybody else that we were doing work for, just to help clarify that too. But yeah, this is right up by the courthouse, correct? Yeah, between the courthouse and the DMV. That'd be a good place for a show, you know, so that the county looks like they're doing something and be fabulous county that it's got the potential to be, instead of the other stuff that it's all known for. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
No. Okay. Hearing and seeing no public comment in Pahrump, Tonopah, and on the phone, I will close public comment.
Motion to approve?
I didn't want to steal from you, so.
Thank you.
So I have a motion and a second on the floor.
I have a question.
Yes, Commissioner Cox.
I don't know who to direct it to, but it says here, adopt, amend, or adopt or reject. That's the wrong one. 29th, one below it. For the purpose of animal shelter expansion needs. If we do this, are we going to be tied into that, or are we still going to be able to do something else instead? Because we built
It's an acquired
big, pretty big facility there that we thought we could probably get by with for 20 years. And so I think it might be.
As Mr. Lackey said, and I had lunch with the Public Works Director, and he wants some of it. And so there's lots of needs with the county for putting vehicles. And so if we can further discuss this with the property owner, this is the Floyd family that is willing to do some trading.
Okay.
We may even get more land, and we will not be tied to that use. We don't have in our documentation, a resolution or anything that specifically makes us do it in a particular way.
I was just
Nye
wondering
County
if
property.
this was going to make us do it.
It's
If we prove this.
possible or potential.
Yeah. So I just want to clarify that.
Good
I'd like
one.
it on record because, we won't always be here. Somebody else come along and say, well, that was donated for that purpose when it's not. So, okay, thank you.
Okay.
Clarifying.
Any other discussion? I'll call for the vote, please.
Carbone, aye.
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 Jabbour's aye. 29 passes 5-0. Number 30, please.
Item 30 for possible action, discussion and deliberation to approve, amend and approve, or reject a letter of intent to purchase or exchange, or a combination thereof, one property described as 1871 East Mesquite Avenue, Pahrump, Nevada, assessor's parcel number 035-01106, consisting of 36.08 acres, heavy industrial zone, for the potential purpose of an alternate location for a shooting range.
Once again, Chair, I'd like to make a disclosure that I am a real estate broker and have no pecuniary interest in this particular item. I've been working with the assistant manager once again, Ms. Dillinger, and the DA to get this done. This could also, in the future, be somewhere where we can expand our current dump. It sits right next to our dump, so use it for a while as a shooting range, 20 years, and then use it for our expansion on that.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner.
We've been working very hard on trying to get these lands to do these items, and the opportunity has come about. And thanks to the DA's clever wording and constorting, or whichever you want to call it. But thank you very much, and let's move forward.
If I could just comment, I don't think there's any contorting, but I do have to caution you that if you're doing a property exchange, it has to be done for
purpose.
It has to be for redevelopment or economic development. And so, for instance, like with the shooting range, looking at that clearly could be a very tourist attraction.
Oh, yeah.
In particular with what's happening out at Prairie Fire. And I think, the environment we have here in Nye County makes that pretty, something that could very well be a good asset that would bring in tourism, which obviously qualifies as economic development. So you do have to be careful when you're talking about a property exchange, the restrictions that do come with that.
Correct.
It's not an open door to do anything.
That's why when we decide to do anything with the properties after the fact, once the exchange is done, we will certainly be looking to you for guidance. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. DA. Also, I'd like to bring to our attention that on the last item, there was a fair market value noted. This one is under to be determined. So I'd like to know a guesstimate. I don't want to have an open.
I am sorry to say that I don't have a guesstimate, so when this comes back around, what we've got here in front of us is a letter of intent, so this gets the two parties talking. We get an appraisal done of the property, because the prior property that we talked about, the other agenda item, had already been appraised, because we were in process last time. This one wasn't even in our purview the last time we were talking about exchange, and it's come around that this is also available for exchange. And so once a price has been determined, a value by a professional appraiser, I'm sorry to say that even I don't want to give a number to this because I have no idea.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, let me open it up for public comment. Anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
No. Go ahead, Ms. Paulson, please. At the microphone, please.
Hi again, Victoria Poulsen. I have just a question. Victoria Poulsen, Poulsen. There are two public ranges in Pahrump right now, and a private one. I believe there's a private one. And
where is that?
Will the dump be requiring expansion? Are we in a situation where the dump needs to be expanded? That's question number one. Question number two is the county, Pahrump or the county wants to purchase this land for the use of a shooting range. Are you going to charge people to use it? Are you able to answer that question?
This is your time for a public comment.
Oh, well, it's mostly, I don't think, well, for one thing, Pahrump doesn't need another shooting range. There's, like I said, there's two public ranges that are open to the public and they're free. You don't have to pay to use them. One, you have to police your brass out of courtesy. The other one is down Bella Vista. They don't care if you police your brass or not, but responsible shooters do. And unless the town is seeing a serious need of expanding the dump, we don't need another shooting range. So we don't really need to buy this land. and spend the money. That's just my opinion. So my question is, are you going to charge people to use this range? What purpose is, why do we need a third shooting range in Pahrump? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Looky there, one of my fellow cowboy action shooters, Wrangler Bob, excuse me.
Thank you for the introduction, Chairman. Robert Young, Y-O-U-N-G. I'm a little perplexed about two public shooting ranges. I've only been here since 2016. The one that I visited out on Bella Vista, the time I was there, I thought it was an extension of the dump. The other place that I was at was out in the middle of the desert and was certainly not a public range, although it was crowded. With the exception of Front Sight, which, as we all know, is not in existence anymore. The property is. The company that came to take it over hasn't made any inroads to improve it or to change it. And our indoor shooting range only has 5 bays to shoot. No rifle range. So the idea of a potential purpose of a shooting range, I would agree with the gentleman that indicated tourist attraction could work out. I can't imagine that it'd be free. There could be a nominal cost, but I would like to pursue this particular item number 30 and see where it goes, because I think there's a need for it, and it would I think it would be beneficial to the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Is there anybody on the phone, please? Public comment, Sam?
No, Chair.
Okay. Hearing and seeing no public comment in Pahrump, Tonopah, and on the phone, I will close public comment. Any further discussion from the commission?
I guess Ms. Paulson deserves an answer to her questions. I thought Mr. Young did a good job when it came to the public ranges. As far as fee schedules, there's normally a fee schedule for a municipal shooting range, which is what this had become. And the expansion of the dump is always going to be something we're going to need, or we're going to have to go through other sources to acquire land. And this 40 acres is surrounded by our dump. So it is a dual purposing, if I may, Commissioners and Ms. Paulson. Thank you.
And I guess the range that's on, everybody talks about the range on Bella Vista, just before you get outside the county line. It's still BLM controlled. We've made multiple requests for BLM to turn that property over to us and turn it into a range. They have told us on multiple times, no, we're going to do that. So we're stuck at that situation where we have no idea what's going to happen with that particular range. It's dirty. When I say dirty, it's contaminated all to hell. So in order to get something done so we can actually have a range where we can collect all the bad things that go into it, which is all the lead and so on, that we can actually keep that moving, just like we did at Front Sight. Front Sight also regenerates, so we don't have that problem. So in actuality, for us to even take that range over on the Bella Vista Road would be very expensive for us to take it, because we'd have to do a lot of modifications. So in looking at that scenario, this looks better to us because we're starting out new and fresh. We got currently new technologies that are out there that we can use to develop the range. So just my comment.
And it's also dug out, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
It's dug out really 30 foot deep in some areas. And that was our problem. We still have mesquite on the burner if we don't get this exchange, that being the property that we have the 30 acres. But we'd spend $500,000 just to start some excavation there. So it looked like a good deal for us.
Good
and
start.
let's see if we can come up with a deal and the buyers and sellers can both agree. We'll see. That's all we do.
And I'd like to make a comment on that also. is our job here is to plan for the future, not just exist for now. And we have a lot of houses being built, people moving in. We don't really know what the future's going to bring other than a lot of people, but people tend to come here and move here because they have the freedom and the right to open carry, and they enjoy their weapons and they enjoy shooting. And this property is pretty much worthless for anything else at this point. So that's my take on it. I don't have a problem with it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Boskovich, anything else?
I have nothing. I agree with everyone else's comments.
Makes it easy on you, doesn't it?
Yes, thank you.
To entertain a motion, please.
So, do you,
Go for it, Frank.
yeah, gotta put the glasses on. Make a motion to, on item number 30, to approve the letter of intent to purchase and exchange a combination of these properties.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on the floor. If there's no further discussion, I'd like to call for the vote.
Aye.
Aye.
Everybody aye?
30 passes 5-0. Thank you. Number 31, please.
Item 31 for possible action, discussion and deliberation to 1, appoint 1 member to the Beatty General Improvement District due to a resignation from the following list of applicants: Ernest Childress, and/or 2, re-advertise for the appointment.
Chair, I make a motion when we have public comment.
You make a motion for public?
No, make a motion when you have public comment.
Thank you. Let me open it up for public comments.
Is that your
Anybody
deaf,
on the
is
phone?
that your deaf ear? I'm trying to.
I can't hear out of this one. I'm deaf.
Is that the other one? Okay.
Is there anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
No. Okay. Hearing and seeing no public comment in Pahrump, Tonopah, or on the phone, I will close public comment.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to appoint Everest Childress,
Ernest.
Ernest, you're right, for a term ending in January 2025.
I will second Ernest.
In earnest?
And I will second the Ernest.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second on the floor. If there's no further discussion, I'll call for the vote, please.
See what happens? Can't make any mistakes here. Yeah.
Aye.
Aye.
Everybody's aye.
31 passes 5-0. Number 32, please.
Item 32 for possible action, discussion and deliberation to 1, appoint 1 member to the Beatty Library District due to a term not being filled from the following list of applicants: Stephanie Beecham, and/or 2, re-advertise for the appointment.
Chair, I'm ready to make a motion after public comment.
Let me open public comment. Anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
I may have public comment in Tonopah. No, he's saying, waving no.
Check in.
Okay, I will, hearing and seeing no public comment in Tonopah, Pahrump, and on the phone, I will close public comment at this time.
Chair, make appoint Stephanie Beecham to the library, Beatty Library, term ending in January 2027.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second on the floor. If there's no further discussion, I'll call for the vote, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Or is aye?
Chair, was that a motion or motion? I can't remember. It was kind of,
Locomotion.
okay, couldn't get that.
I have called for the vote. I didn't hear your vote, sir.
Aye.
Okay, number 32 passes 5-0. Number 33, please.
Item 33 for possible action, discussion and deliberation to 1, appoint 1 member to the Railroad Valley Advisory Board due to a term not being filled from the following list of applicants: Paula Whiteside, and/or 2, re-advertise for the appointment.
Thank you. Let me open up public comment before Commissioner Carbone asks me to. Is there anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
That's what you get for making me the liaison for District 1.
No, Chair.
Thank you. Hearing and seeing no public comment in Tonopah and Pahrump, and on the phone, I will close public comment.
Chair, make a motion to appoint Paula Whiteside, for a term ending in January 2025.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second on the floor. If there's no further discussion, I'll call for the vote, please.
Aye. Aye.
Or is aye?
Everybody aye.
Thank you, sir. Number 33 passes 5-0. Number 34, please.
Item 34 for possible action, discussion and deliberation to 1, appoint one member to the Round Mountain Town Board due to a term not being filled in the 2022 general election from the following list of applicants: Elizabeth Davila and Janet Jorgensen, and/or re-advertise for the appointment.
Let me open this up for public comment at this time. Is there anybody wishing to speak on number 34, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
No. Hearing and seeing no public comment in Pahrump and in Tonopah on the phone, I will close public comment.
Chair, make a motion to appoint Janet Jorgensen to the Round Mountain Town Board for a term ending in January 2025.
Second.
So I have a motion and 2 seconds.
I love it.
Thank you. And if there's no further discussion, I'll call for the vote, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Carbone, aye.
Doors aye.
Aye.
34 passes 5-0. At this time, we need to take a 20-minute recess.
Do we need to pick an item to talk to? Nope, we good? So we can go to close? Okay.
You're not on record, Mr. DA.
Sorry about that. It's not a closed meeting because it's a non-meeting because it's litigation. But we can do that at some other time. We don't need to do it right now.
Okay.
Because Commissioner Strickland wants to come for break.
You don't want to do it now?
It's up to you.
We'll be back
He's the boss.
20 minutes.
Okay,
We'll be back in
right.
20 minutes. Thank you. $3:25. It's 3:20, manager. I don't know. Any comments from the commissioners? Okay, let me open it up for public comment. Anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
No, thank you. I will close public comment. Seeing none, hearing none, and Pahrump, Tonopah on the phone. Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you, ma'am. Make a motion to adopt Resolution 23-11.
Second.
Okay, so just to give a recap, we're on item number 36.
And we're not going to do it.
So,
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Mr. DA.
No, this is an interesting one. That we have an account with Nevada State Bank, and we went in to change the cards, and they said, "Oh, well." So, well, one, we need a resolution. So I'm like, okay. But then we found out that the account is still in the name of Robert Beckett. So this one's been
goes back a while.
This one's been deficient for quite some time, and I'm just kind of laughing, going, how much money has flowed through this account for now? This is what, my second time around.
So the FBI didn't get that fixed, huh, when they took him out of here?
Well, yeah, and the history on this too is this was an account that was actually tied up with the DA's bad check program.
Correct.
When I came in, it was just an absolute nightmare. We couldn't even get into the system. And I refused it. I'm not touching that account because we don't know what's happening. But now it's been kind of interesting that it's been used for 3 different administrations and hasn't been changed. So we're getting it fixed now. So I appreciate it.
Bad check program?
Oh, yeah.
Thank you for the backstory.
Did they charge us bank fees all the time it was active?
You're not on record, Commissioner.
Did they charge us bank fees all the time it was inactive?
Oh yeah, the account's actually been used, but I say it's just kind of interesting. But it hasn't been a problem with us using the funds, but it's just interesting now that it's an issue.
Maybe you need to do a background check and make sure it's been used by the right people.
Bob Beckett was the last person that had signature authority, so.
Yeah.
So we have
I have a motion and a second on the floor to adopt. If there's no further discussion, I'll call for the vote, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Where's aye?
Carbone, aye.
36 passes 5-0. Number 37, please, Manager.
Item 37, for possible action, update on the 2023 Nevada legislative session, including Nye County priorities, impacts to counties, and actions that counties are required to take pursuant to new legislation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, Commissioners. Tim Sutton, SUTTON, Nye County Manager, Pahrump Town Manager. Excited for the opportunity to give you your legislative update for today. So just to give you again the landscape, so the legislative session began February 5th and will end on June 6th. Today is the 72nd day of the legislative session, which means there are 48 days left of the 120-day session. During that time, there have been 489 assembly bills put forth, 465 Senate bills for a total of 954, which is just up a couple from the last report that I gave. Now, put an asterisk behind that number because there was a significant deadline on April 14th, which was just this last Friday. That was the deadline by which bills that were introduced in committee needed to be voted out of committee, and if they weren't, then they were dead. So the Assembly has 10 committees, the Senate has 11 committees that all the different bills go to, where they're heard in committee, and then they have to be voted out to a work session, and then they have to go forward to be heard on the floor. So if they don't make it out of committee, then it's what's called they die in committee. Currently, as of last night, there were 239 bills that never made it out of committee. So that reduces our total to about 715, or a reduction of about 25%. So that's still a significant amount of bills. 715 is still quite a bit. but I wanted to give you an update on which bills made it out of committee and which ones didn't. So now as I'm going through this report, if you hear some bills that you are either excited about making out of committee or not excited about making out of committee, keep in mind that there is still a potential for a bill to be latched onto one that did make it out of committee. That happens all the time. A lot of times you get a lot of redundancy and overlap in various bills, and so sometimes if one dies in committee, they'll just tack it on to something else. So bills aren't always truly dead, but just wanted to have you keep that in mind. So the bills that did not make it out of committee, the first one that I wanted to address was our very own SB 51. That was a bill to increase the salary of county commissioners. This one was surprising and disappointing. We had lots of support, not only from NACO as it represented the last time, but from the various associations, including the Nevada Association of County Clerks and County Election Officials, the Nevada Assessors Association, the Association of County Treasurers of Nevada, the County Recorders Association of Nevada, the Nevada District Attorneys Association, and the Nevada Sheriffs and Chiefs Association. So pretty much every association that corresponds with the elected officials that we have here represented here in Nye County approved this bill and the amendments that were brought forth by NACO, but it didn't get out of committee. So our bill is effectively dead at this point unless we can latch it on to another bill that's still continuing on, which of course we will try to do. One thing that I think you'll be happy to hear is SB 421, which sets forth regulations pertaining to solar energy facilities, which, if you remember from my last update, is where that bill was proposing to restrict the ability of county governments to have any guidelines that were stricter than the state guidelines as they pertain to solar developments, including moratoriums, which this commission has supported in the past. That bill did not make it out of committee, so that's good news for us.
It could be attached to something else.
That's right. As I said before, these aren't truly dead, but at least that's the first hurdle that we overcame. AB 88, which was one of Assemblyman Hafen's bills, requires proof of identity to vote in an election. That one did not make it out of committee. The items that did make it out of committee, we have AB 47, which allows local governments to construct and operate OHV trails adjacent to highways. It's a small amendment, but still one that's favorable for county government, and that one did make it out of committee. AB 52 makes various changes to open meeting law. That one is still alive, and we'll go forward to a vote, and I think they're headed for a work session as well. AB 387 requires state water engineer to use the best available science when rendering decisions pertaining to surface and underwater water sources. I assume they already had to do that, but apparently not. So
It's one of the better ones out of the whole bunch.
yeah, so that one did make it out of committee and is moving forward. Item 391, as I reported last time, is one that provides a preference to local contractors who bid on public works contracts. That did make it through committee. AB 423, that's the one that just incorporated language that we currently have on our agenda as far as it pertains to public comment and can prohibit it if it's slanderous or offensive or disruptive. That is still alive. AJR is the constitutional amendment that further restricts the legislature from passing laws or granting special charters to operate lotteries or selling lottery tickets. That's still alive and made it through committee. SB 20 is the one.
What was that again, Tim?
I'm sorry?
What was that number again?
The lottery one?
Yeah.
That's AJR 5, so that's an Assembly joint resolution. SB 20 is pertaining to commissioner vacancies. That's the one where it allows the county commissioners to come up with a way of filling their own vacancies rather than having the state appoint the governor appoint those. That did make it out of committee, so it is alive. SB 21 is the population cap bill that we supported and NACO took over. That made it out of committee. SB 90, which is a bill to make the wild Mustang the wild horse or the state horse. That one made it out of committee. And then two water bills by Senator Goycochea, SB 112 and SB 113. Those both made it out of committee as well. So those are all the ones that I reported last time. Since the last update, I've received requests for a couple of other bills, both providing information and as well as their status. So I'll do the same thing with these bills. AB 102 is the one that prohibits coyote calling contests. It's not just coyote calling contests. It's actually beavers, bobcats, foxes, monks, muskrat, otter, rabbit, skunks, and weasels. It is a bill that would have prohibited calling contests, which this board passed a resolution against this bill, and it did not make it out of committee, so that bill is effectively dead. AB 120 is a bill sponsored by Assemblyman Hafen. This has bearing on our RAM event that we've held traditionally here in Pahrump and just recently held in Tonopah, which allows for volunteer medical providers to come in and offer services free of charge to residents. It's been a great asset and a resource for Nye County residents. One problem that they had is this relies a lot on volunteer medical providers, including people who've been retired for a while and just want to come back. Well, existing law prohibits anybody who hasn't been practicing actively for the past 3 years. It prohibits them from offering medical services. And so we lost out on a big medical pool for RAM services because of that prohibition. So this bill is seeking to eliminate that restriction just for volunteer services, and that bill did make it out of committee, so that one is moving forward. AB 354 is a bill that prohibits the possession of a firearm within 100 feet of an election site. That bill did make it out of committee. AB 355 currently sets the minimum age for owning a firearm at 18 for most people. This bill raises that age to 21. This current law also provides criminal penalties for people who fail to properly secure a gun against a child. This bill would extend those criminal penalties to anybody who fails to secure a gun against anybody 21 or older. So it adds quite a bit of exposure to gun owners. That bill did make it out of
21 and older? Is that what you just said?
21 and younger, I apologize.
21 and younger.
Yeah, 21 and younger.
Say older, that's kind of weird.
Yeah, that's a lot of people. AB 394, as County Clerk Kampf has indicated, there are a lot of legislative bills that were targeted directly towards Nye County. This is one of them. Prohibits a county from counting ballots more than once. That one did make it out of committee.
Let's make that clear. It's not counting ballots twice. It's checking ballots. You got whatever came through the machine, we're checking to see if it's the same.
Right.
We're not counting them twice.
Got it. Thank you.
We wouldn't even be allowed to do an audit of our own
Correct.
ballots.
And you want the county to certify those non-audited ballots. It's just great. Great. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Item SB 354. Currently, justices of the peace in rural counties are not required to have any experience or have to be attorneys as they do in some of our other jurisdictions. So this particular bill would require justices of the peace not to take the full bar exam, but to take a portion of it, known as the MPRE, which is the professional responsibility exam, which basically tests typically a prospective attorney's ability to know what the judicial ethics and attorney ethics provisions are. So this is a way of adding that requirement to even rural JPs.
Which is what you learn when you go to the colleges.
Yes.
So.
Yep.
Basically, they go to college to be certified after they're set as a judge, and now they'll be tested that they accurately understand the information.
Before.
Yeah, so this would be before. So
Before.
there have been various legislative movements that have tried to impose the requirement to have passed a bar exam to rural JPs in the past, and they haven't failed. So this appears to be just kind of if we can't do the whole thing, let's just try a portion of it. So attorneys, before they are licensed, they have to take the bar exam, which includes a multi-state bar exam, the MBE, the MPRE, which is this particular test, which tests ethical standards, and then the written exam. So all that this bill would require is that they are justices of the peace, pass the MPRE, the professional responsibility.
This is after they're elected or before they're elected. So how do you know? If they get elected, then what?
I think it's after that they would have to pass it. I don't think it's
we have that little
for post. Yeah,
Post.
I think it's after. But I'll double check that.
So if they don't pass that, we kick them to the curb. What do we do?
Yeah, I guess that would disqualify them from office if this bill were to pass, just like a residency required.
Can the DA help us out here?
Well, this is so ridiculous because the MPRE, this is the rules of professional responsibility for attorneys. It deals with how you handle clients' money and conflicts of interest. Why a judge has to get involved in that is just crazy that they're even putting that in there. Because it has nothing to do with what a JP does, but.
Yeah.
Is there a cost to that test, Manager Sutton?
Yeah, it's a nationally administered test, and I don't think they do it for free.
Well, it's definitely not for free.
Yeah.
That might be the why, Mr. DA.
Yeah, but the money doesn't go to us. The money goes to the company that operates the NPRE.
Yeah, and I don't want to speculate too much, but I'm guessing this is just the camel's nose in the door of requiring the full bar exam for rural justices of the peace. But we're keeping an eye on that one. It did make it out of committee, which is why I wanted to report on that.
And one question, can't the governor veto that?
Yeah.
Yeah, because they need to know the reason why they're not having to have all the schooling in a rural area for a justice of the peace job.
Yeah.
If anybody has all that schooling, it's not going to come to a rural area for what little bit we pay them compared to some other area.
Right. Yeah, it will definitely make it harder for us to recruit and retain JP candidates. The last one that I want to report on is SJR 4, which, if passed, would be a resolution in support of Yucca Mountain. Specifically, it urges the federal government to use Yucca Mountain for the development and storage of renewable energy. So that's obviously something that we have historically supported. So that was good news that it came out, but the bad news is it did not make it out of committee. So that one is effectively dead. I wanted to report that our state lobbyist, is working on to update the tracker that all of you have access to update all of these bills that have made it out of committee and are still alive. So that hasn't been done yet because the list just posted, I think, Monday. And so that is still a work in progress, but that should be updated shortly.
That'd be one, but we also have the NACO watch list too.
The NACO tracking sheet?
So you got both of those that we're going to be doing, or?
Yeah, I did not check with NACO to see what they're doing. I'm assuming they're going to do something similar because we want to track bills that are still alive rather than ones that have not made it out of committee. But I know for sure that our state lobbyist is updating the tracker that's specifically provided for county commissioners.
I think we probably need to start adding some of the items that are affecting our law enforcement, because they do affect us here in the county. So we might want to start looking at what those are, because I'm hearing some of them are pretty terrible. I'll use that language. I could say something else, but it wouldn't be prudent.
Okay. For my next update, I will make sure to focus on the law enforcement specific bills. And that was the end of my report, Commissioners. Did you have any questions or any bills that you wanted us to look into for the next update?
Any questions for Manager Sutton? Clerk Kampf, please.
Yeah, one of the bills that I was very concerned about was AB 242, which did make it out of committee, and this bill would require that we have two ADA accessible machines in each polling location. Up till now, we've only been required to have one in each polling location, so that would increase the number we'd have to 14 machines. It would make it illegal, first in the nation, to make it illegal to use paper ballots at the polls. And in the last round, they added that you can only count the votes mechanically. You cannot count the votes by hand, even if you wanted to. It would be illegal to count the votes by hand, and this made it out of committee.
So stupid.
Just so you're aware. So all that stuff I was talking about by saving money on reducing the number of machines, it's not happening.
Besides, we're spending more now.
Yeah, we're actually going to be spending more.
So, Mark.
Go ahead.
Because that's kind of so bizarre. So now we have to have two machines in each jail that we have?
We have to have two handicap accessible type machines in each location. And of course, then a backup in case one of those goes down. So that means you have to have three. And in addition to all the other machines that we're going to be putting back out there and hauling back all over this county.
So that means if we have people in jail in Las Vegas, we have to haul our machines down there?
If 190 passes, yes.
Is that based on population, or they just said every county needs to have?
Every county needs to have those at a polling location, so.
See, they're not
it's kind of
taking into
discouraged. I was
consideration.
hoping to increase the number of polling locations.
Now you can't.
Well, I can, but it's just more organization, more hauling machines around, so I do intend to do that, but it's just, there's more work to be done. It's okay. We follow the law, whether we like it or not.
Thank you, Clerk. Is there any public comment on the phone for this item, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Williams.
Helene Williams, WILLIAMS. 354, the JP piece of legislation. I think it's very interesting because if you go out to election and someone is elected by the people, they don't pass, you're going to have to go back out to re-election, which is expensive, and it becomes a financial burden to our county. And I think that we need to, if this passes, approach our governor and see if he'll do something. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Hollis.
Marianne Hollis, HOLLIS. One question. I missed the number of the bill to extend the active service of medical personnel in order to practice. What was that? If you might.
That was AB 120.
AB 120. Okay, I'll look that up. And secondly, the AB 102, which I think was the coyote contest. So I guess, Mr. Knightley, I won't be making any more FOIA requests to see where this board's resolution landed because as far as I know from our last communication, it hadn't been submitted to the assembly that was discussing that bill. Never left here to go there. Why?
It's going to the governor's desk. Is the intent if it's necessary.
I'm sorry, what?
Going to the governor's desk to veto if necessary. That's what the county said.
Okay, so didn't go to the AB, it goes straight up in case there's a veto. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sutton.
Thank you. Is there anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Lackey.
Darrell Lackey, Lackey. As you all know, I've run for office here before in Nye County in 2008, 2010, and 2012. I was involved with recounts twice. And I went in there thinking I was going to see these big rolls, what you see in the machine, But no, they were just little rolls, rubber band together and torn here and torn there. And I said, and I brought it to the attention in this room before. And then after that happened, all of a sudden we're going to go to some paper ballots. So we did this bizarre paper ballot thing. Because I blew the case. I told how the vote count can be varied after the voting because they're just tearing those paper rolls. So it's not the machines. I know the machines are so heavy. They're so heavy, but that's no excuse. Carting these heavy things around. Let's get that. Let's get some real election where we don't have torn voting rolls. Let's try doing that, and then we have truth. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Okay, hearing no public comment, seeing no public comment in Tonopah and Pahrump. And on the phone, I'll close public comment. It is for action.
Mr. Chair, the reason it's for action is just because if in case the board's inclined to do any kind of letters of support, obviously we couldn't do that now, but you could direct staff to do that if you so chose at this time, but you don't have to.
Satisfied. I know that was good presentation. Thank you for the update. I know you worked hard on that. And so I give you a little breather. Let me ask Assistant County Manager Lorena Dillinger to read number 38 for us.
Item 38, For possible action, discussion and deliberation regarding Nye County Proclamation Number P2023-02, a proclamation recognizing the month of April 2023 as Records and Information Management Month.
Arnold should have had to read that one.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Arnold Knightley, Public Information Officer, KNIGHTLY.
Thank you.
So, William Stark, who's up in Tonopah, brought this to my attention. He's our records management administrator, and we just kind of want to take the opportunity to, thank this board, because you guys and some earlier predecessors have taken this mission seriously. You approved Mr. Stark's position a few years ago, and then to tie in our public records administrator, Jenna, came on board 10 months ago, hiding over there. And it all ties together. And, we have a long way to go when it comes to records management, but I think we've started down a great path, and I just wanted to bring this forward to, let you know that we do appreciate it, and there's still, I think it's a lot better than it was 3 years ago, but there's a lot of backlog that we need to get to too. And having a good records policy and good records management, is good for the, helps us get records out for people who are looking for them, because we are doing the people's business at the end of the day, whether it's, a backup agenda item or an email or whatever. So that was why we brought this forward.
Thank you, Mr. Knightley. Would you like to have William Stark say anything up in Tonopah? No. Please.
Come on, old William. Let's speak and spell your name.
William Stark, S-T-A-R-K, Nye County Records Management Administrator. Thank you for the opportunity to just give a brief presentation about Records and Information Management Month. Records and Information Management Month, or RIMM, is celebrated each year in April. It was developed to highlight the importance of record keeping and information management. Records management refers to a systematic control of records throughout their life cycle, from creation through the required retention period, and ensures that records are retrievable, authentic, and accurate. Records and Information Management Month evolved from the National Records and Information Management Day, created in 1995 by members of ARMA, that's the Association of Records Managers and Administrators, their United States Government Relations Committee, to encourage the renewal of the Paperwork Reduction Act of 1980. So a brief history behind RIMM. In 1912, the United States Bureau of Efficiency was established to improve record management in government offices. 1942, the Federal Reports Act of 1942 was signed into law, coordinating federal reporting requirements in order to eliminate duplication and reduce costs and burdens on potential respondents. It was effectively overwritten by the Paperwork Reduction Act of 1980. In 1980, the Paperwork Reduction Act of 1980 was enacted to develop and implement federal information policies and standards concerning the reduction of the government paperwork burden on the public, records management activities, the privacy of records pertaining to individuals, and the review of information collection requests. 1995, a substantial amendment to the Paperwork Reduction Act of 1980, the Reduction Act of 1995, was enacted to further the goals of the Paperwork Reduction Act to have federal agencies become more responsible and publicly accountable for reducing the burden of federal paperwork on the public and for other purposes. Also in 1995, the National Records and Information Management Day was celebrated for the first time. 1997, the observance of it was expanded to last for a week. 2002, the observance was further expanded to last for a month. Records are an important government asset because they show evidence of all transactions, give transparency and accountability, provide resources for future needs, and support the decision-making process by reviewing relevant past records. records and information management, also emphasize the significance and relevance of organizing and maintaining records efficiently and effectively because good records and information management practices are essential to the operation of government. Retention and disposal schedule compliance promotes government transparency and responsible management of taxpayer-funded resources, and it minimizes risk by assuring that information is readily available as required through established policies, procedures, and practices. And in conclusion, the Records and Information Management Month proclamation itself does not single out any persons or departments because all of us in Nye County create records. We do, and are indirectly or directly involved in the proper retention of records. And as such, all of us are reflected in this proclamation. Thank you.
Thank you, William. I appreciate that. And if you don't mind, Arnold and William, I'd like to invite Jenna up to at least introduce herself because she's a significant part of what this proclamation is for here in Pahrump and for the rest of Nye County.
Thank you, Chair. Jenica Sanders, Sanders, Public Records Administrator. I've been here, as Arnold said, about 10 months now. For the year, we closed out, just a little context of what we're really talking about here. We closed out 2022 with 623 records requests. And as far as our numbers this year, to give a little bit of a context, we've just had 14 requests in the last 2 days. So it is growing exponentially, and the need is very, very large. And I would like to recognize all the departments for their collaboration and their diligence in our department, because without it, I mean, the public wouldn't get what they need. So thank you, Chair, for the introduction.
So we're talking about the public records flow. It's basically mostly what comes through administration. The clerk's office, the sheriff's office, the DA's office has a big chunk that there is their own. But when you guys, when this board approved the position last year, we had 346 in 2021. So last year we had 623. So as you can see, it's on pace to be similar to 2022 than it was to 2023. So records management and the ability to retrieve those records for the public is very important, and we appreciate your guys' support in that mission. And, you know, Lorena Dellinger and Tim Sutton, you know, they're fully supportive of this too, and we wouldn't be here without them.
Who are those people?
Thank you, Arnold. So public records requests, very important for the transparency of what's gone on in the past and current, et cetera. But that's not all that William and Jenna do. So if you don't mind, if you could expound a little bit, just a little bit, scratch the surface, please.
So, you know, Jenna down here, well, you can talk to it if you want. Okay, so, you know, I've been working with her, training her up to help give support in other areas too with, you know, websites and social media outreach. And, you know, William's helping to work on some big projects up in Tonopah, mostly centered around records for him, because we do have such a backlog of records throughout the county, especially, I mean, there's a lot down here, but up in Tonopah, which used to be the county seat, you know.
Used to be?
I mean, it's still the county seat. I apologize.
Oh my gosh, you're going to be in so much trouble for that.
Sorry, I was meaning Ione back in the 1860s. I apologize. And then Belmont. So, but I mean, what I was meaning to say is a lot of the business has moved down here, but a lot of the older records are still up in Tonopah in areas that we need to get organized and inventoried. So that's kind of what Williams focuses, and he's also keeping up with what's current, you know, whether it's getting the proclamations or the resolutions or the ordinances, working with the clerk's offices to get them in our management systems and things like that. So It's a team effort, and it takes effort from everybody in the county. So.
It's like, and again, it's getting those records inputted into the data system, cataloged, so we know how to find them.
Yes, sir.
It's been one of the biggest things that are, it's hard, very hard to get that done.
Right.
And I know that you guys have been working very diligent to get that in place, and I've watched the boxes and the boxes of the data slowly disappearing, so it's great to see that.
You guys have to walk by his office when you're up in Tonopah, and you see the boxes in there, and the amounts fluctuate. So, you know, it's a forever project, and it's not going to be completed in our.
Oh no, we still haven't got to the bunkers yet, so.
I have no idea what you're talking about. So.
Yeah.
Any other comments for Arnold, William, or Jenna? No? Let me open it up for public comment. Thank you, William, Arnold, Jenna. Appreciate everything you do. Anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Thank you. Hearing and seeing no public comment in Tonopah, Pahrump, and on the phone, I will close public comment.
Chair, make a motion for us to accept Proclamation P 2023-02.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second on the floor. If there's no further discussion, I'll call for the vote, please.
Aye.
Jabor's aye.
Aye.
Number 38 passes 5-0. Thank you again.
5-4.
And we're back to Manager Sutton. Number 39, please.
You're recuperated already? You're doing good?
You
I think I'm
okay?
good.
Okay.
Item 39, report by Elizabeth Jordan, Comptroller, regarding the budget status for February 2023 for Nye County and all sub-entities for fiscal year 2023.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Elizabeth Jordan for the record. In front of you, you have the fiscal year 23 financial report through our period 8, which is February of 2023. I wanted to go, pages 2 and 3 of your backup. I have notated a few items for your information, mostly related to some of the departments that are showing that are forecasting to be either over in services and supplies or in salaries and benefits. Most of these are related to our increase in utilities. As we all know, utilities have increased, and I had previously presented that as well. But we have obviously some services and supplies that are increased because of the inflation costs. Although we did increase some of our departments during budget season for the CPI increase, unfortunately, as you know, the inflation has not stopped. We have seen a cool down in the last few months, but unfortunately, it's not where we would like it to be. Some of these departments may be able to absorb those the excess within their budget because either they have vacant positions or they're forecasting maybe their salaries and benefits due to vacancies, so they'll be able to absorb them. However, some of them I have notated they may need a small augment towards the end of the year, and I will keep an eye on those as well as work with the departments as we go, of course, through the remainder of the year. But wanted to point those out to you.
I did notice the animal shelters. That's mainly fuel, so I don't know how you can recuperate any of that.
No, the animal shelter, and I might have, animal control is for fuel. Animal shelter did see an increase. I'm sorry, were you talking about the animal control?
Animal control, which is part of the shelter now.
Now it is, yes. Animal control is seeing a fuel issue, so that I have notated on here. They also were part of the large seizure case in Amargosa. We did recently receive funding from there was a GoFundMe account that was set up. We recently did apply it to some of our departments that were affected by that seizure, which was the animal control and the sheriff's office. So we were able to recuperate some of those costs. They're not reflected in the month of February. I believe those are be posted for the month of March. So you will see that reflected in the next month. So it's just something to keep an eye on for that department. I believe that they'll be okay, just based on the numbers, but obviously at the time of the report, those funds had not been applied. Any questions so far? Okay, moving on to page 4, this is our revenue. Our revenues are expected to be receipted or hit our budgeted figures. I don't see any issue there. I am, of course, keeping an eye on it, and they may change as we go through the rest of the fiscal year. But so far, I'm not concerned with the revenue section of this. Of course, we will see a slowdown in our property taxes because, as you know, most of the taxes have been paid for fiscal year 23 to date. But I still do believe we'll hit those figures.
Well,
yes.
It's not fully paid. Some people are still doing partial payments.
Yes, correct. But what I meant to say is that during most of people either pay through their mortgage, and some of the mortgage do make a full payment for those properties. However, there are some people or some properties that are paid in installments. So we are still receiving property taxes, just not as the higher months that we see the initial first and second installment.
Just don't want to have people thinking that all the property taxes have been paid, so.
No. Yes. Okay, any questions on the revenue side? Okay, moving on to the expenditure sides. Pages 5, 6, and 7 and 8 are your general services, or I'm sorry, your general fund, which is where most of the county's expenditures lie for the general fund, of course.
You actually can see where some of the issues are when you go through these, so.
Yes. Do you have any questions on any of these departments? Some of those I've notated in the fiscal notes in the front.
Yeah, those are the most critical areas, so.
Yes. And as they're highlighted in red, the ones, of course, that we're keeping an eye on them, and, of course, notated them in the front for you. Any questions on the general fund expenditure departments? Okay, moving to, moving to the remaining pages. Pages 9 is the Nye County, the remainder of the funds outside of the general fund. And then the rest of the, I don't see any issues for the rest of the reports for the other towns. Any questions?
Ambulance and health?
I have highlighted.
Yeah. So what's going on there?
With the ambulance department, for Nye County, the 10284, or I'm sorry, the 10282, we do have some capital expenditures that we paid out of this fund. So that's why you see an excess in the timing. We do have some contracts as well as some capital that we purchased out of there. We also pay the ambulance service, the debt service for the ambulance that we purchased a couple years ago. So that's what you're seeing here, reflected here.
If you recall some of that discussion we had with the chief, he actually pointed out some of that, so.
And most of our payments are due are front loaded, so that's why we're higher in expenditures than our.
Correct.
Any other questions?
You made it too easy for you. I don't understand. Very good, thank you.
I do have a question, Comptroller, please, on page 12 and 13. Page 12 and 13 on the top.
Yes, Gabs,
So Gabs, and I know that it's minimal, and Manhattan, it's minimal. But I don't see room tax, any rooms tax from either of those areas. Is room tax not submitted from Gabs and Manhattan?
no, we don't have anything submitted for Gabs in Manhattan
We haven't for a long.
for a very, as far as I can remember.
Exactly. It's something we need to sit down and talk about. There's a few more items in this package that we have to sit down and probably have some conversation with the comptroller.
Okay. And as I said, it's minimal, it's nothing to get alarmed about, but I noticed it's not there. Okay. Were you finished with your presentation?
I am, unless
Any
there's any other
questions
questions.
for Ms. Jordan? No? Okay.
I do want to notify everybody that the fiscal '24 budget workshop will be held at May 8th. I sent out an email earlier today to our departments, and of course the board have been notified, and we'll go through our current fiscal year as well as our forecast for our fiscal '24.
Thank you very much.
Oh, I just can't
Bring your
wait.
crying towels with you.
Yes, please.
Thank you again. Number 40, please, Manager.
Item 40 for possible action, discussion and deliberation to 1, consider an appeal to reverse the determination that Michael Sunis with Tatuado Hospitality Management was deemed in breach of contract for the COVID relief program, and 2, approve, amend, and approve or reject the small business ARPA funding request from Michael Sunis with Tatuado Hospitality Management under the Nye County ARPA Recovery Plan and Policy, small business assistance in the amount of $43,000.
Stephanie, can you help us out here?
Is this Mr. Sunis? Thank you. On the record.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Michael Tunis, Tsunis, 259 Rockwell Springs Court, Henderson, Nevada. I'm here to answer any questions and explain the situation. If I may.
Go ahead and explain the situation,
Okay,
and then we'll go
please.
from there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. First of all, I did receive funding from the Nye County on the last go-around for the COVID. And if it wasn't for that funding, my bar would have been closed on Gamebird Avenue. The bar called Tatuado Wildside Tavern would have 100% been closed. So the money that you gave me, thank you so much, was put to incredible use, and I'm happy to say, revitalizing the brand. And since that grant, I've now moved on to 2 other locations here in Nye County, and I've created over 25 additional jobs. So I know how some people think the money for grants are to be abused. I look at it a different way. I look at it, I'm given the opportunity to create and bolster the economy from the federal government and from the great Pahrump County, Nye County. So what had happened here, and just to reiterate real fast, going backwards, I do have opened since in 2022 a little honky-tonk on, it's called Rhinestones Country Bar and Dance Hall. It's doing very well. And as well, I'm very pleased to announce that I've opened up the venue at RV's Treasures Resort, a purebred steakhouse, banquet hall, creating over 20 jobs. And we're just a couple of months away from our liquor license obtaining, maybe a little less. And the bowling alley will be open, et cetera, et cetera. As well, adding more jobs to the community. With this money that I'm seeking, I'm going to reinvigorate the brand WST on Gamebird and I will be able to bring on 3 to 4 more employees and bring on my dream little restaurant outside there on the patio, the WST Rib Shack. And it's spectacular, the best ribs in the country, and I can't wait to bring those to Nye County. So, getting back to that, that's the story on the grant itself. I have been reporting to the grants administrator here in Nye County on particular exact date on August 16th, 2021, I submitted via email at 9:56 a.m. I received a certified letter 3 days later, which was dated 3 days later, but actually didn't get for a week afterwards. This young lady will explain in a minute. But I was only 10 hours late on submitting my budget, my expenditures, and I do believe that Mrs. McCutcheon, Jessica over here, has been very, 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 very friendly to me. This beautiful young lady right here has been working with me. So I've been explaining to them exactly what's going on. Documentation's been provided. I was 9.5 hours late. So when the ARPA came around, I looked at all the guidelines. The first time around, I decided, you know what? Let me see if I can squeeze it out. So I didn't apply. I have several businesses. I have a couple businesses in Las Vegas still. But then I received my tax returns for 2021. Horrendous. The amount of money that I have been losing out here on the Gainbird estate is mind-blowing. And Mrs. Tackett, I think, could agree to that, having my tax returns, that I am just in awe that I'm standing in front of you today, what I have created. And it's going back 3 years ago with a simple grant that you guys honored me with, along with an EID loan, and I made it work. And I buried myself out of the hole, one shovel at a time, and here I am, getting ready to open up, I think, the best venue that Nye County will ever see. Phenomenal. A ton of money has been spent on my end there. And the problem is, as I look at my bank accounts now, I'm running on fumes. I'm not ashamed to admit it, but that's where I'm at. So I think I'm doing my part by creating and bolstering the economy how these grants were meant to be. I do believe in 6 months from now, I'm going to be standing on top of the world again. I'm a very smart businessman and a very good entrepreneur. So with that being said, I would like to answer any questions after this young lady has an opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Michael. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Stephanie Elliott, ELLIOTT. Included in your backup, which is not a lot of information, we did pull a snippet from the ARPA Recovery Plan and Policy, and there's a spot in there about halfway down that second page of your backup, where it does say that a business that did not meet the requirements and conditions of the CARES and or Nye County COVID Relief Fund grant agreements will not be considered for ARPA funding. And we did put that in place for a reason. There was quite a bit of expenditures. We were looking at referring to CPAs. We actually hired grants administrator Jessica McCutcheon at that time in her previous role to try and close out some of these grants. And it was a daily process really to just pull the information that we needed. In Mr. Sunis's case, he was approved with a COVID relief program, and within not even the first month, he reported on time on July 15th. So his grant agreement wasn't executed until the very end of June. However, within 3 weeks, he did report on time. It took 5 days, so on July 20th, there was a final closeout for that first reporting month. First time reporting, we do see that where people don't really realize they need both the invoice as well as the bank statement or the canceled check as proof. And then we move into August. And so August 15th of 2021 happened to be on a Sunday. And even the IRS provides an additional leeway of a day or two this year to provide information the day after the 15th if it falls on a weekend. And he is correct, and I can absolutely validate the time of his email was just about 10 o'clock on that Monday morning, and he supplied documentation to the T. He had his backup, he had the reporting that was requested the time before, he had the spreadsheet, he had everything under the sun. And on the 17th, the financial analyst at that time closed him out, said, "Thank you very much. Please continue reporting on the 15th of every month." I don't know what happened that week, but a letter was drafted and prepared and placed Mr. Sunis as a late reporter. After reviewing a lot of the documentation, I did see that there were costs that he was looking to justify, because at this time, grants were given up front. So it was not a reimbursement basis like what we're dealing with today. So he was provided a check and he was required to report expenditures. So there were some unqualified expenditures, but we always see that. So perhaps maybe one was a duplicate or one didn't include the actual bank statement at that time. But in my mind, he was not late. And then I do have a copy of the letter. Again, this information is not in your backup, but the letters were originally dated August 19th. So you will see that on your backup. It's page 1 where we kind of list a little bit of a timeline. But page 2 of your backup. But that letter was actually redated for August 27th and signed by then Comptroller Savannah Rucker. So we have a little bit of miscommunication in my mind, where we obviously have somebody that reported on time the first month, reported within 24 hours the second month, and then did question. And this was actually brought to my attention, and he questioned, "Why am I getting this letter?" So we do have those emails as well. So on August 30th, he questioned the financial analyst at that time. I reported on time. I've got this letter from you saying that I'm good to go, that I just need to report on the 15th of every month. And then there was a second email sent that day, "Hey, I'm in town. Can we meet up about this?" So there was definitely question by Mr. Sunis why he would all of a sudden be placed in a breach of contract or not following suit with his agreement. We then show a week later, Mr. Sunis was just like, "Whatever I got to do to make sure that I'm compliant with my grant. Send me the letter. What do I have to do?" So he did sign the letter that moves him over to a CPA. That letter specifically states that, yes, I understand that I'm in breach of my contract and am willing to use a certified public accountant to get my grant account caught back up. We've also got some correspondence from the CPA that states that Mr. Sunis is stating that he was never out of compliance and was reporting on time. So again, I don't know what happened in that month of August. I know it was kind of a rough time for the finance department. We move forward to where Jessica McCutcheon was the financial analyst at the time, and on December 29th reached out to Mr. Sunis and said, "Hey, I'm trying to close out your grant." Within a week, Mr. Sunis provided all of the information that was required. So literally, he reported 3 times and closed out his grant award from CARES. So again, I do support Mr. Sunis in his effort, and he does have enough documentation he was able to provide. We have enough documentation in the finance department to show that he legitimately put his best foot forward to try and report on time. On the other hand, he did sign the letter stating that he knew that he was in breach of contract. So that's where finance really put the line in the sand and said, "Well, you agreed that you were in breach. That's why we cannot approve you for the ARPA funding." And that's why we're here today, is to have you consider the story, consider the timeline and the events, and to see what your recommendations are.
Do you have that letter with you?
Yes.
I'd like to rip it up.
I believe.
Any questions for?
Yeah, I believe that the NRS states if the date falls over the weekend for a due date, it is actually due the first day after the weekend is over, which is the next Monday. So I don't think you were in breach of anything. I don't know why you signed that letter, unless you just didn't know that the law was the way it should have been.
I was just trying to make sure that I did my part and paid back and make sure I did everything correct.
Clearly a communication, I believe.
Yeah, someone should have never told you that you were late because you weren't.
Thank you for that.
But the key here is that you did sign the letter. Before you signed that letter, you should have been in front of us to do an appeal. That would have been the right move to make. Because once you sign that letter, it's you're admitting that you're guilty.
But
That's the
somebody should
problem.
not have wrote that letter.
I got that. I'm just giving you what the policy says. And what we've done is we've got him locked into a position. And I guess it's going to be up to us to make a decision to make that change. But just remember, how many other folks may be close to the same situation?
We've had probably 10 actual applicants that we did decline based on this particular information. We've had some other applicants that called and we notified them, hey, you were referred to the CPA, may not be worth your time, and they did not apply. So the questions have come up.
And again, this is, just remember, you're opening up the gate for more of the requests to come in.
Well, actually, the problem is that the other people weren't treated fairly. That's where the whole position comes in. The law should have been checked before this ever happened with the other 10. But we need to right the wrong. We can't continue to do this if it's wrong, and it's wrong.
And I will justify that our grants administrator, Jessica McCutcheon, personally knew these folks that were on our naughty list, quote unquote, because they were requiring that additional help. And she absolutely looked at each one of those programs and can testify that, look, they didn't report the first month I called them, the second month, the third month. Okay, we're getting down to your grant closeout period. We had people literally come in the last day at 5 p.m. to hand in their paperwork so that they wouldn't have any sort of legal repercussions. So that was not the case for Mr. Sunas.
And that's the problem. There were a lot of bad actors, and this does not appear to be one of them.
Not saying that.
I
Not
got
saying that at all. And what I'm saying is if we're going to go in violation of our policy, so we need to make sure what we do here. Okay, so just trying to make sure it's clear where we're going. And I'm not saying he's got the shaft, but I mean unfortunately we probably somebody should have said something earlier to say maybe you don't want to sign that letter because you want to do an appeal before you get yourself in that situation.
Okay, so there is a reason, if I may respond to that. If I didn't sign that letter, I was going to get a letter from the district attorney saying that you are in breach of contract, you either pay back all this money or you're going to go to jail, sir.
Correct. But I imagine, and I'm not going to guess at it, but I imagine once they seen all the paperwork that we have, they probably would have said something totally different.
In the defense of that, sir, as immediately as I was referred to the CPA, Mr. Healy and their associates, Bobby, I was dealing with Bobby directly.
Bobby, yes.
I got everything lined up immediately. So I said, are we 100% in compliance? She goes, well, are 100% in compliance? Absolutely, absolutely. They couldn't understand either why it was sent over to them. So I had no choice to send that letter. At that present time, you did not have the opportunity in your guidelines to, hey, if you don't agree with the decision, please bring it in front of the board, because I could not, with all my privileged licenses that I do carry, have any chance of being arrested.
You always have a chance to come to the Board of County Commissioners. You have public comment. You can come talk to us anytime. So it's not that. Again, I'm not arguing that we don't do something. I'm just telling you, I'm letting the rest of the board and the people out there understand these are our processes. And we got to make sure we understand what those processes are. And if we're going to make a change, there's other folks that may be close to your situation that we're going to be seeing here as well. So just letting everybody understand that.
No, I'm not going to totally disagree with Commissioner Carbone because he's following the policy that we approved. What I will say is Commissioner Cox mentioned NRS, and I'm going to give the acronym CFPB, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. We're not going to reinvent the wheel, as far as I'm concerned. On the next business day, it's not considered late. So it was on Saturday, Sunday. the next business day is Monday,
That's correct.
you were compliant,
That is correct.
okay? That's how I'm looking at this, how I'm looking at the backup. And I understand what you're saying. It's our policy. So everybody that contacted you did their job to the best of their ability. I want to believe that. There was no malice involved. They're following the policy that we approved, right, during the cures and COVID and ARPA, et cetera.
I cannot disagree with that, sir. I agree with you saying 100%. Commissioner, I agree with you as well. The rules are the rules. However, this is a exceptionally out-of-the-box situation. I do believe it's a once in a million situation that's going to arise in front of you. And, you know, I could really, you could just look what I'm doing in here in the town. So, I mean, I'm a man of my word, and I'm doing some great things here in your hometown here. And I would like to continue moving forward in that direction of creating jobs. And I could really use the help and the support of this ARPA money.
So, Mr. DA, we shouldn't have any problems with violating our own policies, correct?
Actually, nobody violated anything.
That's exactly right. I think the issue here is you're making a determination as to whether or not he really was in violation. But I would also indicate you need to treat him as the same way you've treated other people who haven't complied.
With similar circumstances.
Exactly. Correct.
And there are none.
Correct.
So far,
Not
there are
to
none.
put everything in the day after it was due. Do we have anyone?
Not
who's
that
in
I'm
the
aware of.
Same boat. Thank you.
We just want to make sure.
Mr. Sunis has been fully compliant, except for why we're here right now, right? Being considered late, and I don't believe my interpretation is next business day. It would have been Monday, and you're not late.
I think we all can agree to that. I'm not making that statement that is wrong, just making sure we understand what we're doing.
I understand.
Actually, we were the ones that weren't compliant when we said you couldn't do it on Monday, you had to have it in on Sunday. Come right down to it.
Now we have people who have been trained. I think they're a little bit more understanding of the process. I mean, now we're doing something totally different. We're not giving people money outright. Now we're, asking for vouchers, so we don't have that issue any longer. So that kind of takes care of the next problem.
Okay. If there are no further questions for Mr. Sunis or Ms. Elliott, if you don't mind, let me open it up for public comment at this time.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you. Is there anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
Yes, Chair, the caller is unmuted. Please speak and spell your name for the record.
Yes, Amy Nelson, Nelson. After listening to all of the circumstances, I think that this would be the right thing to do, is to help him out. I mean, he's doing a lot for the community. Some of these legal issues that we're talking about, like Donna Cox said, the county might have been at fault. So there might be a compromise in this particular instance. And, if other people come forward, then let them present their case. That's what you're there for. But I think that it would be actually fair to rule in favor of Mr. Sunis. But that's only my opinion, and I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nelson. Is there anybody else on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Hearing no public comment in Tonopah, Pahrump, and on the phone, I will close public comment at this time. Any further discussion from the commission? I'd like to entertain a motion.
Let's see how we put this together. Let's see, making a motion to accept the appeal determination and to approve the small business contract for the COVID relief program of the $43,000. ARPA, excuse me.
Second. Sorry. God, I've been sleeping today.
Well, it's actually the COVID money we're revising
Yeah, you're
and
yeah, you're right. You are
And allowing them to use-
reversing. You're reversing
correct.
on the COVID, but you're approving the ARP.
That's what it just,
Is that what you meant?
that's right.
Amended.
What do you think? He's good. That's all that matters.
think it's good.
He's good.
Do we need to add a name to this so that if we have others?
Michael Tunis,
it'll
I
be
mean, we can
separated?
add his name if you want.
Yeah, I think it would be.
It's in the agenda item, so it's.
Less confusion.
We're on
less
number
confusion
40.
in the future.
Well, item 40.
We're on number 40. Okay, I have a motion on the floor and a second, and it's been amended. If there's no further discussion, I'll call for the vote, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Everybody, aye.
Jabbour's aye. Passes 5-0. Congratulations. Thank you, sir, for what you're doing.
Thank you very much, all commissioners.
Please don't be late.
He means with getting things done.
Number
New
41,
business.
please. Thank you.
Item 41 for possible action, discussion and deliberation to 1, accept Google's terms of service to upload Nye County GIS data to Google to potentially use for updating Nye County address points and mapping information, and 2, delegate authority to Information Technology Director Brad Adams or his designee to accept the terms of service online and share GIS data with Google.
Good or bad?
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Good afternoon, Mr. Adams.
Brad Adams, Director of IT for Nye County, ADAMS. I wanted to cover a few points that were brought up in the last meeting. My apologies for not being present during the last meeting. We did have a issue over at the Sheriff's Department that requested my assistance. So a few of the items that were brought up in both public comment and by the Commission, one of them is privacy and privacy of the records that are given over to Google. I wanted to address that one specifically because we don't see any reason to provide anything other than address points and centerline data. Within address points in the Nye County GIS data set, there is no privacy information. In addition to that, within the Google terms and conditions, there is a prohibition of using any privacy data or personally identifiable data within the data set that's uploaded to Google. So within that, the centerline data is just road centerlines, and metadata associated to the center lines, i.e. direction of travel or direction of street, road name, road type, surface type, that kind of information that Google would use. Address points, very similar, APNs, street name, street designation, some other metadata, but it's not personally identifiable. It does not have any ownership or deed or information that would imply what the owner of the property is. Another item too, along the privacy lines, center lines and address points are already within our Particle data set that's available to the public. So that same data is already out there. Handing it over to Google has a dual purpose. One is for our first responders because they do, even dispatch that has our GIS data embedded in our CAD application, they do occasionally use GIS or Google Earth data for different purposes. First responders, sometimes they'll use it because it's convenient. Google Mapping, Apple Mapping, those are all derivatives from Google Earth and Google Earth data set, which is a compilation data set from a lot of different sources. They take that, they do analytics on it, and they provide a data set that is the most accurate that they can provide, including from their own source material, their little Googler car that goes around. So with the Portico data set that we already have, that is provided publicly, this is not really providing anything out to Google than what's already being provided publicly. Another item was the public record of the data set, or do we have any rights to that data set? Read a lot of information with Google, and one of the things that came up a few different times within Google and the data sets, intellectual property rights don't really apply to public record. So address points, they don't consider that intellectual property. And as our District Attorney's Office, Marla, had pointed out, the GIS data set, it is public record. It is. We don't have any extensive rights to it other than public record, except that there is the ability to charge a unique records production fee associated with it because of the cost to compile all that information. I think I've already covered the purpose of it for public safety, but I will expand a little bit upon, I think that the benefit for this to the public directly, in addition to public first responders, outweighs any problems that it would cause to provide this data over to Google. Any questions?
I feel reassured.
Yes, thank you for the clarification.
That's great that you told us all that great stuff. It's wonderful.
Mm-hmm.
Are they going to use the data?
I think they will. Will they use it immediately?
Would it be,
unbeknownst to us?
Could be a year, 2 years, 10 years.
Could be, or it could be 3 weeks. How much of the data is unknown. If they're considerably off on their review and they do sample testing on our data set and they say, well, this is much more accurate, likely it will get applied more quickly and more of the data set.
Yeah.
So from that perspective, I know they're doing their own assessment of the data that they have for our area because I've been seeing their vehicles driving around doing assessment. However, I would assume that we'll probably use our data set and they will probably use a fair portion of it, if not all of it.
I would imagine they're not going to update ours until they update a whole bunch of other people's.
You mean from their own assessment?
Yeah, because I imagine
Possibly.
because they're driving around here, they're probably driving around a whole bunch of other places saying, if I'm going to do this, I want to make sure I'm doing it with the most economical way of doing it,
Yeah.
which is one big push.
It is, and generally it favors metropolitan areas where there's a bigger bang for the buck.
Do they really call it a Googler car?
That's what I call it.
We were laughing up here.
Okay, let me open it up for public comment at this time. Thank you, Mr. Adams. Thanks, Brad. Is there any public on the phone in regards to number 41, please?
Yes, Chair, the caller is unmuted. Please speak and spell your name for the record.
Amy Nelson, Nelson. I spoke about this when it was brought up before, and I'm absolutely against it. There was mention made to private emergency vehicles using this system, and that was brought up at another meeting when we had the competition between our local emergency system and the company that was private, and it was ruled out that they even use Google mapping. That's another thing. I use Google mapping from my place to certain locations in Las Vegas. So I don't think that the updating of this information or giving them a free rein is to my benefit. It's just too much information with online services policies that we don't have control of. And I'm not willing to say it's okay to do that. Another thing is artificial intelligence that will connect these services to other services is really something to be aware of and be leery of. Artificial intelligence is great when you go and scan groceries, but it's not so great when somebody can put my name in a location online anywhere in the world and find out where I live. That's not okay. And I already have mentioned about these services that our emergency systems use for Amargosa and other smaller towns in Nye County. They don't use the Google mapping for a lot of reasons, but I'm absolutely against this. I think it is in a long term an invasion of privacy for the people with these addresses that will be made public. And I use Google mapping and I'm good with that, but to give them access to it in this term, in this fashion, I'm absolutely against it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Nelson. Is there anybody else on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Hearing and seeing no public comment on the phone in Tonopah or Pahrump, I will close public comment. Any further discussion?
I just want to make a comment. If I'm not mistaken, there's been several people in this audience that have been complaining because they're not getting their packages or their mail or whatever because of, they're using Google Earth or some derivative of it, that they're not getting things where they're supposed to be. And that's happening here in Pahrump as well. So that's one of the reasons why we even thought about doing this at all, is because of those particular situations. So it's not that it's gonna benefit a whole lot of people, it's gonna benefit a pretty good sized amount of people outside of Pahrump as well. So, I mean, it's up to the board to make a decision to go do this. I understand that some people don't like it because it's giving, I guess, Google some information they don't want to have, but based on what we heard from the director, it's kind of narrowed down to specific pieces. So just to let people know that they have the issue.
I will add on to that as well. Some of the comments made were in regards to us providing the data set over to Google. Google will source the data set without us. It'll just take a lot longer. So those address points that are publicly available, whatever sources and compilation of sources that they are acquiring them from, they will acquire them eventually. That was the whole purpose of Google and Google mapping, is to make sure that those are ultimately correct. That is an immense scale of a project to continually update that from Google's perspective. So sourcing or crowdsourcing information and vetting that information and incorporating it into their master data set will accomplish the same goal, just quicker, by having us incorporate our data.
So that was all IT talk for, we have RGIS and we have Google, and they're in conflict at certain addresses. And it'll be a lot easier if we would just give them our content so they're no longer in conflict and they have the real data.
So they have the real address points, the real geolocation of those address points. And then new developments that they're so far behind that the center lines or the road center lines and addresses in the new developments aren't even in Google yet.
Exactly.
Because they haven't done an assessment.
Right. And we need this badly. And I'm sorry that there are some out there that are afraid for us to give information, but they have access. They can take it.
They will.
But if we offer it up, we're going to get it right.
And
there are places on Mount Charleston, you know, Mount Charleston circles around the golf courses. Those addresses are not right. Those people, the UPS driver has to know that you actually, from past experience. But when you go to sell a piece of property on Mount Charleston, people can't find it when they hit map. They can't find the property. It doesn't exist at that address. So it's a problem. It's not just Amargosa. It's all over the valley.
Don't worry, Big Brother's always watching, so no matter what you do, so.
Well, actually, you can just Google somebody's name, and their addresses in many cases will come up.
There are a lot of data
there's
sources
no
out there.
hiding. Believe me, I would like to hide mine, but
Brian
can't do it.
Kunze.
It's there. It's there.
It didn't work.
So there's just no getting around it. So if you're alive, even if you're not alive, your address is out there somewhere and they'll find you. So I don't see where this is going to create any problems.
Me neither.
Other than, you know, what they already have, which they've had for a long time if they're worried about their address being found.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to accept and delegate authority to IT Director Brad Adams.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second on the floor. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners? Okay, then I'll call for the vote, please.
Aye.
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 Where's aye?
Everybody's aye.
Google 41 passes 5-0. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. DA, for reviewing this and making sure that it was copacetic and good for us to move forward. If you don't mind, Director Bowling has to go to another meeting. So number 46, please.
Soccer, baseball, Taco Tuesday with Dad. Yeah, I know all about it.
Item 46 for possible action, discussion and deliberation to approve the Airport Capital Improvement Plan data sheets and support information for the Beatty, Gabbs, and Tonopah airports for fiscal years 2024 through 2028.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Did you want to wait for Commissioner Boskovich to return? Is that what you were?
No.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
No.
Go ahead, Director Bowling.
So ACIPs, this agenda item is for you guys to accept the ACIPs as delineated in your backup. Ultimately, it's the same thing. We changed them around a little bit to kind of stretch them out a little bit to make it not as much in 1 year. We're going to do design in 1 year and construction in the next year on a bunch of them in order to lessen the amount of construction, the amount of engineering we have to do each year to hopefully lighten the amount of funding that we're going to have to put out for the grant money. But as we know, we have to pay for the engineering and have all that stuff done and put all that money into the grant application in order to receive the grant application to pay for that funding. So that's why we had to have the transfer earlier and go either last meeting, meeting before last.
Yeah, where we had to use funds that we really don't like to use.
Correct.
So in this case here, and again, I'd ask the grant administrator, how do we feel that we'd ever get these grants? That's always my biggest concern, because they can just say, that's nice, but we're not gonna do that, and then we have to come up with the cash somewhere.
Now, we have set aside funding for every airport of $150,000 every year per airport. That we automatically, all we have to do is make sure that we meet the grant timelines for submission and that we meet the grant requirements for those. And so far, as long as we've met the timeline for submission, the requirements are there. So we should be given the grants no matter what. And I think even a couple times we asked for extension. Didn't we ask for extension last year on the Beatty master plan and we were granted that? Yeah, so.
That's nice, but that doesn't always happen.
In the past, no, it has not always happened, but I try to make it it was one of my pet peeves the first year I was here that we missed the entire grant application window.
Correct.
Right? And so I make it one of my missions to make sure that we hit that deadline every year, no matter what.
So in case we don't get these grants, Miss Elliott and Comptroller, where are we going to dig this money up? Because in actuality, I don't think we have any. If we do, it's a very small amount, as the director pointed out.
Correct. We don't have these funds allocated for, in the event that these grants are not granted to Nye County. Yes, that is correct. We do not have those funds allocated or set aside for these projects.
So, I mean, and maybe I'm going offshoot here, but I think in the future, we need to make sure we plan for this, because we could have a failure. And then we have to pay these people that we've put on contract that says they're gonna do this work. And they're gonna do the work, and we have to dig up money. It'd be nice to know that the money is there. Knowing that as time goes on, grants may not be coming as easily available because other people are competing for this stuff as well as we are.
That is correct. I don't know, I know that this is the current plan that that it's here to be approved. It does not tie the board or the county to set projects. This is the timeline of when Public Works and the grants that they plan to apply for. But yes, this currently does not set the county to any, tie them to a specific contract.
What you're trying to say is we are actually, all we're doing is paying for the engineering, period.
That's it.
If we don't do the project, we don't do the project because if we don't get the grant. So there's nothing there.
Correct.
At the moment, yes, that's correct. But when the projects come forward, yes, we will have to have that funding identified and set aside for each individual projects. But at the moment, yes, we don't have those set aside.
What you're saying, Commissioner,
what I'm saying is at the moment, but these projects are going to come up because they are scheduled and planned.
Correct.
So they will come up.
They're planned, they're not scheduled yet.
They will. You're getting close. It's little schematics. They're gonna get scheduled.
Yeah, but we don't, just like last year with the GABS regrade project.
Yep, exactly.
We didn't schedule that project until after we knew that we had the grant.
And if I may say,
we did the engineering up front.
We did the engineering.
Just
so
saying,
the engineering is the only thing that
we need the
would
funds to
have
pay
for.
back that engineering. I'm just saying it's a complete package. We're gonna spend money. We need to know where we're gonna get money from, in case something doesn't happen.
Right now, all I'm looking for is making sure we have enough money to do the engineering, and then we're on hold. That's what I see, so.
Yeah, that's 100% correct. That's what we're trying to fund is the engineering.
Stephanie Elliott, ELLIOTT. From a grants perspective, there will always be a county match. We are always going to be required to spend 6.25% on this.
Correct.
When you add up all three of these plans over the course of 5 years, it's about $962,000 required from our end. So yes, we definitely need to look at this, and this is the first time I've been invited to a meeting with our airport engineers as well as the FAA. And I think this is maybe the first time in a long time that finance has actually sat in on those meetings to help everyone understand.
Which was really curious. When I talked to Liz and yourself, and I heard that we weren't, you guys weren't there, it was kind of like, why not? You're right in the middle of the process.
So this is kind of like our own CIP plans. When we have our departments come forward and they say, this is my wish list of what I'd love to get done, that's essentially what we're looking at, or what are the projects that, number one, the FAA deems necessary. Those are the highest priority. And then number two, what can we get done? And then we have to look for the approval, number one, with the grant. However, as we're experiencing, there are some outlay of costs that are required before we actually get the grant.
Correct.
This will be the first time that we're actually trying to get payback or reimbursed for expenses that we pay prior to receiving the grant.
Yeah,
So I'll let you know when that's successful.
Yeah, that'd be great. But when you look at the whole package, we're talking millions of dollars. We're not talking a couple thousand here and there. So I'm just throwing a caution out there. I'm not being resistant to the process. Just throwing a caution out there of where we got to go and where we should be in the future to make sure that we're planning things in the future. Because, we may not be here in 4 or 5 years, 6 years, who knows? We just want to make sure there's a plan that follows through. And there's the person right there. There's the other person right there. So.
Yes, and as Stephanie indicated, we're in close contact now with Public Works as well as myself and our grants team to make sure that we have dotted those I's and crossed those T's to make sure that funding is in place before those contracts are awarded or brought forward to initiate these projects.
And I know there's going to be a benefit to the director, because now you have somebody that's going to have a little bit of guidance on finance.
Right. Correct.
Right. Yep.
We did attempt to try and get Atkins on the phone. Sam, can you check to see if anybody has their hand raised? I know it was getting a little bit late on their end, but just in case if you had questions for the actual airport engineers, they may be.
We're good for that. At least I am.
Do you?
I don't have any hands raised.
No.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for checking.
Sorry for taking so much time, guys.
Yeah, if there's no, let me open it up for public comment at this time, and we'll come back. Is there anybody on the phone now for public comment, raising their hand?
No, Chair.
Oh, okay.
Can I ask a silly question? What's that fund called?
Close public
Oh,
comment,
sorry.
please. Because I hear none, see none, and Pahrump, Tonopah are now on the phone. Public comment is closed. Go ahead, Commissioner.
What's that fund called that we build up for the dump? It starts with an E. What's it called? Express, something fund.
With an E?
That we don't get to touch. What's that?
Oh,
fund
the
called?
endowment funds?
No.
Oh,
No, you're talking
What?
or
Enterprise fund.
enterprise funds.
Why haven't we started an enterprise fund for the airports until we, we have to only use it for this type of scenario?
Good question.
Okay, thank you. Enterprise is not an E, is it? Enterprise is an E. Yeah.
It's enterprise. It's an enterprise fund that we have all our landfills funds in. Yes.
Maybe airports might fit. That sounds
And yes, our airports, as you know, we've recently started the fuel that we're able to sell out of Beatty. So it's in its infancy. So we're starting to see more revenue come out of that, and our goal is to one day, of course, those funds be able to sustain the airports, and we will look at that to go in that direction.
It'll be the same thing for Tonopah once we get, if we get the agreement to get those tanks.
Those tanks, yes.
Thank you. Any other questions for Director Bowling or Manager Elliott? Okay, looking.
Thank you for your participation.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve the ACIP for fiscal year 2024,
Second.
2028.
Okay, I have a motion and a second on the floor. If there's no further discussion, I'll call for the vote, please.
Aye.
Jabor's aye.
Aye.
Everybody's aye.
46 passes 5-0. You have one more before you have to leave. Number 47, please.
Item 47 for possible action, discussion and deliberation to 1, discuss bid number 2023-04, Basin Phase 1 Blag intersection, and 2, provide direction to staff on how to proceed with the project.
So, Tom Bowling for the record again. We put out to bid through proper channels for this bid package. We received 0 bids for this bid package. NRS states that we can let out the contract with your guys' approval and direction.
Does that mean we can do it ourselves?
I don't have a paper, dude.
Darn
Dude. Dude, how much would it cost for a paver?
New title, Commissioner.
Good paver, about 600 grand.
Someday.
Plus everything that goes with it, all the rollers and everything else. So,
Whole suite. Yep.
yeah. Not in the budget, not in the CIP budget right now, so.
Keep an eye on it.
Stephanie Elliott for the record. Essentially, what we can do is advertise that we received no bids for 7 days, and then Public Works can go about obtaining quotes and not actually having to bid this again. And that was actually the recommendation that Public Works would like to continue.
So when you talk like that, you're saying that when we do a motion, should we do a motion for this, it would be allow Public Works to go to contract?
Or let the contract.
Okay.
Without further solicitation, if you want to be technical.
Make that the motion.
I would like to duplicate that motion right there, right?
We will get it advertised.
Would you like to hold on to that motion until I get public comment on this one? Let me open public comment. Is there anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
There's no comment on the phone.
Oh, thank you. I was hoping somebody said they could get us a paver for cheap. Okay, hearing and seeing no public comment. Tonopah, Pahrump, and on the phone, I'll close public comment.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to allow Public Works to let the contract without further solicitation.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second on the floor. If there's no further discussion, I'll call for the vote, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Everybody aye.
5-0. Passes. Number 47. I'd like to take a 5-minute comfort break, please. And we'll come back and resume with 42. Yeah.
Easier to go to Home Depot than to clean out. To sort out and put away.
Yes. Dwight. Manager. It's 5:05. For a request, let's open number 39, reopen number 39, please.
Item 39, report by Elizabeth Jordan, Comptroller, regarding the budget status for February 2023 for Nye County and all sub-entities for fiscal year 2023.
Did you magically find some money or something?
Oh, I wish. No, I did want to clarify one item. Commissioner Jabbour asked whether we received funds from GABS in Manhattan for room tax, and I didn't want to leave this meeting with the understanding that we didn't. However, we do receive, they just don't get receipted into the towns of Gabbs and Manhattan's room tax funds because they don't have an actual fund specifically for room tax. They are receipted into the Nye County room tax and then dispersed out to the counties and the towns. It's such a small amount that is receipted from those towns that we felt creating an extra fund would be a little cumbersome. In some cases, the revenue is $10 a month. Sometimes it's $100 a month. So I just didn't want you guys to leave the meeting thinking we didn't receive room tax from those businesses.
Thank you.
I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you for the
Yeah,
clarification.
the key is the separation to make sure it's shown. So.
Yes, and as I mentioned, I prefaced with it's minimal, very minimal, but you know I'm paying attention.
Yes, and I appreciate the question. So I wanted to clarify that.
Thank you.
Yes.
Are we good to close this without public comment? It was just a report and it was clarification, right? Okay, thank you. Number 42, please.
Item 42 for possible action, discussion and deliberation to approve, amend and approve, or reject Nye County Proclamation Number P 2023-03, a proclamation recognizing May 2023 as Building Safety Month in Nye County.
Excuse me, Director, didn't you hear Commissioner Boskovich's motion to approve and you still came up?
Well, why should I get left out of these nice, long, drawn-out discussions?
Oh, boy. Oh.
I'll just here for any questions. Little history, this was something that was done last year.
Yes.
And it's just time to renew it. And I'd gotten a request from the Southern Nevada Home Builders Association for a copy of our proclamation, so that's why I'm bringing it forward.
So during the month of May, you guys are going to go out and approve and improve all the things that you're doing in regards to buildings and safety?
Yeah, we plan on working in the month of May.
Okay, just checking.
Any questions in regards to this proclamation?
That was my question.
Any other questions? No? Let me open it up for public comment. Thank you, Director. Any public comment on the phone, please, Sam? Excuse me, Dwight, please. Excuse me, Dwight. We're having a meeting. Please, keep it down. Thank you.
There's no comment on the phone, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, hearing and seeing no public comment on the phone, Pahrump and Tonopah will close public comment.
I did. I stand with my motion to.
Well, then I second it.
P 2023-03.
Okay, I have a motion and a second on the floor. Any further discussion from the commission? I'll call for the vote then, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Everybody, aye.
Jabbour's aye.
Aye.
42 passes. 5-0. 43, please, Manager.
Item 43 for possible action, discussion and deliberation to approve LD-22-16, a tentative map for Mountain Falls Planning Area 5B, creating 121 residential lots on property zone specific plan, each residential lot containing an average of 5,704 square feet. Maximum lot size is 11,760 square feet, and minimum lot size is 5,060 square feet. Assessor's parcel number 045025154, Mountain Falls LLC owner, Tanny Engineering Corporation, agent applicant.
Go ahead, Director.
Director Wagner, WAGGONER. So what we've got here is tentative map that was previously approved, and it had ended up expiring because there was some stuff they were looking at possibly changing. So basically, it just forced them to restart the process. I'm sure they'll follow it right up with the final map, just like the one of the agenda items we had earlier today. So it is in conformance with the development agreement. And I'm here for any questions, but also a representative for the applicant is here as well.
Okay, thank you. Would you like to introduce yourself for the record, please?
Yes, Lexa Green, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89135. Here on behalf of the applicant, who is Taylor Morrison. We just want to thank staff for their recommendation of approval. Thank you all for your time and consideration of the application, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
First off, how do you spell your last name?
Sorry, green like the color, Green.
Thank you, Ms. Green.
I have no questions for the applicant.
Any questions, commissioners?
None from me.
I have some for the director, very quickly. You said their map had expired previously.
Yeah, when you do a tentative map, you have 4 years to move to a final map or get a final map approved, and that had lapsed.
Okay.
So they have to get the tentative map reapproved, basically, but there's no changes to it.
When was the original approved? How far back are we going?
18.
It was July 17th of 18.
17 and 8.
July 17th of 2018, so it expired July 17th, 2022.
Is this the one where we approved it with changes where we asked for the half-acre lots?
No.
Okay, so, because I don't recall doing this one for some reason.
The one you're thinking about is over on Simpkins.
No, Mountain Falls came to us with one. And there were some odd-sized lots running alongside of a road, if you remember right.
Commissioner?
And
No, it definitely wasn't Mountain Falls with half-acre lots. That was, like Commissioner Carbone said, that was a subdivision out on Simpkins Avenue.
And I remember that one. But no, this was previous to that. And they had some odd-sized lots, and they needed to fill in some things, and they were changing things all around. And actually, Debra, Commissioner Strickland, was very adamant, and we told them they had to change a lot of them to a half-acre, so they went and made them fit in.
That would be in violation of our development agreement.
Along a road.
Yeah, we couldn't tell them they have to take and make half-acre lots. That would.
Well, because of the water situation, we weren't going to approve anything less than a half-acre.
No, it's already approved through a development agreement that was approved.
I remember this. We did work with the Ken Murphy on the half acres, which he was bringing a new revised map to us, but he didn't have a development agreement.
But that was on
These guys, Mountain Falls, yes, Mountain Falls has a development agreement that outlines what they will do, and we can't go outside of that development agreement. We've already walked that walk, and
but it's expired.
Not the development agreement.
Oh.
Just this particular map. Every time they come in here for maps for us in association with that development agreement. So the only thing that expired was the map.
And how were we able to direct them to go back and come back with some half-acre?
That was the Ken Murphy project?
No, this was one in Mountain Falls.
I'm afraid we didn't do that.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, we did, because you were one of the big promoters of it, because we were having so many problems with water.
We don't even have half-acre lots in Mountain Falls.
Well, we do now.
No, we
approved them.
Commissioner,
Anyway,
I mean, the DA can chime in, but yeah, they have a development agreement that just tells them how many homes they can build in that whole entire project, but it's got nothing in there that would allow us to demand that they do half-acre lot subdivisions from this point forward.
And they came back with a certain section of it, and it was along a road, a main road, and there were some big lots and small lots because the road made all these curves. And so we were talking about doing half acres, and then they said, well, some of them they couldn't because of the curved area.
Townhomes. We were talking about townhomes at the time.
It's been a while back.
But it didn't They made lot line changes to those per our request for the townhomes, because townhomes was it townhomes? That was not,
Before my time.
no, I was,
That doesn't sound familiar, but you were here.
but we've never done anything with this development agreement in Mountain Falls.
Well, I'm going to look it up, but I'll just leave it at that at this point. But I remember that, and I will bring it to the next meeting because we were having water issues really bad at that point, and we probably still have the same water issues. I don't think anything's gotten better. And therefore, we were saying that we weren't going to allow development anywhere for less than half acres. And that's why we had Ken Murphy come in, because we'd already set a precedence by the Mountain Falls area. And he finally agreed to do that and never built, as far as I know. So anyway, it is a question that I'm bringing up here because some of these lots are really tiny, and I just would prefer to see them made larger while we have the chance to do that. But if we don't have the chance because of master plan,
Development.
then development agreement, I'm sorry, then our hands are tied. And
That's pretty much how the conversation goes every time one of these
I know.
Oh, we have a development agreement every time it goes this way.
Is a development agreement a good forever once it's been approved? How long?
This one was good for a term of 30 years, and I think it expires in
pretty much
2029 if I
Yeah.
have time.
That's pretty much forever.
Yeah, we don't do them for that long anymore. A lot of lessons learned over the past.
Yeah.
That's why the development agreement is so important.
Okay, any other questions
it's a
for the
problem.
director or Ms. Green? Let me open it up for public comment, please. Is there anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Okay, Ms. Hollis, go ahead, please.
Marion Hollis, Hollis. My allergy medication's wearing off. You got to cut these meetings down a little. The backup material that was on the agenda item, it included this map. Is this the map that's expired?
There's a total of 3 maps here in the backup.
This one here.
I may need to print Ms. Hollis, a complete.
It's all the same map, it's just on 3 different pages because it's a pretty big area.
So this is the new map?
Well,
But
that's
the
part
new-
of the new map. yeah.
Okay, all right. And so, from what I understand, this is part of the development agreement that's more than 20 years old now? Between the developer and the county, it's more than 20, and you said it's going to expire in, 5 more years? Is that what you said? Yes. 6 more years, okay. I can't tell on this map at all how far down Mance this is. I'm no good at reading west of this and east of that, but it's not Ovation, so I'm figuring it's up the far end of Mountain Falls. But I thought in the agreement that there was discussion that the exit Mance onto 160 was going to require a traffic study once that started to be developed. And it looks like it's starting to be developed with this request. So, and part of that agreement was, of the traffic study, was talk about the roundabouts. So I can't tell from this, and I don't know how I would be able to tell from that map. I know you can't answer questions, but if anybody could tell me how far down Mance, or say in relation to the new Coyote Corner grocery store there, can you help me out, Mr. Wagner?
I'll let you finish and then
I'm sorry?
I'll let you finish your comment.
Oh, I'm done, because I'm confused, and my head is too stuffy. Go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Director, if you don't mind, go ahead and answer Ms. Hollis. Give her a clarification, give her an idea of where she's talking about.
So this area is not abutting Mance at all. It's actually on the opposite side of Mountain Falls. on the game bird side, I guess, would be a good description. But yeah, so it's nowhere near Mance. As far as the traffic studies go, those were already done. There's a master traffic study. The way that works is basically as each subdivision comes forward, there's amendments made to the traffic study to accommodate what's being proposed. The roundabout itself is actually, it's already a thing that's going to happen. You know, it's in engineering right now, and it's not really, I mean, yes, it has to do with the original Mountain Falls, but it's also to accommodate the development that's proposed across the street, across Mance. So.
Okay. Thank you, Director. Is there anybody else on the phone, please? Sam, I still have public comment open.
No, Chair.
No, okay. Hearing and seeing no public comment on the phone on Tonopah and Pahrump, I'll close public comment at this time. Any further discussion?
I guess,
Looking for a motion?
I guess I'll just say the same thing as Commissioner Cox did. I don't like small lots, but knowing where it's at, we're kind of stuck, and knowing what we have as a development agreement. Just wish we had more smarts when we did those things, huh?
This is about 5 houses per acre.
Our hands are legally tied, DA, with this development agreement.
That is correct. I mean, you do have a signed development agreement that cannot be changed. Again, this is just a kind of little quirk, you know, from the standpoint of the tentative maps that goes in it, but as long as it's part of the original development agreement, you cannot impose a requirement of having half-acre parcels.
Yeah, it's just one more comment. We just want to make sure that we have the proper amount of water rights. Right now, I believe it's 87.838 acre feet of water that they're saying needs to go to this particular place. Like somebody, you water guys might want to look and see if that's appropriate for that development.
Chair Mayor. So that's actually reviewed by the state as part of the approval process for the final map.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, they're the ones that give final approval on that. So they're going to ensure that per the tariff rates, like we've discussed before, that are applied to Mountain Falls, that the appropriate amount of water rights are being transferred, and also for the utility to even be able to service them. That's got to have happened.
I just want to make sure that whatever water rights are required, that goes to the utility.
It wouldn't get to a final map if they weren't.
Goes to the utility to make sure they don't have extra just hanging around. Because if there's extra that's hanging around based on what they're saying they require.
That's what the tariff rates actually do. That's to prevent that.
And you were in the same meeting as I was, and you heard Jamie say sometimes we do have extra from what we originally said.
Well, you can bank water rights for future development, and that's what Great Basin was talking about.
Mm-hmm.
If I have a piece of property and I don't want to have to farm it to keep my water rights proofed up, I can turn all my water rights over to the utility until I develop. And yeah, if I do that, if I gave them 150 feet and then my development's only going to require 100, I lost 50 acre feet.
That's right.
But the way this works is it goes through the approval process with the state, but the tariff that the PUCN set for the utility says per lot there has to be this allotment given to the utility, and that's all that the utility can require to take. And Mountain Falls only transfers those water rights as they develop. They don't just bank them with the utility.
Not arguing that. If they have extra water rights, I want to be able to try to see if we can get those things moved out, killed, whatever. Trying to reduce the amount of water rights that are just hanging around.
I know what you're after, but I don't think this is part of their application.
All we can do is try.
So that's part of a wish list.
Yes, it is.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve this agenda item as written.
Okay, I'm looking for a second.
I'm waiting for Commissioner Cox, it's her turn. Okay, Commissioner Dude.
Well, you don't want to second this? Why? You're that bashful?
It's your turn.
Oh, it's her turn.
Yeah, Donna's turn.
She's gonna say nay. I can guarantee you.
I'm not gonna second it.
Fine, I'll second it. We have no choice.
Okay,
We're commissioners, we have choices.
I have a motion and a second on the floor. If there's no further discussion, I'll call for the vote, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Jabbour is aye.
And obviously, I agree that we shouldn't have small lots, but I'm gonna go ahead and, since we're tied, I'll say aye. Carbone, aye. I just hope we learn our lesson.
I'm gonna do a protest vote of aye until I can look up that information and come back. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Number 43 passes 5-0 with one protest in the affirmative. Number 44, please.
Item 44 for possible action, discussion, deliberation, and direction to staff to prepare a draft bill for the zoning of tiny houses that, 1, designates at least one zoning district in which a tiny home may be located and classified as an accessory dwelling unit, or 2, designates at least one zoning district in which a tiny house is allowed to be located and classified as a single-family residential unit, or 3, designates at least one zoning district in which a tiny house may be located in a tiny house park.
Director?
Director Wagner, W-A-G-G-O-N-E-R. So what I've came back here, I wanted to have a bit more of a detailed conversation so we can begin to draft this ordinance, because we do have to have it adopted by January 1st, 2024. So it's time to get to work on it. But in some of the research we've been doing, we came up with a few different scenarios to see which direction the board wants to go. One of the requirements is that we, like it says, you have to adopt one of these three situations to allow tiny homes in one of these three scenarios. You can adopt all three, or you can adopt two, but you have to adopt one, okay? So the one zoning district in which a tiny house may be located and classified as an accessory dwelling unit. Obviously, I think you guys know, but what an accessory dwelling unit would be is today we do allow a guest home up to 1,500 feet. Doesn't fit a tiny home definition, but with a guest home, you can't have a full functioning
Kitchen.
So you can have a kitchen sink, you can have a refrigerator, you can have a microwave, but you can't have a cooktop, you can't have a range, legally, okay? But it allows it up to 1,500 feet. So we kind of already allow accessory dwelling units in most zoning districts. The only places they're not is in like the VR10, which are typically in the subdivisions, and they have CCRs and stuff, or CCNRs and stuff that, might prohibit that. But Mountain Falls, for instance, they have, several lots that they did do casitas, out in the front. Right. So I don't know if we would be gaining a whole lot by allowing that, or, making that change, other than, I guess, putting in the permissive uses that you could have an accessory dwelling unit that could have a full functioning kitchen. But the thing with the NRS is they cannot be permanently attached to the ground. So they can't be converted to real property. So there's really not a tax benefit to that, other than the little bit of improvements that might be done to accommodate it. So if we were to go that route, my suggestion would be it would possibly be restricted to RE1 or greater, RE1, RE2, or RH properties, possibly. That way we're not getting, a bunch of these inside the smaller subdivisions, which you could have today anyway. But The other scenario that we wanted to point out was there's one of the options is you can adopt an ordinance that would allow them as a single-family residence, which to me is quite concerning, just as a citizen, if we weren't careful with how we did that. So what we were looking at, if we wanted to entertain that idea, is the area, there's a map in here that's Exhibit A in the backup. That is the Firebird Circle area, which is a bunch of lots that are only, what are their average size? They're very small, 3,920 feet. So all they really would accommodate would be possibly a manufactured home, a double wide, you know, but it would be more like a mobile home type setup. You're not going to have room for a detached garage. It's going to be a carport, you know, drive up beside, which there are a few of those over there. But that was one of the areas that, you know, with possibly some development standards, we could maybe entertain allowing them as a single family residence on those parcels. Again, they still cannot be permanently attached to the ground, but that's where development standards would come in of, you know, possibly requiring a cement slab. You know, obviously they got to be hooked up to water and sewer. That's the other good thing about that area, is that they did just complete water and sewer in that whole entire loop. It was one of the Great Basins projects that did get approved through their IRP process here just recently, and that work was just done probably 6 months ago. So, and it's a paved road. You know, all those roads are paved in there. And then thirdly, designate at least one zoning district that would allow for a tiny home park. And in looking at that, we do have a section of our code, which I believe we included in here. Let me just see. No, we didn't. So we do have a section of our code that applies to park model parks. It's different than RV parks. There's different development standards. There's beautification requirements. You know, there's density requirements. It allows a little more density. It for instance, has a 5-acre minimum where a 10-acre minimum is required for an RV park. And one of our thoughts was if we were to go the park idea route, which, you know, is kind of what you're seeing more than you're seeing these used as single-family residence, you know, as other places are starting to adopt stuff to accommodate these. It's more of a park setting. And what's unique about the park model park, which I haven't had one come through the office since I've been in the chair, but there's quite a bit of development standards required with those, to where hopefully, you know, it would be a nice place for somebody to live, not just a pop-up trailer park, you know. So that's kind of where this discussion is. I just wanted to kind of get your guys' direction, if there's a preference of one scenario over another scenario, being that we have to adopt at least one of them. So.
You have stated here on page 4 an MU zoning district. Is that what you were referring to when you didn't have the attachment? Because I don't recognize MU zoning district.
MU is a mixed-use zoning, okay, which is where park model, yes, we do have that. It's kind of rare now, but it is still a zoning district that we do still have. Okay. And it was the one that would apply to the tiny home park scenario. It's today is where a park model home park would be permissive.
So if we were to go with scenario number 3, let's say on page 4, you would be able to apply this park model parks in any mixed use zoning.
Correct.
Okay, so the provision's already there to move forward in those areas only.
That is true.
Thank you.
Yeah. I agree with that completely.
Yep.
And basically I mean, honestly, not just because that would be the easiest for us to do, but, you know, where basically anywhere a park model is allowed, then we would just add tiny home. and a definition, you know. But I think you guys would be pleased with the development standards that have to go along with those parks.
You're saying they'd be
where
cute and people would want to live in it. Yeah.
Exactly.
Because they make it nice and pretty.
Yeah.
They have things in it that are concessions and all kinds
Right.
of stuff for it. I mean, it makes
Some
it
common
good for-
areas and things that make it a lot more
Plus
comfortable
there's
for
water
people to live.
and sewer.
Exactly, water and
You
sewer
don't have
has
to do
be.
wells.
Yeah,
and
that's the other
tons of
one
septics.
requirement, is that they have to be connected to
Utility.
a utility.
Okay.
You know, which is something that we've been trying to get away from with even RV parks, of having them be on septics and wells. So
Yeah, 'cause
this, it's actually written in our code for a park model park that you have to have utilities available
Correct.
to that property.
So I'm kind of in the same boat as two commissioners down at the other end here. That option number 3 seems to be the most effective for the park models.
Director, you mentioned RV parks, 10 acres, that's the code. Would that be the same for this?
No, a
Scenario
park
number
model
3?
park, for whatever reason, again, it's something that was done way before I was here,
Mhm.
but it's got a 5-acre minimum.
5-acre minimum.
Mhm. And the good thing, or I guess, a big distinction between an RV park or where a park model park and the MU zoning is RV parks can go on, with a conditional use permit, they're allowed in neighborhood commercial, general commercial areas where, this is pretty restrictive, so there would be a little bit more, I guess you would say, control on where these could be located. I mean, it doesn't mean somebody couldn't get a zone change to MU, but it would at least give a lot less to try to fix, because we've got a lot of zoning issues out there, as we've discussed, where we've got improper zoning, not matching master plans and stuff, where mixed use isn't nearly that big of a mess.
So question, Director. So if we were to go with scenario number 3, for example, and you mentioned at Mountain Falls, there are properties there that has like a guest house, a casita?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, again, if we were to go with scenario number 3, if somebody wanted to put an accessory mini home,
Today,
yes,
if it's an RV, which is kind of what I would consider these, because they have to remain on a chassis, they have to remain ready to go down the highway, right?
okay,
You can do that, it just requires a temporary use permit. And you could be required to prove some type of a hardship, but the word in there is may be required, it's not shall be required, so there is some discretion on that. But you can do that already today with an RV, and I would treat today a tiny home on wheels the same as I would, look at an RV, so.
got it, okay, thank you.
While you guys are deciding, I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any limit to how small of a home you can build on a particular piece of property? Because I didn't think that passed when you suggested it once before. So if I want to buy a lot and I just want to build a 600 square foot house, for a single person, basically 1 bedroom, is that okay?
Yes.
Okay.
If it meets the building code. And that's kind of the thing that's always blown me away about this tiny home movement. I get it.
Mm-hmm.
But building code, you can build an 80 square foot studio.
Mm-hmm.
It's got to be stick built, it's got to be on a foundation.
80 square
Which
feet.
the county actually, would collect property tax on. Not just personal tax like you would one of these. But if you have a 1-bedroom separation, meaning, you've actually got a 1-bedroom in there, then I think that it goes up to 120 square feet. Much smaller than a lot of what these even are. And that's the other thing is, I keep hearing, this is the affordable housing. Have you guys ever looked at the price of one of these things?
$60,000,
Yeah.
starting price.
I was told by a gentleman today, one of the ones in public comment, that the one they purchased, which they're calling a park model, was $110,000 they've got into that thing.
Yeah.
And it's on
Doesn't take
wheels.
long. That brings up another question. Can they park these on a rented piece of land? For instance, I'm just going to use me, but if I had a piece of land that I had bought and it's just sitting there, since these are portable, you can move them, could somebody come to me and say, I have this and I'd like to park over there for 6 months on that property, and, so I charge them a couple $100 a month rent, and they park there, and then eventually they just go on down the road to another state or whatever. Is that allowable?
So in our code, and I call it a snowbird provision.
Okay.
It was written in there when we were trying to eliminate people just living in RVs, in residential neighborhoods. If you have a connection to water and sewer, you can stay on that property up to 120 days in a calendar year.
In an RV?
In an RV, if you have connection to water and sewer. But
okay,
you can't just, if you own a property or you want to rent a property, just let somebody move in there in an RV permanently, or rent it for, a year or whatever. That requires building permits to be pulled, permit fees to be paid. We do have provisions in there for somebody to stay on their property while they're building their house. We have provisions in there for hardship reasons, if somebody's house burned down and they need to go stay with a family member, we try to have some accommodations, but if I've got 5 lots and I just want to start renting them out like an RV park, that is not allowed. If you own the lot, or if you had a lot and you wanted to rent it and you've got sewer and water hookups and they hook up, they can stay there for up to 120 days. Today.
So in a tiny home, though, what you consider a tiny home, if I bought a lot and I put sewer and water on it, then I could rent it out for as long as I wanted to somebody with a tiny home.
No.
Would that be considered the same as renting a house that was on the lot?
No, because it would be considered more of a recreational vehicle, and there's limitations put on that.
So do we have a definition in the law for that, or do we need to make one so they can distinguish the difference?
Our code covers it. By what we would end up drafting, there is a definition for a tiny home, and it's basically a home under 400 feet, on wheels, on chassis, so we would have a definition specific to tiny home. That's one of the requirements of the NRS. But yeah, you'd be able to distinguish, but I'm telling you the way the code's written today, I would call it a recreational vehicle if it's not a permanent residence. It's a temporary residence.
So is this putting the cart before the horse, not to have the definition out there first before we approve something?
No, it would be part of
really
the
know what it
ordinance
is.
we would adopt.
This question.
We would be amending our definition section 110 of 1704-110, and then we would also amend the section for the park model homes. Or park model parks, to include tiny home parks. But the other thing to remember with these versus a park model that you can go to the RV store and buy, you can move one of those and go park it anywhere. In an RV park or wherever, anytime one of these tiny homes moves, you have to get a new C of O. And that's a requirement by state law. So they're not...
Makes it a lot more difficult, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Wow.
So, yeah, they're not treated the same as an RV, but they're not treated to the same standard as a stick-built home either, or a manufactured home.
Wow.
Okay. That's pretty much all I have.
Kind of boxing everybody in, aren't they? Trying to figure out where they should really be.
Yeah.
And letting us kind of put the icing on the top of the cake.
No, I mean, yeah.
These tiny
When you see the prices of these things, and I haven't built a house for several years, but I think I could stick build a home on a foundation this size for less money than one of these is going to cost you. Especially when you count the registration and everything you're going to have to do.
It's got to meet highway safety codes. It's got to meet all kinds of stuff. So yeah, they're throwing a book at it.
Yep.
Well, 10 years ago, you could buy them for about 20,000.
Not anymore.
Yeah, but they're really nice inside.
And now they're like
For people
60
who
to
haven't been
80,000.
They're actually, the way they build them is really up to standards, and they're very architecturally nice.
They're pretty, yeah.
They're basically just what they say, small house. They have standard everything other than the fact that they're small.
Let me open this up for public comment, please.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
I was going to meet.
As soon as public comment is closed, sir. Go ahead. Ms. Williams, please.
Good evening, Commissioners. Helene Williams, WILLIAMS. I would suggest you take a look at the 12,000 tiny homes California is in the middle of purchasing. They have no bathroom facility. They have no sinks, no shower. They're going to be put on a lot, and they're going to have community bathrooms. They're going to have community showers. And this is how they're going to handle their homeless. So be careful of your definition of tiny home. The one I saw on television when they were showing this was very small. When you opened the door opened to the wall, and then there were bunk beds, a set of bunk beds, and the bunk beds went from wall to wall. So you're looking at 6 feet, approximately. When you scanned to the left, there was just a counter. There was no sink, no toilet, no bathroom. I don't know if they're 12 by 12 or what they actually are, or 6 by 12 or whatever. It didn't say what size, but there was no facilities in that small building. And that's what we want to stay away from. I like item number 3. I think it gives you a lot more jurisdiction, a lot more authority, and a lot more control. I appreciate your support in doing that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Is there anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Okay, Mr. Lackey, please.
Darrell Lackey, Lackey. A couple things. First of all, the director, he said something about you can develop something and it's very nice, or something can just pop up, which means it wouldn't be nice, it would be crappy, it would be junk. No, things of quality can be done quickly and efficiently. Now you're talking about the TV stuff, the tiny houses. Everybody's seen these tiny houses. Well, there's sheds. They're sheds. They're 2x4 sheds. And they put pretty window decorations on them, so people on TV say, "Oh, isn't that cute?" But they're not functional. They're just sheds. And because they put garbage disposals and stainless steel appliances in them, yeah, they'll go up to $80,000, sure. Because somebody's making them, that's on TV, everything on TV, somebody's got to pay for all that crap. I'm talking about realistic people, hands-on building them. I've been involved with self-build program before. And with the right purchasing, people don't have to spend $80,000 on a small little efficient unit. People don't have to have a junk piece of shed. They don't have to have a shipping container to live in. People say, "Oh, wow, it's shipping container because I watch TV." The other thing is with the wheels. They don't have to be on wheels to be carted around. No, another provision can be made. Now, I built one, an 8x12, and I lived in it for a year with a bathroom and a shower. It can be done. Who wants to sleep where there's not a toilet in there, I mean, that's ridiculous. So people are taking the stuff on TV and really just locking in, just like all this crap on TV. People lock into it like that's reality. No, there's other realities out there. There's creative people out there that can design things. Now, as far as connection to what I designed was a unit with attic space and with basement space, but it also sits on the ground. But it can sit on a couple of concrete slabs, so now it could be taxable. There's no reason why I can't do that. There's no reason why we can't look into another option other than just what's on the table now, just to try to avoid dealing with the situation. Why not move forward with developing something so for people that don't make a whole lot of money each year? People that don't make a lot of money. A lot of people are on disability, but it's not enough to live the way they want us to live, rent an apartment $1,500 a month, that sort of thing. But if people are willing to come in and work and build it themselves, that brings the cost down dramatically. Just because something's quick doesn't mean it's of low quality.
Is there anybody on the phone, please, sir?
No, Chair.
Okay. Ms. McKenna, you're in Pahrump. Please.
Good afternoon. Instead of good morning, Kathy McKenna, McKenna. I was actually really excited to see this come before the Board of County Commissioners for multiple reasons. You know, when I moved here first, I lived in a house over on the west side, 5,000 square feet, 5-car garage, great house, too big. So we moved to a 3,000 square foot house. It's a nice house, lived up north, it's too big. So now we live off of Game Bird, and we're in a mobile home of about 1,600 square foot. It's about 800 feet at least too big. We only use about half the house. And the funny thing is I think there's a lot of folks that are starting to look at downsizing, especially after the pandemic. I think people they're nervous about where the economy is going, and I think this is an awesome opportunity to get what I'm going to call better housing than the ratty trailer that's down the street that sadly has been there longer than 4 months and 4 years, probably 14 years, and it's junk. And they're renting it out for $600. Yep, you take a home like Boxable. We looked at one for to talk about looking for my mother-in-law in case she moved down from South Dakota, which I would move, snow, and thought it would be a perfect opportunity. It's got a full bathroom, full kitchen, living room, bedroom. I'd live in it. They're really nice. I don't know if you've had the opportunity to see them. And they'd cost somebody maybe $600. I appreciate thinking about building it, but my 82-year-old mother-in-law is not going to go build her home. But this would give her an opportunity to have a very nice home, and it would give a lot in this community. Because as they said, $1,500 rent is serious right now. It's sad. But to be able to allow those, I agree, I think they should be on I would like to see them on 1 acre, I can't remember what you call them, but the bigger lots as an ADU, as long as they're hooked up to water and sewer. We don't want them out there without hooked up to water and sewer like we have a lot of the campers right now. But I think it's a great opportunity. So I'd really like you to think about maybe expanding your horizon a bit and not just stick them all in a little RV plot in a tiny home, and see if there's a way that we can look at these as long-term housing for especially some of our older folks or people that are just starting out. I think it's a great opportunity. So just wanted to give my 2 cents. Thank you very much for at least looking into it.
Thank you, Ms. McKenna. Anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
Yes, Chair. The caller is unmuted. Please speak and spell your name for the record.
Yeah, this is Lee McKenna, McKenna. I support and encourage the efforts of the Board of County Commissioners and county staff in keeping Nye County zoning ordinances in compliance with Nevada revised statutes, as this agenda item is specifically addressing. I think it would be a little short-sighted to limit it to only one of the scenarios. Obviously, the NRS has the and, but, and, or conjunctions working there. If you look at that for our size of county, you could simply choose one of the 3 scenarios. However, I would encourage you to adopt all 3 scenarios. This gives us the most flexibility while still allowing the county to have some control. One of the most innovative and market-leading tiny home manufacturers is actually based in Nevada and employs hundreds of Nevadans. Company's called Boxable, and they've been successfully providing tiny homes worldwide. I got to tour a portion of their facility in North Las Vegas, and it was very impressive. The first thing I said when I walked into one of the model homes, I could really live it. It was really, really nicely done. So I urge the BOCC to adopt local zoning ordinances that include support for tiny homes and bring Nye County in compliance with Nevada state law, now seems like a good time to act. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. McKenna. Sir?
Edward Bevilacqua, Bevilacqua. I also share Kathy McKenna's comments about the Boxable unit and everything else she said. I have been authorized by Boxable to say that so people can actually see what the unit's like, they'd be happy to bring one up here so the public can see the quality of these. We've had 2 people just call in to say they would live in them, and there's been a lot of comments about some of these units are like shacks, and Boxable's willing to bring a unit up here, set it up wherever you want, so the public can see the unit, and that will also address the second question about cost, because saying that $60,000 is too much is that's like saying all cars should be the same price. A Lamborghini should be the same price as a Chevette, and Boxable is $60,000 at the factory. But the quality is superior, and they're willing to bring one up here so people can see it. So that's all I have to say, and offer to the county commissioners to say they'd be happy to bring one up and set it up and have it.
I think we have a problem with Boxables at this moment, so I appreciate you bringing that up, but I believe not only the county has an issue with them, but I believe the state has an issue with them
also.
So I think making the comment that we want to bring one up here and show people, I guess I got a problem with that. I'll let the director probably answer more of that question, but I'm only working off of what I've seen based on documentation that says it actually was one here that they actually watched it leave the valley. So just want to be cautious on what we say and what we hear.
Yeah, well, there's a lot to that story.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bohannon, please.
Good afternoon. Tim Bohannon, Bohannon. This is an interesting topic, and the way I look at it is a little bit more of freedom of choice, options, choices, a little bit of diversity, if you will, and with a overarching focus on the code. What's happening with the building code, where are we going with that, and making sure that we have good choices there as well. I know the Valley, we have roughly 45,000 people population. Water capacity about 90,000 people, but we have Valley capacity of housing potential of 480,000 people. Once our water district fixes the water concerns, we may be able to expand even more than 90. But that's a long way off, but that's still a consideration. So a good mix of housing size, housing styles that look appropriate, don't look like shacks, but look like something that somebody can live in and enjoy. That's fine. And like we've heard earlier, 5,000, 3,000, 1,700, no, it's right square footage. You know, as we age, sometimes that square footage becomes efficiency. You know, it's a lot smaller than what we had before in youth. So keep that in mind as you're building it out. How much do we want of this? But yeah, choices here, we don't have those choices yet. In that, let's leave it to the public to be able to make that choice in the economy and economic development. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
Yes, Chair. The caller is unmuted. Please speak and spell your name for the record.
Amy Nelson, Nelson. I'm looking at these 3 choices, and I agree they could all be combined to make everything accessible to the public. I've seen some tiny homes myself, and they're not junk. And like it was mentioned, they cost quite a bit to build. So, you know, they're not going to be lived in as junk by the people who can afford to pay for them. I'm not really too fond of the idea of just one zone that says you can have these in a tiny house park, because some people might want them as an option other than a casita on their property. And actually, a casita is bigger than some of these homes, but again, the homes would have cooking facilities and sink, a stove, oven, and that kind of thing, and a refrigerator. Where I don't know if all of that's combined in a casita. I don't remember, but they can be utilized on an accessory for visitors that come to a property. They can be utilized as people that want to live in them. And so I think restricting just one zone and one location would be a big mistake. And I think you might want to look at combining all three of these. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anybody else on the phone, please, Sam?
Yes, Chair. The caller is unmuted. Please speak and spell your name for the record. They just hung up.
Okay. Is there anybody else besides the hang-up?
No, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Hearing and seeing no other public comment, I will close it at this time.
Chair,
Let
can
me know
we?
if you need to make a motion.
Well, Chair, I wanted to talk some more about this item number 2 also, scenario 2. I find it's interesting that this actually is what would you call a shovel-ready project for those homeowners, and that being this area that we like to call Firebird Circle. And the fact that these lots don't meet the requirement that they currently are zoned, which is VR8, because VR8 is a minimum lot size of 8,000 square feet.
Correct.
So they're improperly zoned currently because they're 3,900 square feet in some areas.
Yeah, that's only because VR8's the smallest zoning that we have, or highest density zoning that we have currently. So yes, to go with that option, we would have to create another zoning district, which is where we put that TZ possibly.
Quick.
I didn't know what the other commissioners thought of that one.
Quick question on the Firebird Circle lots. Excuse me. You could, even if we went with number 3, you could still build a stick-built house on one of those lots, correct?
Correct, yeah. Or put a manufactured home. Okay. Yeah.
Mine then.
So, Director, under the Senate Bill 150, it reads that the governing body of the city or county to authorize tiny houses in certain zoning districts, plural. Plural, not just one. So I think that that what was mentioned is that we have to at least choose one, consider one, but also at the same time, according to the bill, we would be able to consider all 3.
Well, you could certainly consider all 3, but it actually says a governing body of a county whose population is 100,000 or more, or a governing body whose population is 150,000 or more, shall adopt an ordinance for the zoning of tiny homes that designates at least one zoning district. So you don't have to have multiple. I mean, you certainly could. You could adopt all 3 scenarios, or even come up with a 4th, 5th, and 6th.
But we have some flexibility here.
Sure.
We don't have to restrict it to just a tiny home park versus a casita type scenario.
Correct.
Or even their primary residence.
Correct.
We could do all 3.
Oh, certainly, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Excuse me, Chair.
Yes.
Thank you. That caller is back and the hand is raised. Did you want to reopen or move on?
Let's reopen public comment. I'd like to hear what they have to say.
Thank you. The caller is unmuted. Please speak and spell your name for the record.
Hi, it's Laura Larson again, LARSCN. I don't know what happened. But I was looking at where you guys were showing that the zoning was, and it was showing that it was right there by Highway 372 and Nevada Highway 160 by Dandelion. Now, have you guys decided which district you guys were putting these in? are you guys planning, is this the plan to put
Miss
them,
Larson,
put these homes?
Miss Larson, I'm
Sorry?
sorry. Can you tone your voice down? It's really, really.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Just a little bit, please. Thank you.
Is that better?
Yes, please go ahead.
I am so sorry. I was looking at what you guys are showing on the map. Is this the district that you guys were considering was over by Dandelion and Highway 160 and right behind Walgreens over there by Highway 372? Is that where you guys were thinking about putting those homes?
That's what was
Just wanted to make
suggested
sure
to
before I
us.
gave my. Okay. That's what was suggested. Well, you know, if you guys are going to do those, then I would consider doing all three. And if you're going to put it in in those districts, then you have options and people have options. In those districts, because it's closer to walking distance to Smith's and the casinos and other locations in that area. So obviously we always think about location. So I do think you should consider regarding the fact of picking out the proper location other than just putting in just multiple districts in different areas, you know, because certain areas are zoned for single family homes, but I think you should consider different locations, just like there was one that just passed at the planning regarding a location that is closer to walking distance. But you also want to consider not thinking about becoming a 15-minute city. You know, you own nothing, you know, and you be happy. So you want to think about this before you really make this decision and consider the homeowners on the different locations that you're thinking about putting these homes in. So that's what I have to say, but God bless you guys. Hope you guys are doing great today. Have a great day. Bye.
Thank you, Ms. Larson. Is there anybody else on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Okay, I will close public comment at this time.
So, Chair, if I may.
Yes, Director.
So one of the things to consider, I think we've got to be real careful with the single-family use, just because I think that could create issues. You know, and nothing against anybody who would own a tiny home, but you got to remember these are temporary living. They may, I mean, temporary living in the sense that they have to remain on wheels. They have to remain highway ready. So they're not really treated like what I would call a single-family home that, you know, would be attached to the ground. I mean, a manufactured home, we require in our code that it's permanently attached. NRS requires it's permanently attached. NRS is prohibiting these from being permanently attached. So I think it's important that you keep that in mind. The other thing you now got to keep in mind is there's a lot of areas of town that, I mean, if you're not in Mountain Falls or Beezer or the Ken Murphy subdivision, you know, and you don't have CC&Rs, you know, could be problematic as well, you know.
And again, I'm happy you brought it up because I was going to say the same thing.
Yeah. So I think and the other thing I think you got to remember, this isn't a solve the world's problems today for what we foresee in the future. This is just abiding by NRS. And, you know, it only requires one. And I think it's important to try to solve the more immediate scenario, you know, of what the need would be, you know, and a lot of people today, I mean, we wouldn't say anything today, honestly, if somebody parked a tiny home in a RV park. Who cares? I mean, why is it any different than an RV? But to not have a community that could be set up as, you know, there's been a lot of concerns about lower income type community developments around here. That was why we had suggested following the park model idea just to give us a little bit of say-so where these would go, you know, but it still allows some flexibility to make some adjustments.
And again, if you want to build a tiny home, stick-built, you can certainly do that.
Yeah, you could do that today, honestly. I mean, you do.
For less money.
Anywhere you could build a house, you could build an 80 square foot house right now. And then the third thing is for scenario 2, that one would be a bit of a longer process because we would have to actually create a zoning district, which would then require us to amend our master plan because it's very specific in each category which zoning districts are permissive in those categories. So that would be a lot more discussion on that part too. Not saying we can't do it. I'm just saying that might be a little harder to pull off by the end of the year.
You're referring to scenario 2?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Just to add to this, and I'm not a broker of real estate, but I don't know if I'd want to have a whole bunch of tiny homes around a whole bunch of stick-built homes that are $300,000, $400,000 homes that have, 5 or 6 tiny homes right around them. Things become a problem because now you're talking about prices on homes.
Right.
So the value of the home is going to change because of what you have around you. So just think about that. People who don't own a home, or people who are renting, or people who are only here for a short period of time, they don't probably think about that. You got to think about the people who have been here for a long time and have homes and they're established. Having something like this pull up on the property that's going to be there, and we get ready to sell your home, and there's 5 or 6 of these things around your house, well, who knows what your property is going to be worth? Probably less than what you might have paid for it. So, got to be careful of what we say and what we put out there. We keep talking about the benefit of the people within the community. We need to make sure we're right.
And honestly, not that I think everybody's intention would be this, but my only concern with the ADU idea, I mean, I think it would be great, for mother-in-law's quarters or something like that, but we can't dictate who lives in there.
That's right.
And I'm afraid that it could potentially turn into, more Airbnb, or not, Airbnb type things. It would just kind of open the floodgates from that, which this county or town gets nothing for those.
Right.
They don't get room tax. They compete with hotel. So I think it's important to be careful on that one too. Not that a park couldn't possibly do the same thing, but it would be a lot easier with the park model park, of having some restrictions in there that we could potentially see some room tax revenue and stuff from them.
Yep.
So.
Excuse me, Commissioner Strickland, did you want to make a tiny disclosure?
I don't think I need to make a tiny disclosure,
No,
but thank you very much.
I thought that would change your mind when I said that.
I would like to ask why we're doing this, because this is not going to solve our homeless problem. Homeless people can't afford these. They can't even afford a new camper. They're $60,000. Where are they going to come up with that? They have no credit. They have no down payments. This is not going to help the homeless, first of all. I'd like to point that out. This is just going to help people that prefer to sleep in something little, that have no relatives, that just maybe have their dog. But I have to I have a real problem with putting this in the area where you want to put it, because that is prime commercial zoning in there, or I shouldn't say zoning, territory, okay? And we can put different zonings, whatever. But where are we going to make the most money and benefit if we do this to highway frontage, highway property there, where they now are building, like we have the Nugget, we have the gas stations, we have all these things in facing the highway, right close to the highway. And it doesn't look like, from looking at this, it doesn't look like there's enough area between the highway and where you're putting these to actually put any decent commercial. Has anybody considered you know, the tax revenue that comes off of this property if they build a hotel versus what's going to come off of this property if they put a bunch of these things in there. I mean, this seems like this should go back. And I know it's great that they can walk to here and walk to there, but these people that are living up on BLM property are already walking. They're walking a lot further distance than that because they have no choice, or they ride a bicycle or a little scooter. So I don't really think that by accommodating them because they can walk across the street to the Saddle West or over to the Nugget or down to the grocery store, I don't think that this is the area for them to do that. It should be pulled back further off of the highway so that it's allowing for us to put, or the property owners even, I mean, who owns all this property up here along the highway? It's
all private property owners. There are multiple, those are all individual parcels.
Correct.
So how are we
It'd never
going
be
to
commercial.
How are we going to get anybody, are you just expecting each individual person to be allowed to do this and want to do it or not do it? Or are we talking about maybe buying out the whole section and you know, it's kind of confusing here as to how it would end up in the future. This is more like something that should be put in an area where it's actually going to be some kind of development built by somebody, one individual that's going to divide the property up, almost like you're talking about the trailer parks or whatever you want to call them nowadays. I don't know. I just can't see anything I'm happy with because of the location and because of the fact that it's not helping the homeless.
The only reason that area was looked at is because those parcels are so small. There isn't a whole lot you can do with them other than possibly a smaller manufactured home or this scenario or an RV or, you know, just because it's not enough room to meet setbacks and stuff to build a very large home, you know, a family type home. So that's the only reason we chose that area, was just because of that reason. Those parcels are so small, you know, to get any kind of development on them, it's going to be tough. But they are all residentially zoned. They're all individual parcel. I'm sure the county owns a few of them over there just through trust deed, but you know, they hadn't really been buildable either though, up until just recently because they had no water or sewer service.
Do you know what size they are?
They're 3,900 and something square feet.
Okay, but you don't know the dimensions because it doesn't show them on here. You know, are they 60 foot wide by?
Oh, they're not even that wide. I think maybe 40 feet, if that. They're pretty narrow.
Yeah.
But that's scenario number two. There's two other scenarios.
And there's two others, yeah.
Oh, and again,
as far as where it came from.
I mean, in general, they're pretty much alike, all three of them.
but to pick one of these things, we don't have to have a specific place picked out today. It's not part of the agenda item.
No.
It says you're looking to put together a plan. I mean, an ordinance, so.
If scenario two wasn't really a feasible option right now, which I'm telling you just because of the master plan amendments and stuff, I don't really see it. Might be something we want to look at later. But no, yeah, you can pick one or the other two or all three if you desire. I just need to know what we're supposed to start drafting. So.
That's exactly what he wants.
Absolutely. Chair, do you mind?
Well, I'd like to hear it.
Okay. I'd like to recommend to staff on item 44 to prepare a draft bill following number 3, which designates at least one zoning district in which a tiny house may be located in a tiny house park.
I do like that, but I didn't know from the way it was written, I suppose it doesn't need a second, it just needs us to, that's where I agree with the commissioner. For now, I think just scenario 3 is good.
You do need a second because you're giving direction to.
That's correct.
Then I give a second to that.
Can I make a an amendment to that? I mean, I think we should probably put number 1 in there too, just as, and it gives a little bit more flexibility. It's not putting it in front of a bunch of single-family homes on a single piece of property, but it's looking at, it could be, a secondary.
Okay, can I ask, I don't think we're prepared for that, if I can say.
Go ahead.
I'd like to ask if you would consider bringing that back and having the director show us where those homes potentially could end up. Because you have to be within a utility district, according to scenario number 1, and you have to be on at least an acre of land.
Oh.
So that's going to define where those would even be able to go, and I don't know where that's gonna be, and whether that would be a good fit for that area.
We're talking about accessory dwelling.
Right, I realize that. So, for instance, on Rainbow at Dandelion, that area, they've got utilities in there. Water, no sewer, so they wouldn't be eligible. Where would they be eligible?
Only where water and sewer is at,
On
according
an
to.
acre or larger, where is that?
For an accelerated, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
There are some half acres.
I would like to know that before I made that determination, if we would,
There's some half acres where they supply
1 acre.
sewer. They have to supply one or the other.
Right.
Hold on a
Those
second.
are all
They
over
can't have a
town, too.
well. Yeah,
So-
we have a
There's
lot
also
of
an
that.
issue.
Let me,
One at a time,
just
please.
to help clear this up. The community water and sewer is only for the tiny home park scenario.
Correct.
The ADUs could go anywhere.
Anywhere.
Oh, I apologize.
Okay,
I
that's all right.
misunderstood that. So anywhere, have you guys thought what anywhere looks like?
Yeah, well, I thought, there's an area over off of Basin behind the park that has small lots they really can't do much of anything with. Some people have just tried to pull their trailers in there and start living, and they've apparently had to move them. But there is water and sewer over in that area. There's
Not through
modular
the whole,
homes
not,
over there.
there is some over there, but not, any of those streets you don't see a house on, there's no water or sewer over there.
In the lot, not in, it's in the street. It's not directly.
I'm saying there's several streets that do not have water. It's in the service territory, but the water and sewer lines haven't been ran down those streets, and that's why they're just cost prohibitive to even build a house on. Not saying everywhere, but the majority of what you see behind the park would be very expensive to get the water and sewer in there.
Yeah, but it could be installed in there. So I know that's expensive.
It could be today,
Oh, yeah.
I
Somebody
mean,
wants
you
to
could
pay.
build a house over there if you're willing to pay the millions of dollars to put the water and sewer in.
Well, it couldn't be that high because there's a lot of modulars over there right now that have water and sewer. And so they didn't pay it too much more money.
And what we're fighting
Well-
now also, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Go ahead. What we're fighting now also is multiple parcels around the valley here are putting in either trailers or tiny homes or whatever, and they're renting them out. So I think we're in a real
And that's not-
slippery slope.
Yeah, and that's
An
not
issue that
good.
we've been slowly working, getting some of these
Well, this
illegal
will allow more.
mobile home parks and trailer parks. Slowly, we're getting those reduced. But yes, we do have people who pull their recreation vehicle on their 1 acre parcel, telling everybody that, oh yeah, I'm gonna build a house here someday, but never go to planning to go get anything started. And then they sit there for weeks at an end, and we're just wondering, where's all that stuff that the humans dump?
Yeah.
Where'd it go?
Director, I got to take you back to page 4, and I've got to ask you to look at scenario number 1. It says within the body of it, water supply and sewage disposal facilities. That, to me, is in a,
No,
It's-
that's just water and sewer, meaning a well and a septic. It's just gotta have facilities on the property to accommodate that
okay.
That's the way I
accessory
read it.
dwelling unit. And I will say, just for full disclosure, in that scenario, and it would be the same today, even if you were gonna do a guest home, which you can do today, it's just they're not as appealing as an Airbnb because they don't have that full kitchen in them, providing they were done legally. But if you do one of those, or if you were to go with scenario 1, you would have to sign a form with DWR, and your well would become metered at that point.
Know why I thought about that, right? Got it? Okay, just,
So I have a motion and a second, and I have a commissioner that requested an amendment to the motion to add 1 to number 3.
I'm not comfortable adding one, but I can withdraw my motion if I need to, or whatever I need to do.
I'm also not wanting to move forward with 1. I'm sorry. Just don't see.
I just threw it out there so you could see there is some benefit from it.
Right now, all I would like to do is make the state requirement and see what we get with a tiny home park. And that's my
Fine, let's move forward.
We can, the state has their requirement, but we can change that if we're doing something that's stronger than what they have.
No.
In other words, that's a guideline to where a place to start. And so
This
just
would
a
give
comment,
them
you
the
have to figure it out from there.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that really, this is not going to solve the entire problem, but we do have to comply with the state law. And so, this is really, I think, what the director is proposing is, let's start with something that'll get us by what the state requires, and then you have the opportunity to address this as we move forward. Because again, it's these other provisions. I'm even concerned about even number 1. That may require master plan amendments as well.
Well, it wouldn't require master plan amendments, but several code amendments.
Code amendments.
To
And
each
so
of
there's
those
a
zoning
lot of
districts.
things that have to go into place to put those into play, where number 3 gives you the opportunity to at least comply with the state law, and then you can always revisit this.
We can bring it back.
And
Once we've done the state law thing that we have to make by January.
Just gave you food for thought, that's all.
Oh, and I'm, Commissioner Carbone, I think an ADU is certainly something we need to work on. I just think we need to be careful and take our time at how that is drafted, just so, it's done right. So that would be my only thing, is I just think that would be a better future conversation as a possible amendment. If we get an outcry for ADUs, which we get them occasionally, but it's not overwhelming at this point.
The reason why we don't get a lot of requests, because they know there's a lot of requirements to make it happen. So, and you know that for a fact, so.
Yeah.
But again.
For me, you allow ADUs, then I'm wondering, what the capacity of that septic system is there.
Exactly. And that's, no matter what we do, when we add additional, elements to an existing property, we have those issues.
Yeah.
And I'm very well aware of that. The point is that, I agree with you, somewhere down the line, this is gonna become a question that we probably gonna need to address, and who knows, it might be a year from now or 2 years, who knows? But I just wanted to throw it out there so everybody understands that there will be, requirements, specifically a meter on a well.
And again, I'll just remind you guys, today, if you had a family member or somebody that you wanted to have live on your property, you can do that with a temporary use permit.
Correct. Correct.
Okay, thank you. I do have a motion and a second on the floor. We had further discussion. Call for the vote to give director direction.
We have public.
Aye.
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 Jabbour's aye.
Carbone's aye.
Thank you, director.
Seems a safe way to move forward.
Sure.
And that was on number 3.
Yep.
Thank you. Number 45, please, manager.
Item 45 for possible action, discussion and deliberation regarding a request to 1, set a date, time, and location for a public hearing on Nye County Bill Number 2023-02, a bill proposing to amend Nye County Code Title 17, titled Comprehensive Land Use Planning and Zoning, Chapter 17.04, titled Pahrump Regional Planning District, Article 3, titled Zoning Districts, Establishment and General Provisions, Section 17.04.230, titled SE Suburban Estates Residential, removing subsistence farming as a permissive use and adding farms for the raising or growing of tree and bush crops and/or field crops for commercial or household use, and providing for the severability, constitutionality, and effective date thereof, and other matters properly relating thereto. And 2, read the title of the bill into the record.
Director?
Yes, so just a very brief explanation as to why you're seeing this. While back when there was concerns over the hemp farms popping up in residential areas, when we took a stab at trying to address that, we had zoned out commercial scale or commercial farming out of the RE1 and RE2 without a CUP, just so we could have a little more control on where, more circumstantial than, just a permissive use. So during that process, we came up with a definition because we didn't want to eliminate people being able to have their own gardens or raise their livestock and stuff on those properties for household use or consumption. But in doing that, we came up with the subsistence farming definition and then had added that into, did our code amendments to RE1, RE2 to include subsistence farming. And in doing that, we inadvertently re-added it back into the SE zoning. And this just came to light here just recently. But back in 2016, the residents in this area, there's only about 60 or so parcels that are zoned SE, but they had actually came and petitioned the county to sponsor the zone change for that area because they were having issues with people with livestock and not taking care of them. And Sandquist is all I'm going to say.
Sandquist was one.
Throw that name out there. So the code was changed and the SE's zoning was applied to those lots. It still allows for growing gardens and that types of stuff. It just does not allow for any type of livestock. So basically, we're just trying to fix an error that was made. But I do want to point out that the draft, Sam, I was just realizing, that's in here. We had went in there, first stab at it, staff had just, stricken subsistence farming, which is fine, but it still needs to say, that you're still allowed to grow bush crops and, produce or whatever and we do have that correct draft. It was sent in, but it was sent in after this one, so we'll have the correct draft or an amended draft, let me put it that way, when this comes back for public hearing.
Thank you for that clarification, Director, because my concern was, wait a minute.
Hey, you can't even have a garden.
We can grow hemp. We can grow, but I can't grow food.
Yeah.
And no chickens.
Yeah, we recognize that, the reason why we have the new draft.
You can't have chickens? They can have chickens in Mountain Falls.
They can have...
I don't believe they can.
Mm-hmm. Up to 6, I think they said. Something like that, yeah. Up to 6. But no roosters. No roosters. I'll let you have
Actually, Nye County Code, they can't have chickens in Mountain Falls.
Well, they say they can. They have it in their CCNRs that they can have up to 6 chickens, just no rooster, because the rooster's the troublemaker, so.
Unfortunately, I have to comply with both requirements. And so if the county has a tighter requirement, the CCNRs can't authorize it.
Has something to do with the eggs. Yeah. The price of eggs going
Oh,
up.
boy. We're going to go through the chicken problem again, too.
Yeah,
Oh,
please don't. Let's stop this discussion right now.
Please.
Yeah, but it's $7 a dozen for eggs, so people are getting upset and they're getting chickens.
Forward.
No, I don't think so either, because you have to feed them.
Okay, let me open it up to public comment so we can move on, please.
But they're better eggs.
Is there anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Mr. Bohannon, are you coming up for public comment?
To set a date, time?
No, come on.
That was an interesting chicken comment. Tim Bohannon, BOHA, NNON. Yeah, the codes, and I know having attended some of the regional planning, still working on it. It's evolving. and continuing to work on it is a good thing. But, you know, one-offs like that, and I'm not going to tell Judith that, because I know she's going to want to have that. Ooh, I need eggs to bake with, and she'd be right.
Well, they're better eggs, because they're cage-free eggs.
So, I mean, that's the consideration that, you know, she's been, I want to get some chickens. No, we can't do it. Well, maybe we can. I don't know if I'm going to tell her that, but I probably will. But the bottom line is making sure that we have uniform codes and know what we're doing. I like the work that's being done on 43, and I like the work that's being done with regional planning, what they've been working on, making sure that we have well-defined areas, and I support that. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Okay, hearing and seeing no public comment in Tonopah, Pahrump, and on the phone, I'll close public comment. Any further discussion from the commission?
I would like to make a motion to set a time and date, a location for a public hearing for bill number 2302.
And the public hearing date would be?
Will be May 2nd, 2023, 10 a.m. in Pahrump.
And Tonopah.
Oh, it says Pahrump in
Pahrump.
here. I only follow what the staff tells me what to do. I'm like a robot. So it should be
Modify it.
Tonopah, correct? Okay.
Second.
Make my corrections, Tonopah.
Thank you.
And the bill, it's a bill to amend Nye County Code Title 17, Comprehensive Land Planning and Zoning, Chapter 17.04, titled Pahrump, Establishment of General Provisions in Section 1704.2230, titled SE Suburban Estates Residential, Removing Subsistence Farming as a conditional, did I skip that? As a permissive use, and provide for the severability, constitutionality, and effect thereto, and therefore other matters property related to this hereto. That's what happens when you can't see.
That's right.
Thank you, Commissioner. So, is there any further discussion? Okay, I'd like to call for the vote, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Voting aye.
Number 45 passes 5-0. Number 48, please.
Item 48 for possible action, discussion and deliberation regarding a request from the Northern Nye County Hospital District requesting the transfer of Nye County property to the Northern Nye County Hospital District, a political subdivision for the property located at 825 South Main Street, Tonopah, Nevada, assessors parcel number 008266156, pursuant to NRS 277.053.
May I ask a silly question? I didn't get to ask this question. I didn't think about it, but do we just give property away? We haven't been able to do that before.
Mr. Chair, we can, an item would come forward if the board supported transferring this property to the hospital district, and that would be in form of a resolution, and we'd have the deed attached to it. So this is just to get direction from the board if you want us to proceed with that transaction. And I do need to mention.
No compensation?
That is not part of the request, that's correct, from the hospital district.
Is that allowable by, I'm questioning.
I mean, I have concerns with this one. I think there's a lot to look at. What bothers me, or when I look at it, is that they're really talking about to facilitate their construction. We can grant them an easement. We can grant them access to the property without giving them the property. So I do have concerns about just simply giving them the property. I think we can explore other options, which is just simply giving them an easement to use the property for their construction.
What is it called when you do a construction loan and there's a word for it, during the construction loan process? Anyway, you can, there's other ways.
Yeah, there's a lot of different ways that we can grant them access to use our property without actually giving them the property. And the other thing too is I think there's issues with the hospital district. Just to simply give them the property without really doing some more exploration, I think would be problematic.
Thank you, DA. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you both, DA and Commissioner Strickland. Do we have anybody from the hospital district on the phone?
I do have hands raised. I will unmute them to see if they are hospital district.
Thank you.
The caller is unmuted. Please speak and spell your name for the record.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. This is Tim Gamble from the Northern Lehigh County Hospital District. I'm the Vice Chairman. Last name spelled Gamble.
Thank you, Vice Chair Gamble, for being on the phone. Please proceed. We're in discussion right now. This is not public comment. This is you as representative of the hospital district. So go ahead and give us your presentation, please.
So it is the consensus of our consultants and hospital construction people that it would be very difficult for us to place into our RFP development of a property in which we don't own, which is the anticipation for ease of access. This would be including road work and other civil development of this particular piece of property. This would also facilitate the rehabilitation, if you will, of the flood channel that runs in front of the hospital itself. I'd also remind the commissioners that without compensation and without any further issue, they did deed the hospital property itself over to the hospital district without question. This particular piece of property is part of the same holding from the previous Nye Regional Medical Center. It has been basically subdivided into this smaller property. We do also anticipate that the hill behind the hospital, because of some geologic cracking and things like that, is also going to need to be rehabbed, which may actually impact this particular parcel as well. It would be very difficult for the hospital district, in my opinion, and solely my opinion at this particular time, to rehab a piece of property for somebody else's future use at the county's benefit under an easement, rather than for future development of other projects that the hospital district plans to undertake.
Did you have something, Lorena?
Just, it wasn't part of the holdings prior. This has always been county-owned property.
Okay.
Well, my apologies. I understood that we understood that to be part of the prime care, where they had actually parked several of the trailers that they held. So I stand corrected.
Okay, I'm not looking at a parcel map. So we have a hospital that needs to be taken care of, demoed, that doesn't reside on this property. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct. This property is immediately adjacent to the south. The hospital property itself is currently accessed via a single driveway over a FEMA flood zone that runs along the highway. That particular flood channel, as well as a couple other things within the area, the driveway itself, is all going to need to be rehabbed, which may include concreting the flood channel and several other things, subject to a civil engineer's expert opinion, of course, which would negate access to the current medical clinic and its operations.
I would appreciate it, commissioners, if we had more backup material. I'd appreciate it if a district attorney would look at it further, perhaps coming up with a solution rather than to deed over a property without compensation to the hospital district. Thank you.
So in other words, we can not do this item, but ask the DA to look more into this item and bring it back at an appropriate time? Does that sound like a deal? Okay.
Vice Chair Gamble, would you be able to provide additional backup for the DA? With
what additional backup would he like?
Well,
Why don't we let those guys get together and let the DA figure that out? Is that okay?
it's fine.
I'd like to make a motion to continue this, but I'm sure you'd like to hear public comment.
Yes, before.
I'll second it.
Thank you, Mr. Gamble. Hold on, please. We're going to open up for public comment at this time. Is there anybody else on the phone, please, Sam?
Yes, Chair. The caller is unmuted. Please speak and spell your name for the record.
Amy Nelson, Nelson. I agree that there's some issues with that hospital board, and to just hand over property blinded, I don't agree with that. I think they should bring it back and actually get more information on what the comments were about future projects. What would that be? And how much of an issue is it going to be with that particular parcel? And, you know, the easement would be a very good solution for the county without handing anything over to them. And that's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nelson. Go ahead, Mr. Bohannon.
Hi, Tim Bohannon, Bohannon, because I do spend a lot of time up in Tonopah, and I have had health concerns in the past. This is an important issue to me. One of the things I want to make sure that I heard was RFP, but I also like the idea of prudency in what we're doing with the property. Taking it through the district attorney, making sure that we have that clean, we have a good transfer of title, and all the details behind that, especially from a financial standpoint. But I also heard RFP. And I know there's a deficiency up there of medical care, and that needs to be taken care of. Making sure that we do have a viable hospital there is very important, extremely important. Speed, prudency are all important as well. Making sure that we're quick with this, delaying it or delaying it to get further information, I think is appropriate, but keep it on the radar and keep pushing, because getting that hospital open is very important. It's the closest care within many miles. I'm not sure if it's hundreds of miles. I think Hawthorne has something too, which is about 80 miles away. But it's still 80 miles away. It's a long way. It's a good central point for good care. And I look forward to that hospital being demoed at one point in time, rebuilt, and moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Director?
This is Director Wagner, Waggoner. If access is what they're trying to gain, and that's the concern, an action that doesn't even require board action is a cross-access easement, which we do all day, all along the highway, for, you know, the Chipotles and the Arby's. I mean, they all have them. And that's nothing more than a recorded document. It doesn't even have to be a map.
That's the reason why we wanted to push it over to DA so he can look at the whole thing.
It's a little bit more complicated though, because they're talking about needing to put some facility, or not facilities, but at least parking and more permanent usage while they're doing the construction. So that's why I was thinking we needed to do something just from a liability standpoint.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Thank you, Director. Is there anybody else on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Okay, thank you. I will close public comment at this time. Hearing and seeing none in Tonopah, Pahrump, and on the phone. I have a motion and a second on the floor to continue this item. I'll call for the vote, please.
We have a time frame.
I haven't done that yet.
Yeah, we want a time.
I want to give, how much time do you think you'd like, DA? I know, 3 months.
Well, it's hard to predict. I mean, I'll try to get it as quick as possible. Why don't we just leave it open-ended?
Okay, can we? Then we're happy to.
Yeah, so I can just get information, and then I can bring it back to the board. once I get everything worked out with the hospital district.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we're ready for the vote.
Aye.
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 Where's aye?
Carbone, aye.
Number 48 passes 5-0. General public comment, number 49.
Item 49, general public comment, up to 3-minute time limit per person. Action will not be taken on the matters considered during this period until specifically included on an agenda as an action item.
Do we have anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
Yes, Chair. The caller is unmuted. Please speak and spell your name for the record.
Yes, Amy Nelson, Nelson. First of all, I want to make it clear that I have no horse in this race. I heard a comment about me and my opinion of the restrooms when I used them, and it is my opinion, and I can revert to an incident that helped me make this opinion. I broke a bracelet of black pearls that my sister gave me in that bathroom. I scurried around to pick them up and knew that I didn't get them all because I counted them. I couldn't find the rest of them. So the next meeting I came in and I looked again and I found one, and it was in a dirty corner. That's why I didn't see it to begin with. And then I didn't find the others, so I came back for the other meeting, the third meeting, and lo and behold, there was one in the other stall. And I didn't see it because it was behind the toilet, on the bottom of the floor. So when I reached down to get that, it was also dirty back there. So those are where I formed my opinion. And my opinion is not discredited because someone else disagrees with my opinion. They may have had another experience. My experience was just as I stated. The bathroom was an absolute disgrace. But going on to a better note, I want to commend Scott Lewis for all the work that he's done, for all the years that he's been here. And he's made this such a successful emergency center that I can't imagine who's going to step in and take over for him. And so when I hear people who are disgruntled and unhappy, I'm taken back to being in charge of some people myself. And everybody's not going to be happy when you're the leader. You have to make some tough choices, and I'm sure he's done that. And but I commend him as a public person on all the work that he's done and how safe he's made us as far as the fire department and having ambulance services. He's just done a fantastic job, in my opinion. Another thing I want to reiterate that I used to say all the time, we need a moratorium on building. We have to stop the building in this county where, our water resource is at stake. And while we're doing it, we've got to do more to stop these solar projects going on down in the south side on 160. They're just in big patches around the transmission lines. And now they've started in Amargosa. Anywhere where there's a transmission line, they're going to put these places up, and it's going to destroy the ecosystem. So anyway, I appreciate it. Great meeting, long meeting, and good night. Thank you.
What timing?
Good night. Thank you, Amy. Go ahead, Mr. Bohannon.
Tim Bohannon, Bohannon. I don't think I can top that timing. Coming to you as the Secretary of Nye County Parks and Recreation. We've had some good meetings. This most recent one in April, we had to cancel March because of the weather. We talked about budget, salvage values, and what's serviceable, what's not serviceable. And we also talked about phase one of what we'd like to see from a Carver's Arena project. I have made Samantha Tackett and administration aware that we would like to get on next month's Tonopah docket. I did bring the backup too for next month. But we're working on the presentation. We've already presented this in January, so we've gone through the content. We won't make it as long as January's was, but it's good content. It's good information. It's something that will require steps. And I'm thinking this is at least a 3 to 5 year project. going through that process. We also will be wanting to work closer with facilities to make sure that we have our budget needs, our budget interests in mind, and that's part and parcel with the plan. So we're working on that plan for us. We'd like to bring that to us at the Tonopah meeting on the 2nd of March, I believe it is, and I will be up there to do it with our team. We're looking forward to it, and we appreciate it. And we appreciate the support that we've been getting and the cheering on, if you will. Keep going, keep going, keep going. And hopefully we can turn that Carver's Arena and Recreation Center into something very special. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Okay, hearing and seeing no public comment in Tonopah, Pahrump, and on the phone, I will close public comment at this time and move on to number 50, Commissioner Manager comments.
Item 50, Commissioner Manager comments. This item limited to announcements or topics and issues proposed for future workshops and agendas.
I have one thing. Miss Elizabeth Jordan, I need your help. The Pahrump Arena Advisory Committee has gotten copies of the different budgets that they have, the different accounts that they have, and they're confused. And I'd like clarity before I explain it to them.
Okay.
So if you can get with me on that, I'd appreciate it.
Definitely.
Thank you.
Commissioner Boskovich.
I had talked to Manager Sutton briefly about a shortage that the museum is going through. I think it's somewhere around $10,000. I'm not sure if I think it's annually. But Manager, I think, was able to talk a little bit with Liz and see if maybe we can get that resolved for them.
We're going to augment their budget, you think?
Something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then the only other thing I have is I just make sure you all know that I appreciate all of you.
Yeah.
And all of your help.
Yeah.
Thank you. Commissioner Cox?
I don't really have anything except that the library people have talked to me too, and what they're looking at is an augmentation. So I suggested they come over and talk to Jim personally and give him a little more clarification of what they're looking for and what they want.
Did you say library or arena?
I'm sorry. Museum. I do that all the time. It's been the story of my life. Yeah. No, museum. I'm sorry. And so I thought perhaps, Tim, that you could help them to guide them to what direction to go, because I don't know exactly what they can apply for, I should say. But they say they're putting a lot of money out of their own pocket and they're actually running behind. And I read something where I understood they're entitled to grants. I don't know where they stand with that, if they have to apply for them by themselves or if we have to apply for them to have the grants.
Well, I can answer some of those questions. We can assist them with grants. They would have to go and search out for them. However, we can help them administer the grants. As far as their funding, they do have a portion of the tax rate that's allocated to them. So when you pay your tax bill, your property tax bill, portion of that goes to both of the museums, the Pahrump Museum as well as the Tonopah Museum. If they cannot sustain within the budget that they currently have, that would require an augmentation, which would be a transfer from the Nye County General Fund to help them with their funding, essentially. So that would have to come in front of the board, and the board would have to agree to a transfer from the general fund, or we can also look at a change in the tax rate.
Correct. And you got to remember, and some of us weren't on this board at the time, especially these two here and yourself. The Board of County Commissioners made that change in that tax rate. Might not have been the best.
The distribution of that
Yeah,
between
exactly.
the two museums.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we need to relook at look what we said we would do, and then go from there, but it looked like it was pretty much equitable, I mean, but we just need to understand why they're having a problem meeting their requirement. I think that's the biggest question.
Well, and I think that.
And I appreciate you bringing that, because that's a important.
Inflation, inflation has probably hit them pretty hard too. And I think that they could actually use maybe a little more part-time staffing, but they don't have the money for it. So that was something they would like to talk about,
So will somebody reach out to them,
Yeah.
or do Donna? Or?
I can definitely reach out. I believe it's Marilyn who's
Yeah,
at the board. So I will reach out to her and see what other opportunities can be for them. Again, like I said, if the board wants me to look at other avenues within the county to help them assist their funding, I can definitely do so. But just keep in mind, if that is the way the board would like to go, we'd have to look at the tax rate, reallocation of the tax rate, or a assistance from the general fund as an operation transfer over to the museum.
Yeah, I think the question really is what's really going on that they need the additional funds? I mean, that's the big question.
Correct. And I can work with Marilyn on that and see what their needs are and see how best.
Part of it has to do with how many hours certain people are working, so there is some issues there, so we need to understand that. Plus, there's some changes they're doing in regards to rebuilding some of the items that are on the property. It's gonna take some additional funds. They have the train trestle stuff that they want to remove out of one of them to replace it because it's starting to sink. So there's some things I think that's creating the problem. And it might be just a one-time or maybe a two-time thing. We just need to know what the real issue is. But appreciate you bringing that to the.
You're thinking about the railroad tie building?
With both Commissioners Cox and Boskovich speaking with Marilyn at the museum, did she give any indication of what the issues are?
Well,
Well, it was obviously no money, but I don't know. She really didn't. Which
No.
is sort of
Okay.
She
concerning.
just said they need about $10,000 to augment their budget.
It'd be for the
It's gonna have
still.
to be something. So I thought maybe, I'm not real skilled in these budgets, so I thought maybe somebody
Yeah.
over in your
And I
department
appreciate
could.
you offering to reach out to them. That's cool. You'll probably have a much better idea than we do.
Yes. Yeah, she'll be real happy if you do that.
Yeah, I will, like I said, to at least help identify what the needs are, and if there's an action that needs to be taken to the board or brought
would be
forward,
great.
I will advise.
Okay, that would be great. Exactly what we need. Thank you very much.
Okay,
I'm done.
thank you. Commissioner
Yeah,
Carbone?
yes. This could go to the assistant county manager or the county manager. Let's look at the possibility of taking the arena that's over in Carver and moving that underneath Hadley. Can we look at that and see what it takes to do that? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, just keep in mind it's outside the boundaries of Hadley and the Round Mountain Town Board. But I think that's something that we can do. Yes, absolutely. Thank you. Okay, any of the managers have anything? Besides county clerk?
Sorry. About 8 months ago, there was a lot of discussion about electioneering laws here with the commission, and some discussion that there would need to be a lot more clarity in those laws and the code. In your policy, about a year from now, there will be candidates actively campaigning, and I think you have plenty of time to get that dealt with. So I highly recommend that we get that as an agenda item to deal with.
Clerk, question. Knowing that we have some legislation being passed that requires us to do certain things, I don't know if some of that stuff might be in the policy, if it passes.
Yes, there may be some relative to firearms, and some of the electioneering laws. I think we can get
Right.
started though on some of our own issues.
Right. Just to kind of like spark a little more information. Thank you.
Thank you, County Clerk. Any other managers? Okay, I will close Commissioner comments, and meeting is adjourned at 7:05. Thank you, everybody.
You did not spay or neuter your pet.
No, I didn't, because they're home asleep right now. This, the last thing they want is to be spay and neutered, okay?
Thank you for a good meeting.